Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This is the Samsung Winter Invitational. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome and good-looking Vincent. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I rolled out of bed and I'm here. That's basically how it happened.
Well, I'm glad we have you. Glad we can at least have you for one map at the very least. We have two teams up and ready to go. It's the UTM Black, that's the University of Toronto, Mississauga, in case you don't know, versus the University of Mount Union. And the game is Valorant. Let's take a look over at the rosters here, Vincent, to see who we have being brought to the table.
Yeah, it's going to be Taro and then AV coming in, Dippy as well, Zappy and Yaga to close out the UTM Black lineup. I've actually seen this team like twice, if I'm not mistaken. They were pretty darn good the first time that I saw them. I don't recall the second time. But let's flip the script. Let's head over to the team they're playing here. Mount Union coming in hot with Watson, Phrase, Birdster, Namyag, and Blackbird. So I don't know what your opinion is, but I definitely am interested to see kind of how these two teams match up, and well, especially considering we're headed to a pretty interesting map pool as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that map pool. This is kind of a battle of avians for the Mount Union side there. We'll have to see how that one goes, but we can obviously see Breeze, the kind of open maps, not going to be allowed on the board. Haven, the 3 objective one, either. And our first 2 maps are guaranteed maps here for the BO3 will be Icebox and Binds. Fairly simplistic, fairly standard for the collegiate scene. Fracture off the board. I'm shocked it lasted this long into the fray here, Vincent. Split will be the last one to be banned out, and our deciding match will be Ascent, I guess we can call it CSGO standard map. Everyone really attributes it to being very similar to those CSGO styled maps. This is a map that collegiate loves.
Not Dust 2.
Yes, not Dust 2, but maybe Mirage,
basically.
kind of, like.
Yeah, Mirage, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah, I'm down to see what Icebox is going to show us. Icebox, I mean, you and I, we actually have discussed this a lot over the last week about kind of what is standard, what is not standard here on Icebox, and we're already seeing something a little bit different here. It's the KO coming out for Blackbird. We don't necessarily see that KO all the time, but we also have the chamber locked and loaded. So I'm really interested to see if Namyag is going to be going for that secondary duelist, or if we're not going to see a Sage. And it looks like the no Sage comp is coming up here for UMU.
See, when I told you that Sage has kind of taken a back seat, well, it's kind of a limited mindset. It's mostly collegiate where that does happen to occur, and I think that it is kind of weak in its own ways, but also has a couple boons. But I don't think KO fills that gap. I don't think that's the case whatsoever, and it's fairly interesting to see that we are having a double chamber. That's fairly obvious. Double Viper, just too strong on this map. Zappy will be utilizing the Sage for the UTM side. That's standard for this map, like we've spoken about. Otherwise, the only major differences being the standard double duelist for the Mount Union side. When you're talking about this map, chamber can be considered a duelist, so maybe you can argue they have 3 duelists here, Vincent. There's also a chamber for Mount Union. We'll have to see how aggressive they play, though. Will we see Phrase get into the fray, or will we see Phrase play it truly like sitting back and really holding on to that objective?
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of dichotomy, I think, that we've sort of been discussing and trying to puzzle out as well, because it's not set in stone, which is really cool. I really like that there's some differentiation here on Icebox. For the last, like, I don't know, 6-7 months, it feels like Icebox was sort of figured out. Now things are changing up. We're getting underway here. Mount Union going out on the back. Already here. Phrase with an opening, that Headhunter doing work. AV there to trade immediately thereafter, but it's still an advantage for Mount Union as Namyag gets involved.
You get that first, you can typically get those refrag backs. They've done it quite well. Now it's up to Mount Union to decide whether they really do want to pursue that A site. And you can see, I think UTM actually kind of rotated a bit too swiftly. They maybe jumped the gun in this position, and now they're going to have to run back to the B site. Thankfully, this rush through green is fairly slow in a lot of ways, and they're going to pick up the ult orb along the way, slowing themselves down even further with the poison cloud, as well as that toxic screen sent on site, attempting to cut down those sight lines, as well as making it quite difficult for the side of Mount Union to go for the plant on site. Dippy's ready to swing around this corner, but it will be the player Phrase to do just that instead. Watson also being cut down by Zappy, and it looks like the defense of UTM Black has made a massive recovery. Yaga onto Namyag. Just Blackbird left standing. This seems like a tough spot to be in, Vincent. Only 34 seconds left, and in a 1v3, this will have to be a very clutch pistol round. and it's not going to be the case. Zappy finding the last kill, and UTM Black will be your round 1 victors.
Yeah, interesting decision making right there from Mount Union, not to just try to put down the spike, but I want to go back to that conversation we were just having about the lack of a sage. That is part of the reason that they probably went aggressive instead of just trying to plant the spike, because there was nothing to hold back the onslaught of UTM Black players that would have been coming around the toxic screen in order to deny said planter. So that's the risk you take when you are playing without a sage, because you don't have that extra security blanket whenever you're trying to get the spike planted down.
So, Vincent, what do you think we'll see pursued here for the second round, with Mountain Union kind of unfortunately being relegated to having to be continually bringing the pistols, no SMGs in hands? How do you think they'll pursue this? Do you think they will dedicate themselves after first pick, or do you think they'll just try to go for refracts?
Well, I'd like to see them group and actually go together. I mean, you can see there's really not a ton of investment for Mount Union here. But right now they have gone for some of those individual duels, and they've lost out on 2 players in the process.
Mount Union already down 2. This is expected, though, Vincent, so we can't really dog on them too much, right? I mean, it's kind of an anticipated result, but they have picked up a first frag. It's Bird onto Dippy. Now they can kind of dip out of the objective, or they can go for the plant, and they'll do just that, now forcing the post-plant situation. This does put a time constraint now on UTM, so they have to start to aggress for the spike out in the open. Good crossfire set up by Bird, but it does not seem to last much longer. Avi finds the kill. Now a spray down by Taro. They'll take out Blackbird, and the only player left standing was Watson, and it's not for much longer. It will be a defusal by UTM, and they'll find themselves their second round win, only losing 1 gun in the process.
Yeah, entirely understanding. Like you said, it definitely is something we were expecting for a round like that. For UTM, they win the pistol. The follow-up, not guaranteed, but certainly a very often picked up round, especially when you see that the opposition aren't force buying, which I'm a fan of. I really like just get your guns out in that 3rd round early and take it to them on the bonus, as opposed to kind of playing for the 4th round, which often happens if you buy and lose. So getting back underway, 0 point going out. I think it might have caught the Reyna there on the left-hand side of Watson, but it's going to be a very fast scale up in towards the A site by the looks of it. But there is a lot of defenders here in Prognosis.
There's a lot of utility that's being sent out as well. These close corners should facilitate a solid defense, and it seems to go that way. 3 for 2. UTM coming up on top, make that 4 with Yaga finding another. Just trying to top things off. Taro getting a bit too aggressive in towards back corner, and Bird will find themselves the opportune moment for the kill. 11 HP now. A poor situation, needs to swing from the opposing side of screens. And as the lonesome player left standing, it seems like a frightful order to try and get off of, but it's not going to matter. Yaga finds their 3rd for the round. A solid defensive setup for UTM. And that's 3 rounds in a row here, Vincent.
The only thing I can think of when I see Yaga is Baba Yaga.
Oh, John Wick coming in?
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing I can think of. And I had to call it out. Who's, by the way, 5-0, just for the record.
Maybe they are John Wick.
Yeah, doing a good, I was about to say, doing a good John Wick impression. So, very nice. Nonetheless, it's a very rough round for Mount Union. 3 kills there for Yaga as well, with the Spectre in addition to that. Upgrading to the Vandal now is certainly what you like to see. But Phrase has a tour de force ready to go, and well, we're gonna have to see that put to use very well, because there's not a lot of weaponry backing that ultimate up.
Talk about gathering the intel. That's usually something you see on a map like Haven or a map like Ascent, our 3rd map for the night if we happen to see it. And it just doesn't seem like the smartest decision on Icebox, just because that swift entry, it is kind of slow to rotate from that B site over towards A. Now mid's a bit easier to get a siege going and trying to rotate over, but beyond that, it just seems kind of like a weak link to bring the camp. Maybe shooting themselves in the foot early, but they'll still try to hold on strong. Unfortunately, Bird off the board as the Baba Yaga themselves come out and find themselves another kill. 2 players down for the assault that's going on the A site, and more intel being gathered in a very swift manner. This seems like a difficult one to overcome. UTM with a man advantage and really the better guns overall.
Ooh, that was a nice shot right there from Blackbird. See you later to that bit of utility. Phrase is going to put it down, and It's been a very slow push in, and there's a reason for that. It's because Taro has a great look at these couple of players. Getting a double kill, AV as well, going to clean things up. So, again, against a half buy, that's sort of what you would expect, but you would like to see a little bit more from the Tour de Force, I would think, from FaZe especially. But unfortunately, that doesn't come to fruition. That Tour de Force going by the wayside, 4-0, the scoreline, and it's another gun round coming up. This one, a pretty hefty one, and let me explain why, Infernosis. Because if this round goes towards UTM Black, then realistically, we're looking at a Mount Union who have pretty much already lost the first half.
Yeah, it's something that it's going to require a major swing for the Mountain Union side to recover, and I just don't think that's a major possibility if they lose this one, especially considering the eco beyond that. Like you said, it just, future-wise, it spells disaster, and that cannot be allowed to occur. But you'll see the Emperor speed popped, but Yaga using the rendezvous successfully, unlike Wardell did on this map quite a few times, as he refuses to sit anywhere near it when we watched that previously. We knew we'd call out references, had to do it eventually. And it'll be Yaga with the first kill. Looks for the second, finally being cut down, though, by Namyak. Taro below, able to find one. Still allowed to roam, though. Avi finding one of their own, but two have already been traded out. The operator rings out, and it's FaZe onto Taro, and it's just one player left standing, Avi. And finally, we'll see Mount Union put themselves up on the board. Our scoreline at 4-1.
There we go. That's what we wanted to see from UMU. They needed to get on the board. They did get on the board, and now we can hopefully see something adjusted, right? You know, Blackbird going down early, sure, that's not ideal, but the trade frags were on point, and it was that fast A aggression. Sort of the same thing that UMU have been trying already, but unsuccessfully. So maybe that bears looking at for the future, you know, that fast A execution that we've been seeing and how much success Mount Union are able to find. But speaking of success, Birdster looking for some of that. Taking out the Bladestorm, looking over the top. And there it is.
Successful first frag, something that Mountain Union have kind of been struggling with. And a lot of their entries, Yaga has been the player to collect them the majority of those times, especially since A site has been their main avenue to swing from. But you can see a Hunter's Fury being employed. Taro, this one's maybe a little ahead, or a little behind, I guess I should say, as they were already heading towards that A main lobby side, but he'll eventually get one tag off, healing them. Not really a possibility with no Sage, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Watson cut down. Avi instead, but Dippy's found 3 in the same exact stride. Only Blackbird able to get the refrag back, but the damage has been done. Now tied 2-all. Taro will be suppressed. The information given, and Blackbird can now hope to move off of that one, as Taro's forced to wait for his teammate to assist in this current situation of the 2v2.
There's that null command is a possibility. Tour de Force already popped and ready. Blackbird getting found out. Yeah, you gotta be pulling that null command. That's what I expected to see. Both players suppressed down, and everybody winning their gunfight for UMU. Mount Union working wonders in the 2v2, utilizing that null command to great effect. No way to utilize any of your utility to get back into that site if you can't throw any of it, if you can't use any of your abilities.
I think one of the big reasons why you bring a Silva is entirely for the post plan, entirely for the recovery on the defense. You can gather the information, you can drone out quite literally with the Owl drone, and it just allows for a much easier post plan, especially when you're dealing with toxic screens and, of course, Viper's pits to try and get that extra bit of shock damage through those cut off sight lines. But when you're not allowed to use any of your util, Vincent, those points are kind of moot, and that's exactly what the ultimate does, as well as having that knife sent through those skylines. So take a look at the aggression right now from Avi. Knows that they don't really have much beyond that. Needs to go up. Finding 2 now. 2 clicks. Kill. Looks for the third, but unfortunately Bird from behind, able to deny anything further.
I don't think UMU realized where those blades were coming from, if I'm being honest.
I don't think so either.
I think they were still like trying to figure out where they were getting shot from. That's how good an angle that was from the Bladestorm, and well, the resurrection as well for Zappy. Dippy doubling down. That's what they snake fight. That's a rarity. Now it's FaZe op in hand. Has to do it all alone. 1v4 has already found the first. Okay, see you later, operator. Don't want that thing. Don't want to give it away, and I understand. Headhunter doing damage though. maybe this is a possibility. Maybe he wants that up back in his hands at this point, because now he's just working with the said hunter.
30 seconds
Unfortunately, I think he kind of sent it to Narnia, maybe. I think that's the term we'll use for it. I mean, it's gone. That is not recovering in this position.
It's
but
gone to see Jesus. We'll just
yeah,
put it that way.
it's out of there. Not happening. Toxic Screen will be put up. It drops about 25 to 30 HP off the top of Phrase. Not really a necessity, though. Dippy gets the headshot kill and only takes one bullet at that range, especially with the Vandal. It's a 3K for him in that round as well. Dippy now at 8 and 3. And then 2 players with 7. A solid performance across the board for the UTM side. No one necessarily individually falling behind, and if they are, such as Zappy, being half the kills of Taro, they're a major piece of utility and one of the more important agent selections for their side.
5 assists too, right
Yes,
there for Zappy.
I mean, they're there.
And a key res. If we're looking at that last round, not only a key res, but a key eco win. That was just a pistol round. But Yaga has the rendezvous ready to go, but it's gonna drop down actually, and that might have been a mistake. Don't know that it was intentional, but AV's already found the first opening frag, and poor Blackbird has been the one that's on the other side of that opening pick multiple times already.
It's such a difficult way to get past. When you're talking about the mobility, why are you not sending your jets? Why are you not sending your Reynas to cut sightlines? It feels strange to constantly see a KO on the other end of that opening frag. It needs to be something that's, I guess, gets adjusted upon, especially as map 1 progresses onward, and then obviously map 2 or the possibility of map 3. But so far it looks like UTM are looking to finish this off and maybe go for their second map too, but they have definitely set themselves up for a solid first half. 3 rounds ahead still. Long con play. Look at the patience from the Mountain Union side though, and towards this A lobby. They're sending a player through tube. They have to wait for 15 to 20 seconds with the pacing that he's involved in. This is going to be a long and convoluted A strike, and it's about to go down just now.
Certainly is. Frazo is in a really nice position to deny for, I mean, anything. But oh my goodness, Yaga through the toxic screen. Are you kidding me? Outrageous plays from that operator. I am mind blown. Infernosis, how has he just found this?
Built diff? Built diff?
Okay, I guess.
It's hard to say. It was an impressive lineup for sure, but I can't pull it off, so there's no way I can tell you how he pulls it off.
I mean, you and I definitely not that good. Yeah, I would agree. There's a reason we talk about the video games, not playing the video game.
It's true. That's factual. There's just no way I would be able to play at the level. But now take a look at the eco for Mountain Union, obviously, with a couple losses back-to-back. They're in dire straits, but look at the swiftness at which they are trying to take down this B side. Flanking player now as they step through orange, but Dippy all the way over near yellow. Cuts down to already Bird, a little bit slow to the party. Maybe needing to hand out their party favors sooner. The only person yet to pounce, though, for Mountain Union's Namyak, finally getting the refrag back, but it's still a 4-on-3 advantage in favor of UTM Black's defense, and they're going to cut down another one as Zappy sprays through the wall and finds Watson.
Don't forget on the run on that as well, just running and shooting. But Namyak, maybe possibilities, and he's got it. Oh my goodness, 3 swift frags for Namyak with the recovered rifle, utilizing the overheal and getting everything successfully.
Talk about setting that round up, going into that one, everyone for the side of Mountain Union, poor, quite literally, just not where you want to be, and Yamyag had quite a bit of cash extra in the pocket. I think he was sitting at 4K at the time, decides, okay, I'm going to even out my eco with the rest of my squad, I'll buy a Bulldog. That Bulldog paid off and paid dividends in the later stages. You get the first kill, just enough to then get that Vandal and utilize it for the next 4 or 3. It's just such an odd stage for Mountain Union to recover from, but take a look now on the A side. It's the Viper's Pit being employed by Dippy, one of the best players for the UTM side so far in this map, and this might spell disaster for any anticipated A assault. Intel Phrase, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's one way to go down for Dippy and Phrase on the secondary, but they're not ready for AV, and the spray transfer nearly there. But Yaga now left all alone, and going back to that last round, that's the second time in these 9 rounds that we have seen an eco win. 1 for UTM, 1 for UMU. And I mean, that's just really changed the tide potentially of this game. If UMU can bring this back to a more reasonable scoreline, they can definitely find their way to a victory in this map 1. Best of 3 series. Headhunter back out. But Birdster holding the line strong. It's going to be a 4th round, though, for UMU as UTM. Now it's their turn to be the broke ones.
Think about how this game has changed on its head. Mountain Union were sprinting through the last few rounds, and then in their most recent round wins, being the last 2, they were a lot more patient. They were a lot slower. Now, there was the sprint by Bird through Orange and through that middle stage, but beyond that, it was a somewhat patient assault through Green. I've liked their slow approaches, and I think it has facilitated more promising rounds, and obviously when they find their dubs, they're doing it through that. But at the same time, speed is what matters most, and the 980 Pro is the perfect way when you need speed. Samsung, all across the board, this for the sponsorship and this tournament as a whole, they've got the 980 Pro, which is perfect for high-resolution gaming. When speed matters most, Samsung is the tiebreaker. Their new PCIe 4.0 is 2 times the speed of 3.0. Plus, their 980 Pro is super simple to install and upgrade your PC gaming rig. I've used NVMEs. You know,
yeah,
I mean, they're crazy. They're fast. They're 12 times faster than a SATA drive.
I got a couple of them in my PC right now. Samsung branded, of course. And yeah, very, very swift. Love to see it. Definitely check those out.
How long does it take you to boot your PC, Vincent?
Okay, so literally less than 5 seconds.
It's
very,
insane.
Very nice.
I grew up on like an HDD and only using an HDD.
Yeah, with a hard drive.
Yes.
And then you're waiting like 20 minutes for your PC to boot up. Those days are over if you pick up the Samsung
960
SSD.
Evo SSD, like not the NVMe one, right? And it was still fast. Upgrading to an M2, especially a Samsung M2, was just game changing. It is quite literally a next level of speed. And we're seeing a little bit of speed right now from the side of Mountain Union as they pushed all the way through Green. Ooh. Unfortunately, Namyag does not survive past the first 15 seconds of that sprint, and it'll be a man down, player advantage favoring UTM Black.
Baba Yaga once again coming in. Oh, but can't quite find anything with these toxic screens in the way. That's going to be making it tough with the tour de force in hand. But Fraze is always in these really nasty flank positions. Has an idea that Taro's in that position, but actually he's going to need a Jet to try for the duel. Yaga falling down. AV with the trade with the Guardian in hand, though. So Fraze no longer in the fray as we get to UTM Black looking to retake that man advantage. He's dispatched. Player pushing in from the flank, and look at this, Infernosis. It's forced to rotation all the way out. UMU, they don't want anything to do with that B site anymore.
That cushion that UTM provided themselves with Yaga being able to just hold the frame with that gun, the operator in hand, it was just a really hefty hill to climb. And so Mountain Union said we don't want to deal with it. I know we've removed Chamber, we've removed the player, but we still just do not want to be allowed in this direction, so they'll try to transition over. The Zappy's up above, the Viper's Pit employed, and while we have seen the ultimate come out here for Blackbird, it unfortunately gets cut down by Zappy, and it'll need to be picked back up. Bladestorm also now being utilized by Mountain Union, but Zappy just walks in to the Viper's Pit. No danger here, and Watson does not survive. Zappy letting that kill dissipate through. Only Birdster left standing, and they'll survive through to the end. And that's an operator they actually keep in hands, which may be important if they want to go 7-5 at halftime. But so far, it is a guarantor for UTM Black to be up at half.
And what a round. Look at how expensive that was to lose for Mount Union. They used the Empress. They used the Bladestorm. They used the Null Command. And they used the Viper's Pit. 4 out of 5 of their ultimates, Infernosis, gone. It's out. There's no chance. And in a position like this where you're really coming down to the wire, it's the last round of the half, you definitely want to have those tools in your toolkit.
I love what UTM did in that round. One of my favorite things when you're watching teams like this step up and perform is the ability. Are we frozen right now? Or is this just me?
I am.
Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't crash or something. One of my favorite things is the cushions that allow for defenses to set up and be safe on sites. And the spacing that was created by Yaga there was paramount to the success in that round. When you're stepping out as Namyag and you're like Arena and you're like, I've got Lear, I can step out, I've got safety. No, it's cut down very swiftly and it's off of an individual player. Then we saw the attempt there by Birdster to also step into sight. We saw the updraft Updraft and then Tailwind into sight behind yellow. And while there was success as they were able to engage onto that section of that of that B main side, there still became too many complications and they were forced to take a step away. But in the process of their attempt on B, they used most of their utility. So by the time they get to A, we have nothing left besides the big old X button, the big old ultimate, and they had to expend it. And like you said, all of them gone. Maybe they get one in this round, but I don't think that's the case. It looks like UTM Black are going to finish this one off. Something like that here, Vincent. It does look like we'll see them go up 8-4 at half.
Yeah, the old 8-4 situation, not ideal, I'll be honest. But a nice little clutch up to a couple of these UTM Black players doing well. So, as we flip that script, get over for UMU to the defense and UTM to the offense. Let's take a look score-wise. Just check in. Zappy, 12-7, and that seems like a pretty consistent scoreline here for the entirety of UTM. I mean, everyone's showing up, everyone's popping off, everyone's playing well, and it's a little bit unfortunate. And unfortunately, on the other side of things, you got to give lots of credit over to Fraze and Namyak, but Watson falling behind pretty significantly is something to mention, even if it's not all that pretty.
Yeah, I think the significance here, we were talking previously about how Zappy was a little bit behind. Look how that has kind of been stepped away from, strayed, so to say, and now being top fragger for their side. I mean, that's an important notion, especially considering that's one of the most important ultimates in this game, especially for this map, kind of bringing things back into your favor by man count. And I think that's something that's kind of given the UTM side a bit more to work with, especially now on the attack, as we saw a lot of danger from Mount Union. Too many times was Zappy able to swing out and deny the plant on that B site and on A. Mount Union struggled to stay safe on site, and I think it's because they didn't have the ice wall.
I was about to say, you took the words right out of my mouth, dude. I was like, well, you know, it's like they didn't have a Sage to keep them safe. Birdster, though, trying his best. Fraze as well with the headhunter. It's Namyak chiming in. So everyone getting involved in a round like this one. It does leave Dippy and Zappy alive. Zappy quickly dispatched, and oh, what a shot from Fraze. That was nicely done. Using the headhunter to great effect in a pistol round. That's exactly what you want to see from the likes of your chamber.
17-9 from Fraze. We thought Yago would be the chamber to keep an eye on in this game, and I think that's still the case in a lot of ways, but talk about an outstanding showing from an individual. Yamyang not too far behind. When you bring a triple duelist combo, one of them's got to sit back a little bit, and it seems it's Bird to do just that, but Bird's also been fairly successful, obviously being able to survive in a couple of those neat rounds towards the end, but still, with the pistol round officially booked in their favor on the scoreboard, they should be able to clean up for the second. And we noticed how the first half went here, Vincent. It was UTM to just swing 3+4 in their favor, and they almost got a fifth as well, only being 1 or 2 kills away from maybe even gathering the second, as the eco would have just started to cascade and fall apart from there.
Certainly feels that way, and here we are in a position where UTM Black on an eco round, they are already down by 1. Mount Union, I mean, just by the way, whilst this is happening, let's talk for a moment at how impactful that pistol round is for Mount Union. It gives them such a great opportunity to kind of roll back into this game and get involved in, you know, basically closing the distance for the UTM Black. So either way, most of these duels going the way we expect. Just the 1 kill for UTM as Mount Union do well to close out that anti-eco round with ease. So we head into the first gun round or the bonus for Mount Union, depending on how you want to phrase it.
Do you think that the cushion that was provided for UTM Black at halftime, like you said, allows for Mount Union to try and snowball off of, but do you think that cushion may have been too big? I mean, it was a 4-round comfort zone for UTM, and while they will at least gain, it's a guarantee to gain 1-round advantage, as we'll see UTM now buy with full force and can have those rifles to attack. Do you think it was enough? Do you think the cushion was too big, or do you think that Mount Union can actually collect for a 3rd round in a row in the second half?
Well, they can. It's just an if, right? I mean, the reality is that if we see UTM Black immediately fight this back, Mount Union are going to have one more opportunity to kind of claw their way back in. to this this comeback, at least for like the second. And if they don't pick it up, then well, they're going to be in a bit of a struggle position. But nonetheless, getting underway here, and Phrase is ready and waiting with this headhunter. He's got a weapon in hand, but he's gone for the headhunter, and I can't blame him. He's very good with that.
Yeah, it has been in the pocket and also out the majority of the time. Very successful. Avi steps up with the first, though. This one on the Phrase. Cuts down the best player for Mountain Union. Zappy finds the second. That is now the top 2 fraggers for your side off the board, and it's now cascading even further as Avi clicks for their second. This one on the Blackbird. Zappy bringing up the ice wall, creating so much comfort. And they'll even go up top, finding themselves an opportune moment to pounce, and Watson's on the other end of that leap. It's just the lonesome player of Birdster left standing, and it's not for much longer either. Dippy stepping up, finding the last and a flawless round win for UTM Black. Man, that ice wall is just paying off in dividends.
You know, there's a reason we've seen it for like months and months and months.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not trying to, like, you know, you could read that as me really kind of calling out Mount Union, and I don't mean to do that. What I do mean to do is to talk about how strong that agent is in this position, and the reason why we see basically every professional team utilizing that at, you know, a ridiculous rate. I'm pretty sure it's been at 100% pick rate in the VCT for the last like 3 VCTs.
And they don't even have a Sova.
No, you're right. They don't. There's a lot of, they're lacking a lot of that information gathering potential in this composition or Mount Union. And on the defense and on the offense, that can be especially difficult. And we're seeing not just that, but the fragging potential for UTM Black come alive here in these last few moments.
The toxic screen buys a little bit of time, but it's mostly just space. As you can see that already UTM Black just kind of forced their way through it. They're taking a bit of damage off the snake bite, but it's just kind of like a buzz cut off the top. There's still plenty of hair underneath it. And you'll see Dippy find yet another kill. Watson will tease down that spike, but UTM have a pretty good position, and thankfully for them, they'll manage to collect quite swiftly. Taro found 2 in that same exact spree in that last 3 kills, so a solid round for them, but they also lost 2 pretty quickly. So Mountain Union kind of mounting somewhat of a return in that round, but it's not enough. I mean, look at the eco for UTM Black. You're going to have to do more than just getting a couple rifles at their hands each round.
Yeah, I want to go back to the question you asked me just a couple rounds back, because now I have the real answer, right? And it's been worst case scenario for Mount Union. They lose out on the bonus round. They lose out on the follow-up round, meaning they're now forced to save, and it's 10-6. So number 11 should be on the cards, assuming nothing crazy goes on. And that has been the sort of consistent factor that Mount Union have had to struggle against. But Birdster nearly found a second there. I don't know how that really wasn't a collateral, to be honest.
I agree. It seemed like the most precise moment you could have to get that collab, but apparently not meant to be. They'll use the resurrection, but Namiag able to find 1 in return, so it's still technically a player down for UTM, but they've now pounced for 3 total. Make it 4, as Avi's aggression into its orange has paid off. Finding 2 individually, Yaga will take out the last, and yeah, that 11th round that you were alluding to is guaranteed for the UTM site. Now it's a 1 round away from match points, and 2 rounds away from a loss unless Mountain Union can surmount some semblance of a comeback. They may just be looking at the map of Icebox and saying, we did not prepare ourselves accordingly with our agent selection, which I think you and I can both agree may be the case here. Just hope for map 2 and try to beat them on the map of Bind.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify, you know, map point, yes, match point, technically no. Just
they say match
because,
point in Valorant, so
know,
I mean...
We got the bind coming up, so you're right. Mount Union don't necessarily need to worry about this, and this is UTM's pick, right? So, I mean, not to say you shouldn't be going for the win, but if you're down 11-6, you might want to be thinking about things in the future.
You think they should have a voice line, like in a series thing, so you can like set it BO3 so that the voice at the end will say match point, series points, you know, like...
Oh, that'd be cool.
That would be really cool. I think that's such like a small thing that would just
make it happen.
be so cool. Right? Yeah, get on that. We know you're here. Get on that.
That's right. That's right. We know you're clearly here listening in chat to the NECC.
Oh my goodness. Yes, here for the Samsung Winter Invitational. But look at this. First frag, and it drops in Mountain Union's favor. Blackburn now setting themselves up. Positive advantage, and we know the resurrection was just utilized last round, so it will stay that way this time. It's not going to be a even 1-for-1 trade. And now UTM Black are left to wonder, how do they pursue the B site? Because A was not to their privy, and they now will decide to go through green.
This Birdster position's dirty.
30 seconds.
That's a great off angle too. Spotted to gonna go for the second, not quite able to get there for the third frag, but still looking good. UTM Black have been dispatched in this round thus far. Praise doing the dirty work. Dippy down and out. Zappy, the last alive. He is going to find Blackbird before getting dispatched. It's still 11-7 for UTM Black. They're ahead, but now Union maybe, just maybe, able to come back into this one.
We started halftime with a 4-round cushion, so we've technically broke even once again, as there is 4 rounds separating these two sides, and that could be a solid statement to be made that things could start to swing back in Mount Union's favor, because last time we saw them kind of hit this point, they picked up 2 rounds in a row. Those were the pistol rounds, but I think we could see them start to continue the upward trajectory to bring themselves back into the fray. But look at the ultimates for the UTM Black side. There's a Tour de Force up on the board, being utilized currently by Yaga. They've got a Blade Storm they can bring in at the moment's notice, as well as having known Hunter's Fury. UTM Black suppress the KO ult being used to destroy any possibility of Taro finding a frag. That is a huge counterplay.
Yeah, what Hunter's Fury? I don't know what you're talking about. That never existed.
Well, the timing, I'm talking about it, and now it's gone. I mean,
yeah,
you know?
yeah. Blackbird looking to get aggressive, and I don't love that. I really don't. You've got so much information there. You need to be playing with a bit of utility. Like, where's the flash drive over the top? The flash, it's just missing. Yaga has the frag. Taro on the follow-up. UTM looking good as they push forward. Now Birdster, the only one to find success. Maybe make this a little bit less reasonable, but Yaga and Dippy, they're all coming up big, and UTM Black have 12.
Ooh, this has been an interesting map so far, and we've seen a lot of weaknesses for both sides. I'd like to say UTM kind of struggled a little bit on the defense when it comes to denying the information product from Mount Union, and despite the fact that they don't really have a lot to gather the information, they did a fairly good job of being able to play patient and swing onto a site late. That's where we saw them win their rounds that they did win. Now, the fast takes, they did a great job of denying those, and I think that was entirely attributed to Yaga just being such a force to reckon with. But on the attack, they double swing almost everything. When they fail to double swing, they die almost immediately, and when they fail to check corners like the Cubby here on green, then they'll also die. So that happened 2 rounds in a row, and Mountain Union took advantage of that, but it's been such an interesting occurrence for them. It looks like we'll see UTM actually decide to force through the Viper's pit.
I love that.
But, wow, that's not going... Oh! Mountain Union!
Dude, that fragment placement was just so
pristine.
on point. I love it. And the greatest part is it interrupted the bullets that were coming in. You would have died of the bullets, but instead got killed by the fragment because of the timing. I am a fan. But, well, it's going to have to be a strong push here at A. There's 2 players coming in there. The Chamber, the Reyna. Reyna on one side, Chamber on the other. It's Fraze and Namyag. 2 big heavy hitters ready to go, and Namyag already has it.
Ooh, and there it is, Fraze with the last 2. Man, what a boiling point for the side of Mountain Union. Everything that they pieced together in that round culminates into not only the victory, but in a flawless manner. I mean, talking about a Viper's Pit expended quite early. They gathered the intel based off of, I think, almost entirely off audio cue, as I think 1 shot rung out towards the side of UTM as they fired over towards Garage, and that was the point at which Dippy was like, okay, let's maybe not go this direction, as Watson pops their Viper Pit down. I mean, you lose another player when they jump in. Avi just kind of not setting themselves up correctly on that push, and a great nano nade, like you said, as well, to have that fragment catch. But now it looks like UTM are still going to opt to go forward the B site, knowing there's no longer Viper's Pit in the fray. It'll be a recon bolt sent over the top. Bird will try to remove any possibility of it gathering information. Whether it gets shot or not, that's intel available for UTM, but the first fight now going forward, and it favors Taro. Unfortunately, Bird on the butt end.
Well, and look at what they have here for UTM Black now. They have a Viper's Pit of their own. Brace tries to answer that and by finding the frag himself, but he's not good for it. Yaga as well going to be able to find success, and Zappy's going to bring AV back just in case. Blackbird, though, on the other hand, the suppress going out as well. The 0 point working wonders, but Dippy is taking him out. It's all on to Namyag. He's playing for the map, playing for his whole team. And Namyag, this position has been made aware, and Dippy closes it down. Triple kill in the final round for the Viper in the Viper's Pit. UTM Black winning their map pick on Icebox.
Talk about a round for Dippy to step up big, right? I mean, 3 kills to end it off of Viper's Pit, which basically locked down the entire objective. That probably was the point in which it was all she wrote. Now, there was a point in time, a glimpse, where we could have actually seen it drop in the favor of Mount Union, but Dippy steps out of the Viper's Pit, walking, running, and gunning, spraying as moving, and finds the kill in bottom of 2. That was an unexpected shot to connect, but their second kill for them, and that basically was the moment where in my head, I'm going, that's all she wrote. That's going to be this round in favor for them. That recovery was just not really possible from that point onward. It would have required a miracle, which we definitely did see once by Namyag, but I don't think it was going to happen again for them, quite unfortunately. But what a map 1. The map of Icebox was a pretty fun one. We saw a lot of do's, a lot of don'ts. Vincent, why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, that's entirely fair enough. I think that there's a couple of keys for me. Number one is obviously the agent selection. You don't lose the game at the agent select screen. That is a misconception that you hear in your ranked games. But you definitely can put yourself in a good position versus a bad position. And just like your ranked games, when you don't have a controller on your team and you have 5 duelists, the same is true when you are playing on Icebox without a Sage. It makes it more difficult. And I think we were seeing that come to fruition, particularly on that attack side from Mount Union. They really struggled to create enough space to safely get the spike planted. That's why we often saw the spike not planted at all. It was just a difficult thing to overcome. And the second thing that I want to kind of point out is the individuals. I think as a team, the performance was just a little bit stronger when it came to UTM Black. They all kind of made their marks. There was some huge moments from pretty much everyone on the UTM Black roster, whereas I think that for Mount Union, they just struggled just a little bit. I really think that we could have seen a little bit more from a couple of the individuals there. I don't know about you, but that's my analysis and Fernandez.
Yeah, I think it's very accurate. 1 step forward by picking up Arena. That's a solid choice for the map. 2 steps back by not having a Sage and not having a Sova. And I think that's kind of the story. And they just shot themselves a little early, but that's it for map 1. We have a map 2 coming up fairly quickly. It won't be as speedy as, say, the Samsung SSDs, but we'll have to see necessarily how quick it will be. Vincent, I think, unfortunately, you may be taking a back seat on this one as we'll have another person subbing on in. But thank you very much for joining us here today, and appreciate you wildly for that. But make sure to stay tuned for everybody for map 2 to see who will come out on victor or who will come out the loser.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Go, 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 go. Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Samsung SSD Winter Invitational. My name is Infinosis. I am now joined by my co-caster, Mick. Vincent, unfortunately, has taken a back seat, and so has the map of Icebox. A dominant showing, so to say, as we manage to see the UTM Black side take it away. Now we get to head to map 2, which is actually the map pick of the Mount Union side, so maybe we see them take their own map. The old collegiate special was taking your opponent's map, but obviously not really the case here. Just a reminder, the winner overall of this tournament, they'll have quite a few games to play to get there, but the winner overall gets $2,500, and the runner-up gets $1,000. Quite a lot of money on the board. I also think there's some Samsung goodie bags also on the line here, Dallas, but we'll have to see how it goes. What do you think we'll see agent selection-wise for the map of Bind?
Well, for Bind, obviously, we're going to see Raze when it comes around to the Duelist. That is just going to be essential. I'd like to see a recall of the Viper because that was kind of almost a necessity when it comes around to like Icebox and Bind. When you're going to head and feeling that comfort pick and knowing that Viper's going to be really essential anywhere, can really be relevant anywhere, why not just go ahead and pick her again? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And she definitely doesn't feel broken. She definitely feels very solid, and everybody wants to really run her as much as possible, knowing the kind of impact she could have in each game. But I'm hoping to possibly see Killjoy. We didn't see any real Sentinels besides the likes of Sage in that last one, so I want to go ahead and see if we can get some kind of slowdown, some kind of stall to his site, because finally we get the aggression we really need from the attacking side, and I really enjoyed to look at it.
I think Cypher also fits that key fairly well. Also, while being able to, on the attack, kind of be that straggler, that kind of, when your team pushes B, you can go through showers. When your team pushes A, you can work through that mid through hookah. There's a lot of possibility for it, but no, in fact, we'll see UTM. They've locked in their entire side. Zappy on that Raze, Yaga on the chamber. Like usual, Dippy will be switching on over, now playing the Astra. Apparently, sticking to the meta for this one. That's an extremely strong agent to bring. Taro over on the Silva, and then Avi picking up the Sky. And it looks to be mostly a mirror matchup, except for the fact that instead of seeing Namyag over on what could be a Sky, they'll actually play Breach, and I think that's also a fairly solid choice. I just don't know if this map is the most solid of choice for it.
Ooh, man, me and Breach on this map of Bind, I tell you what, Chief, we have ourselves a little bit of a history, and I can't say it's the best one. That's kind of why I'm a little bit underwhelmed, because looking at likes of Breach, it all comes down to your team following up and making sure to play the aggression once you find yourself that opportunity. And with Breach, I mean, it's really not that long. The stuns don't last all that long. The Rolling Thunder, that can definitely be yourself a free entry into his side or a free retake, but problem is you got to have the resources there. By the time every single team wants to hold down a site, you just already find so many players out for the count. So, I mean, looking forward, I would like to see a little bit of an exchange. I like Phrase on that Sova as a backup. I feel like that's the big necessity, because one thing I've noticed here recently is a lot of teams are liking to experiment without Sova on this map, and I think every single one of those teams are wrong. Because quite simply, as it all comes down to, I think that Sova has to be a necessity for this map. Knowing how narrow every single entry is, knowing how restrained for time and how restrained for space you are, you need to have that information to be working with. So I like the setups we got this far.
Man, this is going to be a very fun cast. Right at the get-go, before round 1 has even gone underway, and I'm losing it pretty early on. But we can take a note here. It looks to be an A-sided push. 2 players through showers, 3 through shorts, and the looks of things, there's only 3 players really there to defend. Paint shells will be sent over through Lamp, and really much damage to go off of. U-Haul not in control for them just yet, but Avi and Yaga each collect for 1. Yaga will step back to B. Taro on site on an Amyag, and wow, UTM have crippled the side of Mountain Union, shot them straight in the Achilles tendon. Phrase only able to collect for 1 right now. We'll get that ult orb though. That may pay off later in this map. Still has to be able to continue to fight off against Zappy. Watson brings this closer, but Zappy will actually come up with the kill. Watson with a ghost watching their rear. Catches another, and it's a 2-on-1. Zappy on side's quite low here, Dallas, though, and this could turn into a disaster. Watson may be able to bring this down to the 1v1.
You most definitely could, but you got to find the right shots there on the ghost. And if you go ahead and isolate Zappy, which is exactly what's going on there, already going for a play that has a little bit of damage done to him, you're going to have yourself a good setup. But you also have to sit there and look across the map and find what you can do. I mean, you had the spike, you could have baited something about like the aggression, because it's not something you could really expect. But you got to look at now. The return is going to be Watson finding a 4K. Oddly enough, turning this round around, giving Mount Union their first here, and able to go ahead and have themselves a good start for this map.
Talk about flipping it on its head. Good night. What a position to overcome. Unfortunately, when you're on the attack for this map, it really, winning the pistol round just facilitates a rush. right? Because there's not going to be much util. There's not going to be much brought for UTM on the defense. So just take advantage of the very short angles that come to B site and try to swing that direction through C long and maybe through hookah. And you can just get control over site and then hold very cheeky close angles. And that's, I think, why we see Judge in hand for the player of Bird. The Marshall shots, they deal a ton of damage, and I would expect those players to maybe peek towards that C-long side, and we see that with Blackbird doing it, but Yaga with the Headhunter is also a force to be reckoned with, and so far only even traits, 4 and 4 for both sides, and it looks like a transition may go through from Mount Union over towards A.
I'm most definitely with you that Marshall should have gone ahead and been allocated towards that B-long section. But, I mean, looking at the rest of the team already going ahead and making a wrecking and across the map. Looking to push towards the A side. B was definitely the optimal move there, and they definitely tried for it, but they didn't have the setup for it. They didn't have the players in the right spot at the right time. But you go ahead, you deal with what you can, and you already just double down and go to the other side of the map. Even with the Spectres, the Judge in hand, you can find some aggressive angles as Birdster already looking to get that aggressive angle I was talking about, pushing all the way into spawn, seeing to make a play, but can't find anything as Yaga and the Headhunter still a massive problem to be dealing with. But you make the read over here on the left. Namyog finds one, but Taro makes the exchange there. So now still 2v1 for the likes of Old Mountain Union, who have themselves the upper hand, but Taro with only, about 29 health and a dream so far. I don't know if we're going to be seeing some of the clutch as we did in the last round.
Ooh, that was a really well-coordinated defense there in the post plant by Mount Union. I mean, having a player sit close compy outside of Meadow was an interesting play, but I think the actual ending there was a bit more keyed in for how I expect this one to go. Watson was assisting without actually having to be there, properly playing the Astra, went for the concussive blast, and unfortunately it didn't tag, and then a good use of utility there by Phrase. And I think that was one of the big problems we saw on map 1 was just not a lot of utility usage for the side of Mountain Union. Now, they were limited in their utility because they had 3 duelists, and those pieces of utility aren't exactly used for setting up an attack. They're used to aggress onto the attack, to siege onto that side. I think right now, the fact that we're really only seeing 2 duelists, the Chamber as well as that Raze, because you can attribute Chamber to being a duelist in his own stride, they're going to have a much more easier time, I guess is the phrase that I'll say, to get onto these sites and actually set something up.
Yeah, and even then you got to look at the way that all UTM is setting themselves up now. Going ahead, getting the pace of the game, realizing what's going on, and finally having these rifles in hand. It all comes down to how they hold themselves down on the site. I think they have a little bit more of a retake-oriented kind of setup right now, but I mean, the way they really just sit themselves on the site, waiting for just such a hunker down. You can see right there in U-Haul, already 2 players just allocated there. A little bit aggressive, which I can kind of appreciate, but you got to consider the aggression from the side of Mount Union. They're going to look for an answer. They're going to look for a way on the side, because looking at every single of these teams thus far, they have really gotten themselves a spike down, which is really just the first key element you need to get yourself around. So with the Rolling Thunder to come through and aggression to come out for the team, and an old nade to back it up, Blackbird finds one and can make sure to open up that space.
They just made this space by forcing Yaga to transition over towards B with the rendezvous, because their Sova made a ton of noise by sending out a recon bolt. That is a huge counterplay there. Mountain Union have now sprung things back in the right direction. Players coming from Hall. Taro will come up big, though. Actually managed to catch Blackbird off. Will send the recon bolt over the top. It gathers the information onto Bird. Bird still flies their way onto the scoreboard and finds 1. Now 2. This one on the Dippy. Yaga, the only player left standing, and it's literally for 2 seconds. As Phrase will find
1 enemy remaining.
If you have every single info in the game, if you constantly have an idea where these players are, if you have these silhouettes up like we do here in the observing, your job will be a lot easier, I'll admit. But sometimes you just don't find that. You just go ahead, you have to peek with your face sometimes, and that's kind of the big issue I have when it comes down to Breach. Sometimes players have to rely on getting yourself to throw out that body, almost like face checking something, and sometimes your life falls a little bit short after that, as Blackbird does almost instantaneously. The rest of the team just trying to back up. UTM just rushing in right here, just running to their grave, and I don't know about this play, but I mean, even then it's an eco to some extent, so they're not really had too much to be playing with. But Mount Union now having control of the spike, still looking to get around the map and see what plays they can make, but I mean, they just got to take off Taro first, and he has himself a setup. He's gonna be a lone little wolf right now, and I think with the setup of the shock dart, it's not going to find anything, but you still know that a player's still in the area, but it doesn't even matter. He still finds that kill. You know that spike's still going to be held. This guy's just holding it hostage.
Oh, and Yaga's in a perfect spot. The Tort of Force being a force to reckon with. And it is UTM on a thrifty round where, like you said, they just sprinted in, trying to work towards that link and split side, and they paid off. getting Taro a rifle and actually control over Spike. I don't think they anticipated they'd get Spike control, but when you do, yeah, you'll take that. Those are easy dubs for your side to hand it on over. Wow, a great recovery round for U Team, especially considering the fact that they started off in a dire position. 3 rounds collected in a row for Mountain Union. Usually that spells disaster for the opposing team. I mean, we saw that happen in map 1, where UTM took the first 4 rounds because of it. It starts to snowball off, and that cushion of 4 rounds stayed with them for the rest of the game, as they constantly were 4 rounds ahead. 2-round recovery by Mountain Union, and then 2 rounds right back by the UTM side. I think that's something that we may spell once again for this map too, but it was denied of the 4th, and now it's up to UTM on the defense to stay alive. They'll do that with the first frag, though, with Zappy onto Birdster, but the information's gathered by Yaga on this B long.
Either you gotta look at the setup already here from Mountain Union, just not there, not really reading the utility across the map and knowing that there's a player lingering around that B long where somebody's always going to be fair enough. So you gotta look at Mountain Union now, how they're gonna make an exchange, how they're gonna turn this round around, and that Torty Force could be a huge catalyst for that. But you gotta find the shots, you gotta make sure to peep up that head, and you just get a little strand there of Sova's hair so you don't really know what's going on too much. But I think around kind of a little bit of a rotation could be warranted here, not knowing what utility is on the site this far. You already know that you pushed up towards A. A player's died in that direction. You forced out now possibly an exchange and an answer onto this B site. So, I mean, you can get across the map. You don't have to stress about this, knowing that, I mean, you still haven't got any eyesight. And with the Owl drone to come out, go ahead and possibly attack a player. There it is. Yaga grabs himself 3rd, wants to go ahead and find this 4th, but instead, Obvi's going to go ahead and step up to the plate, find a kill as well for a flawless on the side of UTM, finally turning things around, and even exchange with so many rifles still to be working with.
That's a very solid position as well. A round win like that is important to bring things back in UTM's favor, to swing things and hopefully let them start to snowball off. But it's also important not to lose a single rifle, right? Because as much as you can pad your credit side, your economy, you should be. And being able to go into the next round only having to buy utility and maybe refreshing armor, that's a pristine, perfect solution, a resolution in, I guess, beginning of our next round to go forward. And it looks like we may see an A attack. Look at how slow we're seeing the Mountain Union side work through mid. It looks like they'll try to take control over towards Hookah's side and maybe watch their flank. They have set up the trademarks to do just that. Could be a bit devastating to work with, but the aggression right now from UTM. Why are they fighting in showers, up front, up close and personal, and they pay the price? Avi dies without a kill. Dippy may find one, but quickly killed afterwards. It's a player advantage for Mountain Union.
You can already see the swing. You can already see all this influence towards the B or on the A side. They just don't want to make sure to really get themselves overzealous right now. Knowing the shorty's going to be in hand over there towards that U-Haul. Knowing Taro's giving you the backup with the Hunter's Fury towards spawn. This can be a great setup here for the rest of the team to go ahead and bide some time. But knowing that Yaga's going to be pushing up right now with the chamber, not even checking his left, is going to go ahead and find himself killed. So it all comes down to Watson with that spike down with the rest of the likes of UTM trying to push up. And Watson, okay, buddy. That felt a little bit illegal. I don't know if I was supposed to watch that, but we still have to keep going. And we already see the spikes trying to go ahead and be diffused, go ahead and create a little bit of an attention there and trying to alleviate that attention towards all this utility. But I mean, still with plenty of stars available, you go ahead, you look for yourself to get that gravity well, you go ahead, suck them off the side for a little bit, but you got to just go ahead and kill time. You know that Tara's going to be sticking it. You know the time's running short. And even then, you know you grabbed yourself another round because Mountain Union is now up 4-2.
Talk about a player that stepped up out of the woodwork. It's Watson, a player that was kind of struggling last map, wasn't able to perform at the level that, I mean, the rest of the team was kind of being able to bring up. But Watson this time around, 9-2. We saw the first round clutch getting the 4K, that one being the clutch player in the last few seconds. And UTM are none the wiser at how they can try to counterplay this, because they are kind of struggling. Look like a fish out of water in some of these rounds, and what seems like such a simplistic thing, considering that we've seen Mountain Union play that cubby outside of halls this entire time, they yet still refuse to check their corners. You need to make sure your sight's clear, yes, but you had 2 players. You could have had a secondary player watching that position the entire time, and yet nada, zilch. 2 shock darts sent through shower, and Yaga stands in both of them. I'm not exactly sure why, and Namyag can go for a lot of damage off the top, but they'll be able to get themselves on out of there, and Namyag's utility won't find anything.
And I think if UTM wants to find anything at all, they need to be a little bit more proactive about that Trailblazer. There it goes right down the area short. You know the player's going to be around that A site. You've heard shots, you've seen utilities, so you know they're going to be set up towards showers. So I like the Trailblazer play. That's how you use a Sky on that defense. You want to be proactive. You want to make the move before your opponent does get that intelligence and make some work with it, because you have no idea where they're coming from. You still have to think about these other 3 players that are pushing onto this B side. They're going to have a little bit of a split, but do they have the spike? That's your biggest problem. As Taro already finds one towards that B side, he's going to make sure to set things up, saying, well, it's not in U-Haul. There's not a player to back him up. And we've already seen a player towards this long section. So maybe we don't get aggressive, play it slow and steady, keep our eyes on the spike, see what can be played out. When you hear a TP, you're saying, all right, get ready, A, because they're going to make a force.
Yeah, we see that now transition through the defensive side as UTM try to make their way swiftly back towards this A site. But it does take a little bit of time to do so. Showstopper Sin clips the top of the Radianite crate, and unfortunately, a devastating loss of that ultimate. Puncher Spear will also be sent this one by Mountain Union, but unfortunately doesn't find anything either. Dippy collects, but not just 2, but now 3. Apparently, it's the Astra Day, and Taro will find the last kill. Did you say free kill?
No, I say good kill. I was like, that's all it really comes down to. When you see the spike going ahead, ticking down, you see that timer not really working for the side of the offense because of how long they took to get themselves onto a site. You just want to make that play. Honestly, if you go ahead, swing out, die for the cause, and find that one kill and the timer is that low with all that pressure and all that utility being thrown down on the defensive side, you need to make sure to make the most of it. You've got to manipulate that. You have to capitalize on it with your team. And sure, it may not be synergy sometimes. It may be a little bit of chaos thrown into the whim for there. But, I mean, honestly, you have to make the most of it if you're one of those players that can make that aggressive peak. And I loved everything right there from UTM. Just going ahead, using all their utility off the get-go, still even those Astra Stars whenever people come on site. And even in the meantime, go ahead, throw out those recon darts. Just make sure whenever the take comes around, you have a second one in your pocket off that regeneration. So we can already see them doubling down. Zappy grabbing the first 2 of this round, making it now a 3v5. I mean, Showers is completely cleaned up, no pun intended.
Yeah, full pun intended. Talk about Showers has been such a difficulty for UTM as well. We talked about last round, they had to rendezvous on out of there. Just seemed like such a danger zone, so to say. And this time around, it's Zappy now collecting 4. Does the 5th happen? I'm not too sure, as unfortunately, the RTMP server for us has been in a bit of a cold situation. Maybe they should upgrade the RTMP server to these sickly fast Samsung SSDs and see if it goes that way. Unfortunately, Zappy peeked the last one, didn't find the last kill though, Vincent, but it still was 4 players surviving for UTM. They tie us 4-all. Vincent?
Did you just call me Vincent?
Did I? I thought I said Dallas.
No!
Wow.
All right,
Weird.
well, you know what? My name is now Vincent. Welcome to the NECC cast, guys. We are now sitting ourselves into the 9th round, and everything's looking at a tie game thus far. So, I mean, the way we had this standing here, I'm assuming UTM won that. I'm assuming Zappy got the 5K. Even if he didn't, we'll give him credit for it, because that was a great start, just holding down Showers, being that full front of a defense, and one cumulative player. So, I mean, that was just massive there. But even then, you can look at the double down, get to see how UTM can now get themselves a lead. I mean, it all comes down, sure, you got a tie game, but you got to sit there and run away with it as well. You got to get that lead that you found in the last game. And I mean, the way we saw last map, I saw UTM just going off. I was in nothing but awe the way they played it out. So you got to really consider the setups here. You got to make sure to get this utility down. And Watson already looking for some kind of an opening, trying to play with this, but you got to look at the rest of the team and how you have yourself a showstopper. You have a rolling thunder, and there it finally comes. You need to push on the side. Here comes the horses, and they're racing.
Yeah, flashpoints both sent. Being kept at bay with a paint shell, and Zappy is able to do it with a gun. Bird through the nebula, finding a refrag back in the man count advantage for Mountain Union. Post-plant situation, huge problem now on UTM's lap as they have to recover from this precarious position, and only Avi's kind of up close. Can't really spray through the corner of that box. The middle crate will deny that, and Blackbird's kind of the first person I'm looking here to maybe peek out in this position. There's a player back towards U-Haul as well. Yaga comes up with an operator kill on a Blackbird. Avi's going to go ahead and blind, sending the guiding light, and Birdster still comes up big, trying to find another. Dippy will get the refrag back, 2 for 2. Player on top of boxes. Yaga with another one, and Watson's the last player left standing, the clutch hero for the last few rounds, though Cosmic Divide down, swinging out, looking for the second, and there it is, Watson! One time again! For their 5th round, Mountain Union have just been on top of the ball.
Watson! I mean, I understand a little bit of wattage will get you somewhere, but a lot of wattage can run the entire facility. I mean, that's what this guy is doing, facilitating the entire half here for his team, keeping it alive every single time. He has been the lone player when it comes around to 3 of these rounds. The first one for the pistol, going ahead and creating somewhat of a catalyst for that second round. Then a follow-up. 2 more clutches here in this entire half thus far. I mean, the guy is stepping up, and that's perfect for an Astra. Get your Astra to feel out what the game is. Feel out where these players are. Get in these gunfights and win them as well. So whenever the next time they come around to a site and say, where should I throw down these stars? Well, whenever I killed this guy, this is where he was. So not only make it easy for myself, for the rest of my team, and maybe a constant divide as well as a little bit of a cherry on top.
You think the fact that we're seeing Watson pop off in such an exponential fashion, do you think because of that, he's gathering enough information to clutch out these rounds and be the most important piece of utility? Because I agree. It just looks like Watson's all over the place, and not in a bad way. All over the place and all over the kill feed. It's just such a spectacular and fabulous kind of a position for an Astra who's typically on the back lines, just kind of survive for a long period of time. You don't expect them to pop off in the same exact manner, but look at the transition over towards B. 2 players through hookah. Looks like they'll try to send 2 through long, but Watson unfortunately cut down, not able to clutch up this time, and it's Yaga to find the kill, but there's still one more player coming C long here.
Ooh, and Dippy already getting very, very aggressive there, and I like the play. Going ahead, getting inside the crosshair of that operator, making sure to push up, make sure to go ahead and bring the aggression to them when they don't really expect it, because Yaga's going to double down, find himself another, Dippy with another. 2 2Ks on the B side, the rest of the team is going to call it a day. So, I mean, already another round on the board for UTM, a very clean one at that, flawless to back it up. So, you got to look at the 2 players who necessitize that. That was Yaga and Dippy in that last round. I really like the fact that Dippy's coming to life here. I mean, 5 and 6 before that round, now sitting at 7 and 6. I mean, sure, it doesn't really matter too much, the kills. It really comes down more to the rounds, but I mean, you got to realize how much of a rally that is for some of these players. When they sit there, they're negative for the longest time, and they're just like, am I really contributing that much? And they try to overcompensate in your utility. And that's not really the best standing. Sometimes that's not really how you're going to play the game and really help out your team, is throwing out too much to compensate for yourself. You just need to play it slow and steady, get your idea of what's going on, and go ahead and figure out how you can help the team at the right time. But if we're talking about the right time, maybe the showstopper comes out the right time and doesn't even find a kill on top of that. So that's a big problem for the rest of the team. You pick up a rifle, but Zappy picks up a kill there towards Birdster. So, I mean, could we call it a raise diff? Well, right now we're going to say it's a defense diff. Already finding a 4v3. The rest of the players getting themselves on the site for Mountain Union, looking for an exchange here on the edge, and Blackbird just can't hit the shot. Zappy wants to come around the edge, find himself one, and Bayaga and Taro, they clean up. Calm the cleanup crew, because they found themselves a double, and they found themselves a 6th round as well, now guaranteeing an even half, but I'm sure they want to have themselves a lead.
Talking about UTM, especially when it comes to their attacking side, which we'll be seeing fairly soon in just 1 round. One of the big things I liked about their position on Icebox was how they would double swing basically everything. They would not leave a single player to be an individual. It was a force. It was a wave, so to say, as it was a very constant effort from them to make sure that when they would peek an angle, there'd be 2. And we've seen glimpses there in the retake, especially towards that elbow and towards Halls, when you're talking about stepping out towards Cubby, which has been a problem for UTM as they fail to clear that every time. And Mountain Union loves that spot, more specifically the player that is Blackbird loves that spot. And we've seen him collect 2, even 3 kills in that position, even when 2 players double swing that hole. And that's what we see from UTM, the double swing, but you can't not check your corners. And this map has a lot of corners. This map can be a very difficult point, especially on the attack, but I think they're a team that did really well at Icebox, even though they didn't win the majority of the attacking rounds. They just won enough to win it out. I think this map will be different for them, but they have guaranteed that even half, and it does look like we'll see yet another A take, which has kind of been rough for Mount Union in recent rounds.
And even then, a rough start here already, going ahead and having that first blood on their side. You don't have your sub anymore. You don't have the intel. Once again, you're kind of the scrappy feel of saying we have to face check literally everything. You already find a 2nd player down because of that. You have no initiator now. It all comes down to Birdster. He's going to be pushing himself on the side as that raise, but just can't stay alive long enough. With Taro in the back, able to find one with a Hunter's Fury. Now making it a 4v1, making it a 3v1 as Watson finds one. If anybody's going to clutch it, it's going to be this guy. But thing is, he has now 3 players, and honestly, knowing it's an Astra, I'd be saying, swing it together, boys. We can't sit there and feed him one-on-one fights anymore, because he's going to keep on winning these. But Yaga finally steps up, finds that kill from an off angle to make sure to make work here of Mount Union. So 7-5 half. Not the worst standing, I would say. Pretty good for Mountain Union in comparison to that last game or that last map they had. But, I mean, now being on the defending side, we got to see a little bit more of a standout performance from them. We got to see more of that chamber come out. We got to see more of the Astra be relevant here. We got to see some more proactivity from that Sova, because that's where the difference comes in. Sky has a Trailblazer to go ahead and give you intel of whether or not there's people in A short or showers or wherever the heck you want to put that dog at. Thing is, Breach does not have that same luxury. So I want to see how they really make up for that.
Do you think that we're going to see an influx of UTM rushes, or do you think we'll see them be patient like they were trying to be in the second half? Because Mount Union, on the attack of ice blocks, they failed almost every time they sprinted into the site, but when they were patient, they found round wins. But I think it was almost the opposite here on this map. When they quickly took showers and they found their 2 kills in showers, or even 1, they eventually managed to take a side in a pretty dominant fashion. When they started to slow down, or at least when UTM started to create some cushion and started to create space for themselves, they were losing, and in a pretty lopsided affair, as the recovery from UTM was very, very strong. I'm interested to hear your opinion on that.
I think honestly that, Mount Union should just play for retakes. They have themselves a very offensive coordinated squad. They don't want to lose any essential utility, and every single one of them are essential. I feel like Chamber could be the one kind of lackluster player you could have there, is to kind of lose in a fight, but the rest of the team, you need to have this utility for a retake. And you can't be very proactive with it either, unless you're body checking. You can't lose those Asher smokes. You can't lose those ray grenades. You can't lose the boom bot. That's kind of another piece of intel that could get themselves off the get-go. But, it's just so expensive to invest to every single round. So it finally comes out here from Birdster. Oddly enough, once you find yourself market control, you're trying to come up on the flank, and I don't think UTM has any idea what's going on.
UTM actually, no, the trademark goes off, and so instead of saying we'll watch our flank sprint into the site so that we'll have to defend it in a bit more of an aggressive way. But they lose 2 in the process. Blackbird does a good job, tries to go for their 3rd, but fails. It's Avi with the kill. Swing around for a second, and now it is only the lonesome Birdster hanging in, the player that we saw flanking in that long position. The position was known, and now for the side of UTM, it's as simple as not giving him the time of day. Bird's still trying to work in from you. It's not going to matter. We'll find 1, now 2. A good position, a massive recovery, and Dippy only really has a frenzy to work with. Can get them off of the defusal, can try to go for the gravity wells, listening for the cue. Hops back on. Gravity well will force him off. It doesn't look like he's going for the defusal just yet. There's really not enough time anyways in this position, but Birdster will guarantee the 3K, and just barely not surviving, though it's not a big deal. It's only the first round of the second half.
Plus, you need to die there for money's sake. You need to make sure to stay with the rest of your team, as little as it may be. You already found the 3K to compensate for it, and you grab the money off those kills alone, because it's not all that much. But, look at the standing here for UTM. They go ahead and grab themselves that first round. They get themselves another that's going to be sitting at a 9-5. The way they have the aggression, they're going to be going for these Spectres and full armor, which I love. It's the play you make on second round as a 5v5 kind of composition. You want to push yourself on the site. You want to play aggressive. And I think A is going to be the right move. You had themselves some long angles. You have some very short ones. I feel like showers could be a very, very overwhelming play if they just kind of have a huge influx in there. But instead they go for a little bit more of a default. Rather than just playing into the gun advantage, they want to sit there and work for these even fights.
And staying even is not a bad, start for most of these rounds. But I think for right now, for UTM's sake, they need to do a little bit more than just trying to break even when it comes to the attack, I guess I should say. But look at how aggressive you're kind of being in towards A short for the Mountain Union side. Blackbird in the face of Dippy, but turns the wrong way, trying to go back the opposing direction towards maybe the attacking spawn and flanking towards showers. That will drop in favor of UTM. And now for the side of UTM, they can just leave 1 player on B and then just full assault the A site. The siege has gone down. They found 2. A site is theirs for the taking, and it's just Frey's left standing and a 1-on-5.
And I love the whole kind of 2-group scenario they got going on right now. You have yourself with a couple players towards A. You got 2 trying to create some space towards B. But they just weren't playing off of each other. They weren't having some kind of a split setup, but it's not going to matter anyways. You go ahead and get yourself a flawless. We were expecting that at UTM, so I'm not exactly too surprised. But, looking at the standing now, it all comes down to the answer here. Mount Union on round 2, you buy yourself all the utility you can. Round 3, you get yourself all the guns and hand to back it up. And I want to see what kind of adjustments they make. Look at that mini map, see where all the utility comes down, see what plays we're making right now, and I want to see what Mount Union can make in terms of adjustments and what they can do there with what's at hand and how they can really find themselves a lead once again. Because, 4 rounds is the biggest deficit. My biggest deal is looking at UTM getting to that round 10, getting to that countdown of 3 rounds, let's say 3, 2, 1. This map is over. We have now taken the series. So, already a recon dart to come out here fairly shortly. And already finding at least 2 players off of it. But, you owl drone to back it up. So, it's already a huge investment there that you've doubled down with, knowing already getting all the intel. So, I think that could have been better allocated towards that U-Haul section or towards, just right there in hookah. But you see the answer, you see the players setting up, and possibly we just got to see a kill now.
Birdster will do that, finding the first kill, and I think UTM just didn't They set themselves up to have pace, but then they fell kind of behind. The
Oh.
cushion was created, but they've now completely defluffed that cushion and have managed to find themselves 2 kills. A player advantage, 2 players now working from halls, another one now in elbow, and it has to be a major recovery from the Mountain Union side, and Avi will deny any chance for Naomyag to pop off. Fraser with the Guardian to one's head. It's Yaga off, but Dibby and Zappy each find one of their own to finish off this round. And it's now a 10-5, half the scoreline for Mount Union against UTM, and this is a disastrous position for them as they are 6 rounds in a row. UTM, they swung this one, and in a really strong way, they took advantage of what they brought to the table.
Yeah, while you're talking more about cushions, I'm thinking about mattresses because we see UTM putting Mountain Union to bed right now. I mean, going ahead, locking them out of the game, not really too much to be working with right now. And even then, look at the buys here for round 10. You get yourself a free round 11. And look at how they won out a fight. They got a thrifty, a Spectre-oriented round on a bonus. Mount Union still loses against when they have themselves rifles just because they don't play for that aggression. They don't play for these long lineups. I think they're being a little bit too passive, giving UTM a little bit too much respect right now, and they don't need it. You have to go ahead and show that you're going to be in opposition. You have to show you're going to be a challenge, and when you don't peak that, or if you over peak it, those are your 2 biggest problems. So I want to see these players go slow and steady, or just go ahead and get it super aggressive with the Marshall. You know what? You do your thing, Blackbird. You find yourself a kill, I'm not going to complain anymore.
I mean, quite low, only 33 HP, and the trademark gives away the position. Yaga collects for the kill. I mean, you're trying to do what UTM did, which was really aggressive in showers, and now you're kind of doing the exact same thing that you did the last time around. You're falling victim to the defender, to the attacking team pushing through showers and just winning out in those positions. Now talk about a player inside U-Haul. Zappy takes that Watson. Avi with a nice wall bang all the way through Naomyag, through the Radiant crate. There's still more players to deal with. A player up in heaven. Another one rotating through the defender spawn. It looks like they just need to head northward on this side of the map to be able to collect. They'll do 1, looking for 2. Bird, bad spot, gets blinded, and Avi will find the kill. That's a flawless round for UTM Black. They're 1 round away from match point, series point. We could see a quick 2-0 victory.
That's what I'm kind of thinking right now. Looking at the way this game's gone and looking at the way it could keep going, sure, you have yourself a bye this time, but I mean, you don't have too many resources to really be backing it up. We don't see Mount Union really stepping up on this defensive side. We don't see them stepping up at the right times, much more kind of descript there. You've got to sit there and make sure to really set yourselves up for success, and we don't see them really setting anything up, and even then already over-aggressing into the spawn, really just trying to find themselves a free pick or 2 off the get-go. You can't do that. I mean, every single time we see just players playing up, playing for these single picks, and they usually find themselves on the bad end of that deal, and they just can't do that anymore. Finally, Mountain Union backing up, playing the game slow, sitting there saying, oh, you know what? The game says we're on defending. I kind of forgot about that. Let's go ahead and stay on site this time around and see how that works out for us. And already giving out themselves a little bit of intel, knowing players can be coming B long, set up for this cross chamber, get yourself out there with your buddy, because Price is going to go ahead and fall.
It's just not a good position to be in. Information was just paramount, and that's why Sky is brought to the table. I mean, the Trailblazer and the Guiding Light combo is just a really big problem to deal with, and Mountain Union have failed to do so. Avi with their second, Blackbird taking out the second the Nebula dissipates. Naomyag with one of their own, and Birdster with another, but Tero's quick in the refrag back. Man advantage still in UTM's favor. It's been even trades, but they've managed to come out a bit more even, as some would say. But he's in a very bad spot, playing inside 2. Naomyag with a solid swing, assisting their teammate where necessary, and that's the coordination you need to have. They'll send out a bit of util, trying to concuss the player behind, but Avi is on the flank. Don't miss your shots, cannot fail in that spot, but it does not matter. Naomyag and Watson taken to the wayside, and a 4K for the player of Avi. It is match point, series point, UTM Black.
And I feel like that was just a nail in the coffin, Chief. You can already see, I mean, the buys aren't really going to be there. You're going to see some players trying to work up whatever they can, going for these full buys or these full rifles with half armor, or a classic with the all heavy armor. And I can understand that one because you have yourself a chamber, so you can make sure to get that 24 out. But look at how you have yourself 4 ultimates here in this 12th round. I would have liked to see some of these being allocated sooner, making sure to get that even game going on right now instead of fighting desperately for 7 in a row, because I mean, just the sound of that, it just wears me out. And better yet, having to actually be on the field, doing that yourself, getting these 7 rounds in a row, knowing the pressure is on, is an extremely huge liability here for your team. So you got to sit there and make sure to do whatever you can. Ensure you get the paint shells to come out. You can go ahead and sit there and get a little bit of intel. but you grab a kill as well. So Birdster with a great start for the team, making sure to go ahead and even things out and even then give them a lead on top of it, at least for this round alone. But I got to sit there and see them play more passive. I want to sit there and see them play the defense because you need a Sova, you need the chamber on two opposite ends of the map. They have that check mark text. But, I mean, looking at the standing towards this B side, honestly, just see what you can do with that Sova. Let me see a dart. Let me see a drone. Let me see either one of the two and give the intel to say they are here. Let's rotate.
It's a game of being versatile for Mount Union because we have not seen much adaptability from them. I think that's one thing that you've been harping on, and I have to agree with. They need some major adjustments, but they're going to have to face off against some Ultimate Seekers synth. They'll send the showstopper. Bird
Good
actually
shot.
comes up and finds the kill, something that we have not seen them capable of so far, but unfortunately the Hunter's Fury doesn't come up with anything. Dippy and Taro each wombo for one. Zappy enough of a distraction, but there's still a player down. A 2 versus 3, a major ultimate now coming out as the Rolling Thunder is expunged. They'll gain control over to the side. Taro does not last for more than a few moments longer, and it's just Dippy left standing in a 1-on-3. 15 seconds left. Does have control over the spike, but may not have enough time to go for this plant. Sees one, now swings to the second, needs to go for the third, swings to the site. 7 seconds left, can go for the kill. Seemingly needs to do just that. They're going to bite this time. He has to go for the fight. Swing faster, Dippy. Not enough time, and you still find the kill. And a slight waste. Could have been over. Could have been all she wrote. And yet you're just too slow on the kill.
And sure, we don't see UTM closing out the game or anything right there, which they were most definitely capable of. But, I mean, you got to look at and think how much Mount Union invested just for that round to get as close as it did. They invested every single one of their ultimates. We saw 4 alone in that one round, and they won it barely by the grit of their teeth, purely because Dippy didn't swing. You got to sit there and look at that and kind of register the fact that, I mean, looking at Mount Union and the adjustments made and how they're using their utility is extremely wasteful. And that's what been their biggest problem this entire game thus far. And I don't want to harbor down on them too much because, I mean, as things are looking one more round and they're being sent home. But, I mean, at UTM, the way they're playing the game was almost just so much more fluid. They were playing it out. They were sitting there just using one, then maybe another, then maybe another. They were over-investing, sitting there using 2 to 3 pieces of utility at the time. So you get the Hunter's Fury coming out from Taro. You look for a little bit of influence. You sit there and say, U-Haul may be clear. I don't know, though. Zappy, go check for me. All right, no problem, buddy. Showstopper comes out, finds a kill there in the U-Haul, and you can sit there and make sure to push up with your team. But now, with, I mean, players not really having too much health and not having a Sky alive either, you're going to make sure to get that spike down, play it out, and Zappy can be the sad little victim there to find himself killed and Birdster on the edge. So you got to look at Yaga now in the 1v2, knowing a player's going to be there towards heaven. You now see the shock dart come out. You just got to dodge him, whip and weave, but you can't do that to the bullet. So that's going to be, once again, Mount Union coming out on top, grabbing a round here for him, now making it 7-12. Things are looking better, definitely in the killing department, but I still want to see them set up for these kills a lot more efficiently.
That was almost entirely off the back of Namyag as well. What a solid round. You were talking about how they invested everything the time before. It was also the same thing in terms of their ego. They were essentially in shambles. They were using weapons that looked like they were scrapped up from basically the woodwork and just trying to scrape everything from the bottom of the barrel. And now they'll actually have some full weapons. Blackbird's still going to have to go for this Bulldog. No armor for Watson, but that's because the Astra utility is a necessity, so go ahead and opt for that instead. But we're still only 1 round away from the ultimate UTM victory here for the match point series point, but man, Mount Union have done a really good job of mounting something back, but unfortunately the first frag in this round doesn't drop in their favor. Showers control handily now for UTM. They just have to wait for this trademark to dissipate, and then they can sprint full force onto the site with just a little bit of util to go off of. Here comes the Trailblazer, Tasmanian Tiger. Yeah, gathers a ton of information, and they'll send the guiding light off of it, but it's Taro to find the kill, the Wombo combo, intel and player. What goes better?
I mean, it all comes down to whether or not you can sit there and spike plant in a site. It's going to give a heck of a lot more of a duo here. I mean, we're going to see that a lot more here in the course of Valorant. And you already got to see UTM looking for that. Already getting that spike down now to 4v2. I mean, they had themselves a great standing. Still a lot of utility to work with. Sure, Taro not as much with that 30-second countdown for that recon dart, but you're not going to need it knowing only one player is now alive. And you've also grabbed some damage on it, whether you know it or not. Right there towards spawn, you can't really expect yourself to anybody on the flank because you already saw bullets coming from heaven. So just get aggressive, see what you can work out, and Burst are looking to finish things off with a blast pack. But that's not going to happen, doesn't do enough damage, and everything is going to be a sweet little fairy tale here for Mount Union. As I mentioned earlier, they're put to bed. UTM find themselves a second map here in a very, very dominant fashion. An extremely, extremely good performance from them from what I've seen thus far.
Yeah, and sending us off in 2 is quite a speedy result in a 2-0 fashion. I
Yeah.
really liked what you team brought to the table. That's going to be a name I write down for the rest of this tournament to keep an eye on, as they're a team that, when you take a 2-0 in match 1 and in a way that was that solid, especially on Icebox, I really liked their Icebox. I can't harp
Yeah.
on that enough. I want to be able to keep and remember that. I want to be able to provide review some of their stuff, maybe check their stats going from this point onwards. But Mick, what was your biggest problem with what Mount Union were doing? Because we got to give them some guidance. We got to give them some appreciation as well. What can they do to try and recover from this, and whether going here onwards or going anywhere beyond? Like,
Well, I mean, this may just be a personal thing, but I think it starts with a B and ends with a reach, because I just don't think Breach really provided all that much. I mean, it's every single time. I think the Sky was just so much more proactive. You had the Trailblazer. You have to peek with your body when you have a breach. Every single piece of utility there. I mean, sure, the Aftershock can go through a wall and do a little bit of damage there, and you can flush out a player, but that's such a niche scenario that you're not really taking too much advantage of. Comparative to the stuns, comparative to the flashes, you still have to go around a wall and peek that off of it. When it comes around to Sky, you can literally do anything in the map. You have Seekers as your ultimate. That goes ahead and gives so much free intel for the rest of your team. And even then, they go ahead and take that body damage for you. The Guided Light will give you that audible. The whole Trailblazer will also give you those eyes, those ears, and possibly that damage with the stun to back it up. I mean, we've sat there and kind of discussed this before. I mean, you and I have. I know I saw the other day was power creep in Valorant.
Yeah.
Breach was an original agent here in the game, but Sky just does what he does. Sure does a little bit of compensation here and there, but just the way she does it is so much more efficient that it was almost just an outmatch and agent select.
yeah, one of the only maps where you can even see a comparison to seeing Breach overcome Sky is Fracture.
Yeah.
And it's only for the Rolling Thunder, right? The rest
Yeah.
of the utility is weaker than Sky's in a lot of ways. It's just the Rolling Thunder because of its massive amount of control it can force onto an opposing team on a side. But
Yep.
ultimately, I have to agree that the agent selections for Mount Union on both maps were a crippling problem for them. They shot themselves in the foot before the round even started. Vincent said that a lot of ranked players saying you lose in the agent selection. He doesn't like that term. I don't really either. I don't think you necessarily lose. You can obviously recover, but that one
Yeah.
was a bit too big of a hill, so to say, to climb. And I think that was an obvious problem. But that's it for game 1. We'll be back with game 2. We'll have a pretty speedy break. Maybe the teams will be ready, maybe they won't be. But before we go, we'll talk about how speedy the 980 Pro is. It's perfect
course.
for high-resolution gaming. When speed matters most, Samsung is the tiebreaker. It's slotted into the PCIe 4.0. It has a 2-time speed of the new original 3.0, which a lot of, I guess, older motherboards typically do still use. And the 980 Pro is also a super simple to install and upgrade your gaming rig almost instantaneously. Dallas, do you use an M2?
I do. I think that's the only reason I can ever insta-lock the agent I want to is because of how fast my game loads up. Sure, I never go for Jet, but I tell you what, I can get myself some Sky.
Yeah, it does reduce lag and load times because it has a data transfer speed of up to 7,000 megabits a second. It's got insane read speeds, but make sure to stay tuned. We'll have more from Samsung and more from us here at the NECC. Stay tuned for match 2.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Take their guns. Feet.
Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Toxin screen down.
Teleport's ready.
Here.
You will not kill my allies!
You want to play? Let's play.
Healing you. Get out of my way! Toxins going up.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world. Toxin screen down. Here.
One enemy remaining.
Was that their best? How embarrassing.
down, attacker spawn.
There they are.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This is the Samsung Winter Invitational. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome, oh-so-curly locks, Mick. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, man. I'm ready to go ahead and see what we got in terms of this matchup. Sure, we just saw one that was a little bit one-sided affair, to say the least. But I mean, still wasn't a stop by any means necessary with the likes of Mount Union and UTM. But I mean, everything's standing and going so far. We have ourselves what should be a little bit closer as we now introduce the likes of UH Premier and Northwood here into the series, at least on stream. So I'm excited to see what these two teams have to provide because I've heard a lot, at least about both of them, and know them across the entirety of the same.
Yeah, I got to cast Houston quite a few times for MSI, and they were a very solid team, to say the least. So I'm very excited for that one. But apparently this one's supposed to be close, so that means Northwood, a team I don't know much about, can keep this one competitive. So I'm really interested to see how this one goes. But let's take a look at the rosters for these two sides. First up on the chopping block, we'll be that Houston Premier side. Eric Appleson, Coy, Jivey, Sully, and Adam Solomon will be the roster for the Houston Premier side. Now, Mick, any of these names jump out at you?
I gotta say I've heard the name Sully before, but probably not exactly where we think. I'm thinking more of the Monsters Inc. department, but you know, I don't think I've seen him in Valorant. But honestly, I have heard of Coy. Oddly enough, I think I've seen him somewhere. And honestly, I'm keeping my eyes on at least that one specifically.
Yeah, I think when I think of Sully, I think of the caster, the Valorant caster. You know, like, I mean, that would be something that would kind of be near us, but it's fine. It's whatever. We'll go over to Northwood University's lineup as well and take a quick look at them. We've got Drakius, Rip, Benji, Ali, Furbza, and Dip. They've got quite a few players actually on their roster as a whole. I mean, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 players that they have available across the board. It's a fairly impressive lineup. So seeing only them bringing fire, which they can, it's going to be interesting to see. But I'm more interested, Dallas, in the map bans. What can you tell me about that?
Well, I mean, looking at these bands and looking at these picks, we got an entire lineup of Icebox, Ascent. Then once again, we're gonna be going right back to the lovely place of Bind. So I mean, we sit there; it's a place where we're accustomed to, places that we know, but even then, places that some of us may love every here and there. But I mean, already starting on Icebox, we sit there, we know it. I really do actually enjoy this one. And even then, I'm enjoying the setups we have already. Sure, we have the Sovas to be locked in. We have the Vipers coming out as well. And then even then, a double duelist is what it's going to be looking like for the likes of Northwood. So I'm excited to see what they can provide with that, knowing that they're going to be probably pretty aggressive with it. And even then, what their retake capabilities are.
We'll have to see. We'll see your agent selection. We noted a big problem previously was the fact that we did not see a Sage for the Mount Union side. And what are we seeing right now? No Sage for the Northward side. And it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. But we obviously saw the difficulties previously. At least there's a Sova on the board that we're rocking the Jet and Reyna combination. We'll be seeing them play the Sova. We'll be seeing them play that Chamber as well as that Viper. For the opposing side of Houston, they'll bring the Sova. It looks like the Viper Reyna as well as having that Sage and Chamber to, I guess, combo in and actually have that ice wall to help facilitate attacks and to kind of funnel in and force the defense or attacking side on the defense into some pretty precarious alleyways to go through.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at the setups we have, I mean, looking at all these players thus far, I want to see exactly what Northwood's going to bring to the table. I mean, UH Premier, I like their setup. I like the fact they had themselves an actual Sentinel on the field. And I want to see how that really creates these stalls. But I also want to know the adjustments that are going to be made from the like Northwood, because knowing they're going to be very retake-oriented, even then, starting on the defending side, they have to go ahead and get themselves a couple rounds, knowing they're setting up for this attacking side. I mean, that is literally the most obvious thing there, knowing they don't have themselves a real Sentinel. You and I were even discussing kind of Chambers' variability there in the intermission, talking about how he's not really a full Sentinel. He's not really a full duelist. He sits there and fills so many different roles, but he doesn't really do them extremely efficiently. So, I mean, seeing once again one of these teams go ahead, substitute Chamber to be that quote-unquote Sentinel, I want to see exactly what Northwood can do with that. And usually when a team does that, they know they're that much better with their shots and they can actually utilize Chamber as grabbing some kills, getting out for free, and keeping them alive. So I want to see the real cash in on that, see whether or not it'd be more of a substitute for a turret that could actually kill somebody or maybe some nano swarms on a site. But, I mean, that only time will tell.
Well, ultimately, I think what we're seeing right now is a Houston side that has a lot of history behind them. When you're talking about, more importantly, Eric Appleson, such as Corey, they've been playing on this Houston roster since Valorant's beta. He's interesting, said that themselves, and we'll also keep an eye on Appleson, as he's also the captain and manager, and been that way since quite a while inside of the freshman scene for Houston. But they'll start off strong if you decide Northward. Drakius finding 2. Another one that's lost in the process. Jivey's doing their best to try to bring Houston back into the fray, but right now it does not seem like the best of odds. Only finding 1, looking for more, but it's Not really anything there. Appleson, lonesome ranger left standing here, Dallas, and able to pick up one. Oh, almost gets the second. There's two more players he's got to get through, and it's not going to happen. Drakeus with the Sheriff finding their third.
So great start here for Lex and Northwood, already having that retake and having that defense down, but even then, not too much utility to go up against. I mean, you sit there, you have the Sova Dart, and so you're really expecting that, but I mean, the rest of the team not really going to contribute too much there. It all comes down to finding yourself the kills, and Drakeus definitely went ahead and got the lead in that department. Already looking to double down, grab that Guardian and the heavy shield. I'm loving every single bit of this, and even then you can look at the backup from the rest of the team. Dip going ahead, making that sacrifice right now, saying opting for a Sheriff and that light armor. I can guarantee you he's going to be looking at an operator here soon. So you just got to go ahead and trust the process and luck at Ferbs as well, who's going to be looking to put that Bulldog in his hands. And I want to see exactly what can be done with that, because the Bulldog, I feel like, is an extremely slept-on weapon. So I would love to see some massive plays come out of that to bring a little bit more light.
We saw an ace be kind of brought to the fray last map. Talking about it is it was started off with being a Bulldog, and they picked up a Vandal to then get the rest of the four. But when you start off that successfully, it's kind of a big notion to go with. They'll find a nice Marshall shot to ring out to collect for one. Make that two as Benji able to find Jivey. The Spectre shot in mid, they'll do the same thing. Furza with that Bulldog you so hyped about, will be able to take out one more, and Benji will find the last kill here onto Sully.
Even then, you got to look at the exchange. I mean, yeah, not really, but I mean, it's okay. You kind of sit there and look at the teams, not really too much of a buy just yet. So, I mean, they haven't really had themselves a greatest start. But finally, you get the rifles in hand, you got to look at UAH, and they just got to sit there and make sure to check their corners when really pushing themselves onto a site, but not a little bit too slow, because knowing Dip, now having that operator invested in, now looking to grab these picks and facilitate an entire round, it all comes down to the initial first bloods there off the start. And I think that Northwood, now with that operator set up, and even it being over towards that B side, it could almost be a free shot so long as they sit themselves and get in the right area. And there it is, already with the first kill there, making out like a bandit and also grabbing himself a little bit of free time as well. But Jivy on the edge, I'm going to go ahead and towards that A side, grab a kill of his own, creating some more pressure towards the opposite side of the map. And honestly, a pretty good call here for the spike as well. So let's go ahead and back this up. But Firms with one on that Bulldog, saying, you know what? It's a rifle too. I can make some plays as well.
The pressure, like you said, it's definitely surmounting to something, and Firmza himself has been the forefront of that, finding two more for a 3K. Adam Suleiman will be able to find the refrag back, but Dip with that operator, collecting for one more. This has been a game of constants right now for Northwood. Their presence is hefty, and they're definitely showing full force in each of these rounds, especially in a buy that Houston has a full rifle buy. That's a round where you're saying, hey, they should get that third. It doesn't happen because Northwood hold them at bay with 2 kills from Dip and 3 from Ferbza.
Yeah, I mean, even in Ferbza with that Bulldog play, I mean, that's just enough on site to go ahead and hold things out. When you go ahead and create somewhat of a distraction, you're on the edge, you dismiss that, and you're still concerned about the player that's out there. That creates a lot of attention for the side to really just slow things down the defending side. And so, I mean, already looking to go ahead, find themselves a capitalization, looking for a kill there on the sides. You can already see a little bit of a default from UH. They just want to make sure to play this game a lot more steady now. Knowing they have the buys, I feel this can be a time of recollection for them, figuring out what exactly is going on, how they can make these adjustments and get some feels of where these players are going to be really set up. And you know that at least that Jet was probably going to be pushing up towards B once again, but you don't want to peek it yet, so you find yourself moving towards mid and towards A, and knowing that these guns are be a lot more efficient in this area when you don't have to be concerned about the range.
I really did like the versatility and approach there for Houston in the last round. Obviously not working out due to Ferbza doing a very good job, but I liked that versatility. I liked their initial poke at B. When it fails, you have a very quick pivot over towards the A site. You already get a player that had fairly deep control, so being able to act off that is impressive. But Drakeus in a bad spot, somehow still surviving and actually coming up with a kill. This one onto Sully. The plant does go down, but Drakeus and Ferbza each combo for one. Benji on Rafters for another, and it's just Eric Appleson left standing. And unfortunately, Appleson's kind of in a bad spot. Not able to really play for anything. Up on belts will he go, and down right after with Ferbza with the last kill.
And even at this stage, I mean, already having a 4-0 lead, we expect the UH not really to make too much work there. But, I mean, looking at the standing thus far and already allocating a timeout, that is a lot here from UH. And I got to say, I think they could have just used that entire last round to go ahead and get themselves a game plan rather than investing it this early. I mean, you're only down 4 rounds. It's not even halfway through this half yet. And I mean, you're already forcing out something that you use very, very sparingly. Some teams don't even use it at all because of how the importance and how it can slow down the game. And I understand to slow down the momentum in Northwood is going to be essential right now. But I feel like looking at the game, looking over all the setups that we've seen, we see a pretty standard default out of the sides of Northwood. So I think UH should just play themselves towards the mid, see what kind of influence they can get there, make a round, twist things up, see if they can throw a curveball into the wind and kind of throw this game on its head. And the way they're going to do it is going to be all reliant on that Viper. But I mean, we got to sit there and see what they have in store for us.
I think one of the big things we'll have to keep in mind, especially for Houston, it's a use it or lose it for this timeout. I think you get 2 in the halftime. I think that's the NECC rules that we have set up for this one, though the Samsung Invitational may be different. 1 per team per half. So yes, you get 1 per half. That means you have 2. So using it is fairly important if you really want to give your chance for your team, and it's also a great way to slow down the pace for Northwood. And Northwood has been putting the pace on the Houston side. Talk about the tempo at which we've seen Houston rotate over and pivot towards the A site that I complimented there in round 3. Round 4 was a lot of them just pursuing the site itself, but Northwood had a really solid transition phase where they made it back to the objective in good time, and then it put a huge damper on what Houston were attempting to do throughout the rest of that actual plant situation.
Yeah, and even also, I like the default we got from Northwood. I mean, the way themselves up across the map, you sit there and see so much comfortability in these players, the way they hug these angles, and the way they're very confident to win them out as well. So it all comes down to this kind of initial fight, I feel like, between Dip and Jivvy, if he can really go ahead and swing out on that angle. But I respect the guy not going for it, thinking that Dip's probably there towards the back. Last thing you want to do is have an op versus op fight. Go ahead and isolate that operator. Make sure it's the last player standing and make that job that much more difficult as you isolate everybody else across the map and find these long lines of sight to be working on. So as they move themselves towards the B site with a little bit of a split towards the middle and towards that B side, I want to see this initial kill into Viper, create some space and create some pressure as well and get that spike down as Ali actually make sure to say, look, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate first frag. They'll get something back, though. Koyan was working through tube quite slowly, might I add. Kind of pounces in and gets themselves a kill. Now even for all. Really no control over site has been garnered, though, for the side of Houston. And where they was once control, there is no longer. Trying to pursue through orange, they'll lose their life. Another player inside of kitchen, Koi, the player who found that kill. Ferbza frags it back in return, paying what's due and getting their revenge for the earlier frag. Now it's just Jivy left standing, the player who used the tour de force, the only ultimate that was available. And you're talking about round 4 onward, you're really talking about a game of ultimates as they'll start to come online, and that's definitely not the case for Houston so far. They've been struggling to get these up. And Jivy utilizing the only one they've garnered so far, and it's not to any real true success.
And a huge exchange there and a great read from Northwood. Already sitting there knowing the time's going to be dwindling down. You just really can't make too much of a play. And you had the tour de force out. So we've seen the entirety of that round, Jivvy playing very, very sparingly. Looking to not really get into too many fights. Looking to work off his teammates. And that opportunity never came as they all found themselves falling very, very short when trying to get themselves onto that site. So I mean, just the setup from Northwood right now is looking outstanding. They're looking extremely comfortable. They have crosses for everything set up. Every teammate has an idea of where the other teammate is, and they're working off of each other. The only one that doesn't have that comfort is going to be the front line. But, I mean, your front line's Reyna. She can dismiss, get out of there instantaneously and not even worry about anything because Ferbs has been doing an outstanding job just creating these initial picks as he does right there. It says, look, I'm not stressed about it. Get out, see what we can do, and now it's a 4v5.
Ferbza.
Great.
Ferbza does a great job of creating that space because as a Reyna, you can get that kill and take the step back using your utility. So it allows for you to be aggressive on the defense, and it's paying off. Look at this one now. Another kill dropping. The Lonesome Ranger that was trying to pursue through mid. Ferbza with a great and swift rotate. Able to collect for another, but unfortunately Sully will get the free frag back. With the Guardian, Dip with the operator. Whew. Right as the Lear goes off, Dallas still finding the shot. Dip with a nice clean hit.
You dip your toes in the water and sometimes you just jump in full force. I mean, I don't really know what to tell you at this stage, man. I mean, already sitting at 6-0. I mean, Northwood is looking outstanding. And this is the half I sat there and mentioned. I said, look, you need to get yourself a couple rounds here and there, knowing that you're going to be attack-oriented. Well, when I said a couple rounds, I was saying that to make things interesting. The way it's looking right now, I mean, Northwood, they are looking for the entirety of this half. And I don't really blame them for doing that. With the way they have momentum on their side, the way they just keep on resetting UH, where they just really can't make too much of a play. You have 4 ultimates in hand right now for UH. You need to sit there and at least utilize those to get yourself on the board, because you can't have yourself a massive half where things are locked out. But Dip, looking to get over aggressive and say, look, here's going to make the play. I'm going to go ahead and grab myself the Blade Storm and see what I can get with it. Not too much to come out, but maybe Drakeus in the Hunter's Fury is going to get some damage off as Ferbza pushes to the back and grabs him as well.
Talk about the aggression from Northwood. They're pounding the side of Houston into the dirt, and it's not like a simplistic like mud where it's squishy. This is some grainy dirt. This is stuff that'll scratch the skin, scratch that flesh, and it has been a constant for him. Ollie, aggressive, straight through, finding Sully as they retreated themselves back through, but not able to go anywhere. Now it's just Koi trapped in this middle stage, and it's really just that they're completely isolated, alone. Just a responsibility for Northwood to pivot forward using the ice wall to their advantage, but it's a pincer from the side of Ollie and Drakius. Nowhere Corey can go, and unlike a fish, they can't swim away from that upstream up through that wall to get to the great escape on yonder. 7-0 on Icebox on the defense is an insane statistic for Northwood.
Yeah, it most definitely is. And even then, I mean, you can already see him getting overconfident. That last round alone, looking at Dip, playing a little bit of the Jet role play. I know that Jet typically says, watch this in game when the Blade Storm being come out. But I'm pretty sure he said that in the comms as well. Said, hey, guys, watch this. And, I mean, finds at least one kill, but I'm sure he was looking to get over aggressive and see if he can find himself some more. I mean, that's always the ideal play as a Jet to go ahead and get your clips in. But I mean, right there, not a little bit questionable. I got to say, Northwood just play it slow and steady, do what you've been doing, and just keep on playing the game slow. But even then, right there, already getting a read. When you play it slow, but still put a little bit of pressure on, even if you don't find a kill, you can still make the enemy team use whatever they have. Right there, already in Hunter's Fury invested. Sure, you get a kill with that Sheriff as an exchange. You have a free rifle for the rest of your team, but we got to sit there and see them push onto the site. And they are completely surrounding Dip as they've also pushed up the middle of the map as well.
Yeah, he's on an island. It's a solo fight against now 5, well now 4, and now 3. It's just starting to dissipate. Northwood, recovery. It's the name of the game, and their play through from A site through mid to take control back away from the Houston side, and Orange has paid off as Drakius managed to flap off the heads of 2. Now it's a 2-on-2. The side of Northwood at full HP. Houston only have 1 player back at full fighting force. Jivey trying to swing this corner, already been damaged, and will actually come up with a kill into Furbza, who was lying in wait. Just a solid pounce. Benji from up above cuts them down. That spike as well. A bit of a misplay, at least in my opinion, from the player of Jivey, trying to swing out and be hyper-aggressive with spike in hand. Benji hears the spike go down, now aware of their position, but it's a defense that's coming from below in bottom 2. Benji from up above could work her way around. Sees the shoulder, drops down, toys with their opponent for just a second, and Sully's none the wiser. Another round win for Northwood.
Wow, I mean, even then, I mean, now sitting at 8-0 after this round, there should be so much on the side of Northwood. Already grabbing an 8-4 half guarantee that is if UH goes flawlessly past this point. But, I mean, them not having the rifles this round, not really having too much to work with, they definitely made work of this. I mean, I want to say this was the most kind of potential round we've seen out of UH thus far, having nothing but sheriffs and stingers and such, and not really too much to really be working with. And now having these 4 rifles, I think they should play that same slow and steady game that we saw out of them. They sat there and waited for the right opportunity. They sat there, got the intel. Sure, we sat there and saw maybe some missed shots to really kind of bring that to light, but you got to still look for the small victories that you can at the end of the day. And knowing that you sat there and found yourself that many kills, that close of a round, scrapping everything together, it all came down to the split, I want to say. Going ahead, getting Dip isolated out there towards yellow, not really too much to do. Already grabbing that first pick on the Viper as well. You sit there and create some pressure. You actually go ahead and make these Northwood players scared. Go ahead and dwindle that confidence a little bit to set yourself up for the bigger game.
I think we need to talk a little bit about the success for Northwood so far. Their game plan has been just impeccable when it comes to defending the assault that Houston are trying to bring onto the table. And I think the forefront of that's been Furbza kind of playing that front line and being able to take a step back and survive. But don't discount Drakius, and he'll actually come up first with a kill in this round. Refragged back by Koi, but the Viper's pit's now been expunged by Houston, but it still needs to be cleared quite quickly. Furbza stepping into the Viper's pit. Eric Appleson finds the kill back, but it was a little late as Furbza had already managed to find one more into their tally. Benji from up above, finding one onto Jivey. 3 versus 2, and Northwood still may have the player count advantage, but the spike now officially going down for Houston and the safety of that ice wall they could hide behind. It's going to be a very difficult Viper's pit to get through. One player already deep within. Dip looks like he's going to pull out the shorty and go for the jump. Big swing inwards, goes to the spike, misses it, but it's a bait and switch. Allows Benji to step up for one, but Eric's found another, and a 4th on top. A hero play from the captain, and Houston will find their first round win.
And it took them long enough, I'll say, but even then, you still make work of what you had. I mean, you only invested 1 round in that, or 1 ultimate in that round, so I mean, not really too much to beat up about. But I mean, looking at the likes of UH and Volley stepping up, getting on the board, that's enough. But you can't stop here, most obviously. You need to sit there, follow through. You need to feel this confidence. You need to sit there, know you have a round win, and really see what you can work out with it. But Jivey on that operator, I can't really be too sure about that one, because looking at Northwood and how they just dissect the likes of this attacking side. I mean, it just makes too easy work out of them. I don't know if you're going to have enough time to really swing out with an operator with the level of aggression, with the amount of util that's already flying over the top there and B. I mean, you got to sit there and really consider what's going down right now. If you're Northwood, you find a kill if you're Furbza, and none of that utility even matters. You can dismiss, you can get it yourself out scot-free, and you have yourself the backup from your team as well.
First pick's a very important one, and it's once again Northwood collecting it. Now Houston have to make the recovery, and this has been something that they've been struggling with, Dallas, is Furbza is just a dominant force, a force to be reckoned with. I attribute it a lot of the times to saying they're like a raid boss, somebody that your team knows is a danger, knows they need to combo in to collect that kill, and knows that with enough force, they can remove them. And look at that, the combo, slow orb, 2 shock darts, and Houston have now been able to get the refrag back here to Furbza. This removes one of the best players now for Northwood side, if not the best player, and can allow for a much easier assault onto the site. They'll gain control over towards main default. Dip, only able to find one though, but it's with an operator shot and removes the Sage. No ice wall to defend down this plant. Houston still managed to get it down. Jivey with a refrag back. This one a Benji who just took one of their own. Dip needs to be wary of a player down below, but Jivey's also hanging in back of Tube in towards the A main side. But a 3-on-2 still spells disaster for the Houston side if they're not too wary of what could go through. And Dip with the wall bang. Drakeus with the shot. And just as swiftly as it started, Northwood find another round win.
And even then, you can't be really too concerned about Furbza there. I mean, you saw the rest of Northwood. He already did his job. He found that first initial frag. He got out. He bought so much utility for that one corner. Think about it. That was a shock dart, a slow orb, I mean, and a recon dart. There was so much invested there just for one player, knowing how much of a threat he was, that you could have had that Sage heal. I mean, that's the great backup about it, that Northwood thought about scenarios like that, saying, look, sometimes we will have the heal there. Sometimes we won't. And when you don't have the heal there, we have a Sage to back you up, to give you those backup heals if need be, if you really want to get yourself back into the fray once again. I mean, but looking at the setup, if they sit there and know you're cornered, they're going to over-invest. I mean, just Northwood reading the minds of their opponents right now, looking outstanding thus far, already having a 9-1 lead, and looking like they're not going to stop anytime soon. It also comes down to Jivey with this Torty Force, whether or not he can find the right snipes, but Dip is just keep on getting the better of him as just every single angle this guy is swinging it aggressively with an operator is something you never expect.
Yeah, I think for Northwood, the job of Furbza, like you mentioned, is just to get that trade, to get that first, and then to kind of lead the foray and keep Houston at bay. And we're seeing that time in and time out. We're seeing it once again. Drakeus gets aggressive this time. It actually comes up. Furbza sprays down the last 2, and it was just an entry denial. Just the job of Northwood in that position is to just stop them from reaching past the pivot point of that funnel, to not allow them to get past the edge of that elbow. And they do it every single time in such a decisive manner. When they do get past that position, Firms has usually already been killed off, and that's requiring Houston to go for that player. And how hard is it to kill Arena? Extremely, especially if they're getting first frag and able to dismiss away. You just cannot find enough space or create it to find the opportune moment for that kill, and it is just digging such a massive grave that you have to climb out of.
And what Northwood's doing right now is just outstanding. I mean, every single time you push yourself onto his side, it almost feels like you're moving that much closer to the middle of the jaw of the shark's mouth right now. I mean, you know those teeth are going to collapse on you eventually, but you got to think about when. You got to sit there and think that if you're in the right spot to do something like that. Even already in the get-go, Northwood just capitalizing on this. Drakeus in the back with the Hunter's Fury, Dip with the Blade Storm, both each finding respectively a kill. I mean, they are putting the pressure down in Furbza. I mean, you sit there, you dip around to the A site, you think you have yourself some space there, but Furbza doesn't move from that spot. Every single member of this team trusts each other with their life, and they sit there and stick to the site. They don't over-rotate. They rotate just right, knowing that, okay, now there's an over-allocation here. There are so many players here. Best way you're going to get this plant down at this stage, honestly, is just 4-man one site and then 1 man and sneakily go to the other. But, I mean, the way things are panning out thus far, you don't have those kind of resources now. A 5v2, Dip still with the full Blade Storm going on a flank. This is going to be interesting.
I mean, Houston just... At best, they get a plant down here, I think, but it doesn't make much sense. They're kind of trapped in this Viper's pit, and it's just going to be all she wrote. They're only finding 1 kill. It could have been a flawless round for Northwood. I mean, it's use it or lose it for them, right? They got to go for something, but it just didn't seem like the best round result for them, especially not the best half result. We're looking at 11-1 on Icebox here, Dallas, and that's on defense, which is arguably the weaker side in for a lot of teams. Obviously not the case for Northwood, though that could be something we learn later, that is their weak side and attacks their best. Who knows? Ultimately, if we see the pistol round 1 here by Northwood, it probably means that's going to be all she wrote. That'll be match point for map 1.
Because my biggest question to really kind of think about is why they hit A so much. Knowing that they really didn't have themselves the advantage when it came around to close quarters combat. And I mean, knowing that Northwood, every single time you had first, that just go ahead, sitting up there somewhere around the A side, just being an absolute menace and able to get out of those fights scot-free. Your biggest problem was dip on that B site. That's an easy fix with a smoke. I mean, you can go ahead and dodge that pretty easily, but we just never saw that option come through. We never saw those plays come out. So I want to see the adjustments right now. And even then on the attacking side, we're going to see Northwood say, look, we didn't get hit on B enough. Let's go ahead and hit it ourselves if they don't know that side of the map exists.
Standing ahead.
Rico and Bolt sent out. This is one of the only few pieces of utility a team will be able to employ on that pistol round. And talk about the difficulties as well. There is no Sage for Northwood, which is another shocker for why they're being so successful. But it is their defense. They don't necessarily need the Sage to be able to go 11-1 in that regard. It's obviously been picked up elsewhere. But they'll get the spike down, being able to use that toxic screen to their advantage. Bit of a lockup here. Apologies for that one. We're back into the foray. Koi's trying to clear that trademark. Does just that. And Houston are kind of struggling to go on to this. They'll have the ice wall, which will massively be successful, as they'll at least get half. Now they have to dive onto it. That'll be forced them to hop off, and this is where Northwood will pop. They'll be able to clear one, now two, now all, as Houston are felled, and that will guarantee match point here for Northwood.
This creates a lot of pressure, whether or not you even sit there, win or lose this round for UH. Sure, you go ahead and you lose this map if you lose it, but if you win it, still, you know you need to invest right here. You can't go for these pistols. You can't be just settling on those weapons for this time around. And I think Northwood is well aware of that. That's why they're going for heavy armors. That's why they're going for the plays they have. That's why they're going for the weird buys they got in dip, also forcing that Vandal as well, knowing that they're going to make an exchange here. They're going to play whatever they can. They're going to try to find something crazy to go on to really benefit them. And I just don't know about the scenario right now. You go ahead, you armor up. You know those marshals aren't really going to one dink in until you find yourself a headshot. But I mean, everything else is going to be so paced out, so aggressive from Northwood that they know exactly where they're going to excel and how to make those plays. Already, Furbs are finding one, and Adam going and making this exchange as well onto Furbs. But I mean, Furbs has already done his job. Alley's for the backup. Benji's there as well. You got a player coming around to the edge. I mean, last player standing is going to be Appleson on a flank, and it's already read by a recon dart. So, I mean, this has to be a miracle to occur right now with Appleson. And made sure he grabbed a 4K earlier, but he has no Snake fight to back him up, no Viper spit to back him up, no team to back him up, and a map one goes to the side of Northwood.
Well, Dallas, I think we found a result that was very decisive and very, how do I phrase this in a way that makes sense? They took no victims. Let's just say that. They took no prisoners. Everyone was a victim in that one. Houston, a roster that I was expecting a lot from because I've seen them basically everywhere. There's like 15 Houston rosters, though, but I've definitely seen this roster before. I've had the pleasure of casting Eric Appleson quite a few times. There's been a lot of Cypher before. I was hoping to see a little bit more of that, but not on the map of Icebox. Maybe we'll see that on our map 2 of Ascent. Maybe. But we've got to see Houston on map 2 of Ascent because they were not there on map 1 of Icebox. They were shut out, frozen, so to say, on the scoreboard. I think at some point it definitely felt like they were struggling.
Yeah, it also tried to break the ice eventually, but we never see them get around to that. I mean, looking at the way that Northwood played, it was, once again, they were just dissecting the players. They were playing extremely surgical. They sat there and had a plan laid out, and it's almost like in other games. In a 5v5 environment, everything went according to plan. You sit there, everybody does their job, and everybody eventually dies at one case or another. But the way you set up these sites, the way you set up the game is because everybody's already done their job. It sets you up for that success. To say it doesn't matter on defense, that's how we have to do it. We have to set ourselves up for waves. And as you mentioned towards the back, Northwood in entirety being a raid boss, I think each player needs to be a raid boss. Go ahead, find yourself going through these stages, leveling up, going through each phase when it comes around to facing the opposing side, that when you finally get around to the end, that's when the raid boss comes out. That's when you have those final 2 players go ahead and collapse on the likes of these guys, knowing that you're going to go ahead and make those trades every single time, and your job just gets much, much harder rather than your opponent getting much, much more difficult.
Yeah, I think that we'll have to keep that in mind, but with map 1 with a speedy and decisive conclusion, I think we're ready for a break before we head on over towards map 2. But before we go, we'll talk about something else speedy. It's the 980 Pro, which is perfect for high-resolution gaming. With speed matters most, Samsung is the tiebreaker. It's slotted in their PCIe 4.0. It has 2 times the speed of the PCIe 3.0. And And the 980 Pro is super simple to install. It literally just clicks right in. The NVMe technology is absolutely crazy these days. It's 12 times faster than the average SATA drive. They're the #1 flash memory technology brand on the market, an unstoppable SSD. So make sure to check out Samsung and thank you them for this wonderful event they're hosting here. But stay tuned, Map 2 ready and raring to go. We'll be back after a quick 5 minutes.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Samsung SSD Winter Invitational here in NECC Gaming. We are now moving on to Map 2 here, the second series today. We've had ourselves already a map pass by. And even then, if you expected to go ahead and pick up and get some intel and watch a little bit of it, that's a little unfortunate because we sat there and ended up being a 13-1 for the entirety of that map. So a big problem there for Northwood, knowing that the map wasn't even their pick as we now move on to Ascent, where it kind of is.
Yeah, this is a map as well that the collegiate scene really loves, the pro scene not so much, and that's never more apparent than when TSM gets whooped on this map by a team called Boba Boys. I mean, and it was by a pretty wide margin as well. I mean, it's not super popularized up in the thing. It's one of those situations where the trickle-down stratonomics that me and Vincent like to joke about so much, that you see from the pro scene trickling down to T2, to T3, to the collegiate scene, and so on and so forth, it's not really the case here. it's not whatsoever. But we'll have to see how the lineups fare here. I'm expecting KOs for both sides. I think Northwood had a very strange agent selection last time, but I feel like they would try to stick to somewhat of a true lineup in this one. But from the looks of things so far, Drakeus, who played the Sova before, will more than likely pick that again, and they're not going to have a KO on the clock. They will not have the ability to gather that intel at the same speed, and in fact, they're not going to have any ability to gather intel besides Drakeus on the attack with the Sova and the recon bolts and the owl drones, and on the defense, watching the flank as well on the attack will be Benji with the KJ.
Well, I think we can get some intel at least here in terms of agent select. I mean, sure, you're lacking some there with the KO knife, but I mean, looking at the likes of Northwood and how they went ahead and win at that last map in such a dominant manner, I think they're looking to double down here with the aggression to go ahead and say, look, that double duelist, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Only thing we really should be adjusting is looking at this, adjusting the old Sage onto the likes of a KJ and making the exchanges where necessary. And I really do like that. I mean, going ahead, finding themselves getting in a much more comfortable sitting. And this is their map pick. So I want to say that they got to know what they're doing here, honestly. I mean, I like to sit there, time in and time out, really go ahead and refer to Ascent as the Mona Lisa in terms of the maps on Valorant, because we sit there and see everybody's just masterwork here. You don't see anybody banning it, but a lot of the times here in the collegiate scene, as you mentioned, and in the semi-pro scene, a lot of people like to pick it because, I mean, you find yourself at such an even kind of game at the end of the day, and when you really know how to dominate something, you also find yourself in a 13-0. But we're not really going to talk about that one too much. Instead, I want to go ahead and see really where we start things out here, and Jivey going instead for that chamber selection, finding himself on Jet this time around. I want to see what kind of impact and what kind of space he can create, kind of switching up his role.
Gather the intel. It's actually successful for the Houston side as they'll send their knife on over, slinging through and kind of picking up that there's probably 4 players. I think that was how many was spotted in that position, but Northwood's still trying to go through. The Lear will be sent. It puts Koi in a bad spot. Precarious position, some would say, but Dip's trying to, I guess, focus more on Jivey, but control over the B site mostly in their position. They just have to clear out Boathouse, and that's kind of become a problem. Solomon will be able to find one, but it's not going to be for much longer, as Benji and Drakeus each collect for one of their own. A player count advantage favoring Northwood going into the post-plant situation. They've got to deal with that KJ utility that's now been placed. The turret will be removed, but Ollie is holding tight, playing a very cheeky cubby position on a drop. It's going to be 2 kills garnered, one of them being from himself, the other one from Dip. And an easy cleanup for Eric for 1. But it's very short-lived as Northwood collect for the first round win. And I expect this to be many of more to come.
Yeah, so a big collapse there from Northwood, already stepping up onto the board and grabbing themselves a first round. I mean, we saw the setup, we saw the kind of quick rotation here from the likes of UH, but just not quick enough to really get themselves on the side. As you saw, I mean, everybody that was sitting there on that B site decided to go ahead and move back towards that boathouse, which could definitely be a great cross, could definitely be a great setup. That is, if you go ahead and either A, hit your shots or really get close enough and let the opposition close that space with you to make those pistols that much more efficient. But, I mean, we already saw the pressure also move up towards the middle of the map. You don't find any players pushing up towards middle on that defending side, so they didn't go ahead and create that space first. Instead, they go ahead and get forced back towards their spawn a little bit more so. And we can see a couple of these players just going ahead, buying that util, saying, look, we need the money for the next one. But Adam has a little bit of a different idea in mind with that Marshall, which I feel like is always a little bit questionable here from the defending side, knowing that you have to get those 2 hits off to really go ahead and find those kills, comparative to if you win the defending round, you know the cross is going to come through. And these players aren't going to buy armor. You find yourself an easy little one tap on every single person, whether it's the body or the head. So I want to see exactly how things pan out with nothing but classics and Adam still going for at least a sheriff. This guy's looking for some kills. You can already tell.
Yeah, I think it's a very important one to go for it as well. Getting your Sova to get that Hunter's Fury up can really slow down an assault that Northwood would be trying to bring. But from the looks of things, you'll notice they've used their pull to try and pull Jivey out, but Jivey's just slightly far away. Drakeus still comes up with a Bulldog and finds the kill. Eric Appleton trying to swing from door, not really given the spacing to do so. Will narrowly miss the opportune moment. The door will go down. Drakeus with their second. This one at a Koi. Ferbza sprays through the second that door's been dropped, and Eric pays the price. Now it's just Adam Solomon playing in from rafters. Shock dart narrowly missing. And he also has a KJ to hopefully assist, but the KJ's working from Garden. There just really isn't much to go from here. Recon Bolt sent Dip, avoiding this one with no problem whatsoever. Tags the shoulder on top. And it's a 2v5, and the 5 is basically a solid steel wall, and it's going to continue to stay that way. They're not going to kill him. They are going to run away, so his eco is perpetually ruined in these next few positions.
Yet even then, that's only if he just decides not to die, which, I mean, obviously you're going to run in, you're going to find yourself the spike, yeah, and you're going to sit there and die. I mean, honestly, the way that we saw Northwood double down is to be expected. We sit there and saw their dominance in that last map. When they have a gun advantage, they're going to make the most of it. I mean, every single time. And I mean, setting this attacking side, we're not going to see Dip go for an operator. We're not going to see him getting overzealous. Instead, I like to see him just holding on to that Vandal, playing that duelist role, playing that Jet, getting onto site. And I mean, we finally get to see the entirety of what attacking is for this Northwood side. I mean, we didn't get to see any of that on the defending side. We saw a pistol round and things were over by that point, and then the force behind it. But we didn't get to see any strats. We didn't get to see the way they really execute themselves onto a site. And I think, I mean, it's pretty easy to see so far is that they go ahead, utilize more avenues, and sometimes they find themselves a full force. And when they do that, they know they have the definitive lead. And I mean, that's what they have right now. Problem is, right now, also have a buy in hand, so they got to sit there and really play this one a little bit more carefully.
It's a game of back and forth, and for right now, Northwood's back and forth has been very successful. Dip with a tailwind onto site. Will collect for one, but Jivey gets the refrag back. It's even trades until Eric and Jivey can wombo combo. It's a buddy ace for the two as Jivey found 3 alone, and Northwood will, in fact, be cut down. It took, what, 8 rounds, 9 rounds for the side of Houston to find their first on the map of Icebox. This time around, it only took 3, and that one was a pretty dominant manner, only losing 2 in the process.
Yeah, and I think that also came down to Northwood, the way they didn't really sit there and kind of spread out across themselves. They didn't have a default. They didn't have a split. They didn't go ahead and do the same thing we saw on their defending side in the last map where, I mean, Northwood is extremely efficient when it comes around to setting up crosses, getting these kills that are just kind of unorthodox, and finding these angles that just really just work off each other where everybody has an eye. Thing is, in that last round, when you go for a 5-man force and everybody pushes up through one side of the map, I mean, their eyes aren't all crossing each other. Instead, you have every single set of eyes except for one man looking at the back of another's head. And that's just not giving you the intel you need to push onto a site and get the appropriate kills. You can make the calls, you can get the backup, you can get the exchanges sometimes, but I mean, we just don't have the util out there. We didn't see the Lear. We didn't see too much of a dismiss. We saw Jivey go in and grab that 1 kill, but I mean, no real backup there to really just follow through and dip. Not really making the impact he needed to really set the tone for the rest of the squad.
Lockdown being initiated 4 rounds in. It's quite an impressive statistic to go for. It's around the time you would expect to see them. Northwood will try to act off of it. Eric Appleton gets aggressive, though. Swings out, finds one. Ferbza on the refract. It's not going to be an escape made. It's going to actually detain the KO now for Houston. And it's going to be in a very poor spot. It's going to slow down that retake potential. They know he's no longer on site. It's a swift getaway, just getting trapped over towards Garden. The baby cage, as you called it, quite successful to garner Northwood a plant, but beyond that, they have to survive the post-plant they've set up for themselves.
And then it also comes down to the exchange. You can already see the setup on the outside. Allie just going ahead and sitting just slow and steady, just patiently waiting for players to cross to find at least 1 kill. And even then already alleviating the attention to site, the rest of the team moves towards the back onto Haven, finding those kills as well. So once again, Northwood going right back to their same old, which I really enjoyed to watch. The crosses they have, the kind of patience they have towards the middle, just making sure to say if anybody goes for a flank, if anybody goes for a setup, we may lose 1 life. If we have site control, we know where they're going to be coming from. If you find that kill towards Catwalk, you're saying, all right, well, now we know they're coming on a flank. We know they're going to be hitting this door, which they probably would have eventually, but let's go ahead and get an idea, see if we can get ourselves an exchange towards the side of the map before that happens. And I mean, just playing it and so methodically. I mean, I love the way they're doing this game. They're not really going ahead and playing like a wave. They're more playing like a river. Constant pressure, constant running downhill. But sometimes the river may split. You run into a fork in the road, but you go ahead and you split the allocation, you split the players, and you find yourself influence everywhere possible. So they're going to do that once again as they move up towards the middle of the map and towards B main, already going ahead and circulating and really kind of, I would say, kind of suffocating more the likes of Premier as they go ahead and find themselves, not too much, because stepping up, find themselves so many respective kills already now, sitting in a 3v3. Ferber gets himself on the site and already finds it's 1 kill off that as well. So despite going down, everybody's sitting in Boathouse. This could be somewhat of a, I'd say a 2-1 setup towards the Boathouse and on site, just looking for the crosses. And even then, is slowing down so that we have to check every single angle before we even get there.
It's just a game of pacing, and right now, I think the side of Northwood have done a fairly good job. The Nano Swarm's keeping him at bay. Jivey is quite low. 2 players going to come from this walkway. Trying to gain sightlines over the site. They'll spray down the player that is Benji, but they managed to catch Ali and Ferbza right before. This was not a solid post plant for Northwood. In fact, it felt like they had just put it down with no real anticipation for what to do afterwards. And around where Houston should have been... for black on here, Dallas lost to the wayside. Northwood bled away too many players in the entry, allowed rifles to be picked up for Houston, and then just essentially gave up the last staging of the round. That was not the Northwood we saw there in map 1, Of course, the majority of what we saw for Northward was on the defense, so we can't really say that it wasn't them, so to say, but still, they're up by 1, but they're a little bit worse for wear on the eco. Dip does not yet have the Blade Store, and I expect we'll see Dip go to grab that ult orb right outside A main, and then they'll look to pivot themselves maybe through Courtyard, as they've sent 2 people to split over on the B site for their default.
I think it was the confidence there out of Northwood. They sat there and put a lot more influence on their players and going ahead and holding things down with their guns rather than actually using that utility to get themselves an edge off the get-go. I mean, having to see those nano swarms towards the sidewalk, not really making too much of a play or getting too much damage, not really creating too much of a stall either. You really put yourself in a sticky predicament. And talking about sticky predicaments, you can already see Jive there towards the middle, trying to do something, thinking a player may push through that smoke when nobody's really going to come out of it. And Synchronicity Dip just pushing right up the map, looking to get out with his life, but he can't sit there and manage it. Instead, the rest of the team needs to go ahead and find an execution off this. You can already see Furbza pushing up through that grass, trying to get so much influence towards that spawn that he's really just going to go ahead and back up and sit there and say, all right, well, A's got to be clear at this point, right? Let's go ahead and push onto it. Find a kill. Make sure to make some work there and let the rest of your team play back as Benji's going to be playing towards that tree, trying to go ahead and watch the flank.
Shock Dart will be sent out. It's a little high, but still able to get a little bit of damage off if Sully were to lie within. But the Nebula kind of keeping the side of Houston at bay for just a moment longer. I like this actual setup a little bit more from Northwood. That Shock Dart paying dividends, though. So tags the Sova for Houston's side. I mean, Sullivan's been in a poor spot before, now looking to step onto the side. Furbza with 1, will not be able to dismiss away a little bit too far, and Jivey will collect the kill right afterwards. Great flank by Benji. Has to shoot the turret, though, but it's just enough, and Jivey pays the price. A quick flick on over, and Solomon's the Lonesome Ranger left standing in a 1v2. Benji doesn't have to do anything right now. He can just walk away, but will choose instead to die to this spike. A real good way possible. R.I.P. Benji, quite literally, that's their name, but Northwood will go up another round.
And even in a much better setup, I want to say there, going ahead, having the right player set up in the right spots, going ahead and spread across the map, is executing edges. Benji, checking the flank for a while. And once you go ahead and kind of take your attendance check and say, look, well, everybody's here towards heaven. Benji, you can now push up, make the move. Go ahead, get towards that door. Don't break it, though. See if you can make a play towards heaven, create some more time, because this bomb is ticking down, and there's nothing they can do about it. If you create that pressure in the back, it's going to create so many problems for them to deal with. And I mean, honestly, just a great setup there from Northwood. But now, UH in a little bit in a better predicament, having 3 ultimates, or 4, excuse me, to be working with, as the Blade Storm's already coming out. I mean, they have a chance to answer here. I just want to see how sparingly they really utilize all this to make themselves too much of a play. And already, Dip, maybe able to go ahead and get himself a little bit of a pick. But Jivey also grabbing some damage towards the middle as well.
Trying their best. Northward barely able to make trade and even collapse, but I think right now what we're seeing for Northwood is a bit of patience that we did not necessarily see in the early stages of these rounds. Is when they decided to dedicate themselves, it was a very swift and methodical assault, but they've garnered, I guess, a bit of respect in mid, which could be a very important thing. When you're able to take control over Courtyard and towards Fountain, then it can make things very difficult. But look at that peek through. I think Jivey just saw the information there in terms of mid as they peeked out to be able to take out Furbza. Furbza will live. Eric swings around the corner trying to get away from sight, but Furbza will get the refrag back. Benji may be down, but the lockdown has already been placed, and while that will not detain anyone, at least gains a safety net on the site for which the plant can go through. A 3 versus 3 post-plant situation, Dallas, and it doesn't look like we'll see Houston actually apply very much pressure early on in this one.
And even then, I mean, at this stage, that's perfect. You go ahead and throw down the Cosmic Divide towards heaven. You got to sit there and keep your eyes on the flank, though, which, I mean, really just doesn't have that influence. I mean, you already see Jivey able to grab one, Furbza going ahead and trying to go ahead and grab that exchange, but just not going to come out. But Ali pushing up towards heaven. I like the move there. Bring the aggression, the counter-aggression. Sit behind the safety of your own walls, see if you can make a play, but instead just doesn't come out. UH Premier, though, do find themselves on their good end of this. So I think it all started there with Jivey grabbing that kill towards the flank. I mean, you even saw him following up with Soli, having a double swing there to be playing with. But I feel like Northwood, once they get all their players on site, that's where we see a very lackluster team composition from them. They just really don't have too much space to work with. They don't really do too much pressure. The kind of slow and steady pacing they have really starts to bite them in the rear once they get themselves onto a site and don't have too much space to be working with off of it. So I want to see a little bit more of these tricks to kind of be switched up a little bit here and there. Some more players, I want to say, probably push back some more, or say sitting in the corner of tree, or sitting back towards catwalk to push up slow and say to watch a complete flank if that comes around. I mean, not just the same old right there onto cat, towards tree, and then towards B as well. So, I mean, I like it, I love it, but I got to see some more of it.
It finds the first frag, and this is an important one for the side of Northwood, as obviously they're kind of scrambling. Keep themselves back into the fray. It'll be Dip to rush through, grab the Phantom, and now that's a weapon collected, a solid performance as such. You do like to lead Furbza in with the rifle to contend, and look at the speedy nature of what they're doing. Furbza with another, but Sully quick refrag back as Furbza gets aggressive through the smoke, the nebula that's placed in towards defender spawn, and Spike will go down. Northwood with the player advantage. Nothing really still in their palms. Only a couple players able to really collect mainstay weapons, but all three players from Houston kind of funneling in from one side does not necessarily spell a solid victory, but there's plenty to work off of with a Hunter's Fury that gets expended, but a great suppress, and Drakius will lose the opportunity to continue to use that ult.
And I love Koi's suppression right there. Already making an answer. You want to see something for the retake, and that's definitely one to go ahead and make a statement. You get the reds on, you get the players to really just put the pressure on, but can you find the kills to back it up? No, because Dip gonna find himself a 3K and massive play from the guy there in the corner to go ahead and grab Northwood a 5th. And keeping this lead solid and steady. I mean, you see back and forth after those first 2 rounds, respectable handshakes between each team and each side to go ahead and grab a 1-for-1, but we're just not seeing enough out of UH here, which is really going to go ahead and force out this old timeout. We got to see what kind of playing can come through, and I think it's where they start making the adjustments to say, well, what is Northwood doing? In that round alone, not too much. You just sat there and saw Furbza push up with that Empress, find 2 kills, and give themselves the man lead. But I think they need to be spread a little bit more sparingly while still having an over allocation of utility to one side or the other. And we just haven't seen that kind of space yet.
Do you think the spacing that needs to be created for Houston, that cushion that we've been so harping on, whether it was last game or this game there in map 1, do you think the cushion fault is because just of what Northwood is bringing? Sorry, that was bad English. Just because of the aggression that Northwood is bringing when they have a Jet and the Reyna being able to swing out, do you think the Reyna diff in terms of these two teams is what's causing that cushion to fall apart? Because notice the market play in that last round. You play Furbza aggressively, you get Dip a weapon, then they both can swing onto site, but it wasn't just them. They also had their Sova step up and get onto site and take control. Solomon was very successful and did all of it almost alone off the back of a single nebula placed in defender spawn. Northwood's attacks are very strong. Do you think that's what Houston's falling victim to?
I think, honestly, it could be to some extent. I want to see some over-aggression from one of these duelists, a player that can get out almost free once they grab themselves that first pick. But, I mean, I think UA should keep on just playing for the retake. That's where they've had the most success. If they go ahead and play themselves a pretty snappy retake and look for some pressure on the side of the map and go for somewhat of a flank, that's where we've seen all the success out of them. Just going ahead and making those exchanges, sniffing at the opposition. But right there, not too much of an opportunity as Eric does grab one there. So things are looking good for him, but with that spike down, they're still now on the timer and have to make this play extremely quickly. And I think they're definitely capable of it. If they win a round like this, that's definitely a statement to be made to say, look, even on a thrifty, we can win out these retakes, and they should just keep on playing for them.
Yeah, well, drone sent over the top. Again, that's a lot of intel for Adam, but there's really not much more to go off. It's going to have to take gun skill to do it, and that's it right there. Headshot kill, Dip off the board. Drakius and Ollie, though, quick to frag back, and Ollie even finds Adam up in rafters. Eric stepping up big, though. A 3K to his name in this round alone, but very low HP. This dream may turn into a nightmare. It's a bait and switch now by Ferguson. A shot through the box finds the last kill, and Northwood go up now. 6-3 your scoreline, but Furbza not making the escape. But wow, what an ending to that round.
I mean, that alone is what I was just mentioning. Sure, they didn't win the round. UH didn't get there, but the fact they got so close to the finish line, it was within arm's grasp. All he had to do was grab that kill. I mean, it's something like that when you had the rifles. UH has themselves the presence to win themselves these rounds. They literally have to let the spike be handed over. Plain and simple. That's literally all they have to do, as crazy as that sounds. You never want to give the opposition the spike plant. But I think sometimes whenever it sits there and swings to your favor, well, like it is for UH right now, they should be playing for that. Set up the utility on a site. Play it slow and steady. Don't let a single player die. And then whenever you see that spike go down, say, now we bite. Now we take the move. Now we get these players off and we clip them one by one. But right there, the pressure in the middle of the map, Furbza once again doing exactly what his job entails. And Jivey making a fair exchange there. A second one to back it up. Knowing there's 2 more players on site. The move is B. Where's the exchange?
That's both of your duelists off the clock and in a really poor spot as well, as we didn't see, I guess, a fast enough exit there from Northwood coming out. And I think that's one of the main problems we've been seeing time in and time out for him. But ultimately, it's going to have to be a pretty dangerous round in this recovery. And we'll try to send a shock dart over the top. Trying to gather the intel. This one, sorry, not shock dart, a recon bolt. Doesn't really gather anything because 2 players back at Boathouse. Eric now trying to step out. He's got some semblance of information to go off of because nothing was found from that. But Koi with a nice fragment to take 1. Drakey is the last man standing. He's completely blind. No eyesight. No round win. And Houston, with 3 players left standing and a great recovery in a post plant, find themselves another round.
Once again, it's these retakes, man. I mean, UH, this is what they're excelling on this map so much. They go ahead, they sniff out the tricks, they check around the site as quickly as possible. They let them take over the site. They say, if we collapse from the back, from the side, and from our spawn, we're checking every single corner. We know where these players are, and they're watching these regular angles waiting for us to come into their hands. But if we go ahead and turn the tables, turn the tide, turn this around to where we have the first hit, where we have those first shots, can guarantee that kill, they're not going to over allocate to the outside. Instead, they're going to play right on top of that site and have maybe 1 or 2 players spaced out. If we go ahead and take attendance, check the roll call, and see where these players are before getting on site, and we know we can win these fights, even 5v5, when it comes around to having nothing but pistols and marshals, imagine what we can do with these rifles. And every single time they're finally learning their lesson and realizing what they should do, and just playing slow and steady, make sure nobody dies, make sure everybody is present for that retake and winning it out.
I think one of the big things as well in this round is going to be the eco that's going through. Like, Dips using the Blade Storm, not really having to expend a rifle. That's extra cash in the pocket. Of course, you're going to constantly stack in Ferbza with the weapon. And it's just a matter of trying to keep everyone into the same foray, into the same stride as they step onto the site. Tailwind used in comboed with the updraft. And Eric Appelson's hanging out in wine. And unfortunately, it'll be a wine and dine as they'll step their way back. Alley with the kill. Koi finding the refrag back to Dip. Blade Storm not successful. The recon bolts in over the top, and a suppressed actually fails to attack Ferbza, so the utility's still available, though it requires a bit more to use. And here comes the lockdown. This will flush off Northwood off the objective. They need to find a way to actually clear it out, and I think Benji's going to go for it. Benji's in a great spot to do so, has to get rid of it. They're all rushing it down. They'll manage to get rid of it, but they lost 2 in the same process. In Northwood, they lose another off the top. Koi finding the last two. And Houston, in a decisive way, finding another round win. Dallas, what a how do I say this? What a confident move by Northwood that doesn't pay off.
2 rounds down the road for UH in both and the post plant. I mean, I don't think that's any more of a statement that you can make. Sure, Jivey is doing an outstanding job with that operator. That first round, he was a huge catalyst for it. I mean, already finding those first 2 frags onto the duelist, that's going to create that pressure because, I mean, I feel like the way that Northwood is spreading themselves out is saying, let's get the Sentinels off site. Let's use that utility to go ahead, play for the post plant, play off the site, and they're still having an impact. Duelists, you need to sit there and push up through. You need to get into their spawn. We need to go ahead and not only take control of the site, but this entire half, and at least this entire segment of the map. And they do that very, very efficiently. And when they're on the defense, they do the same exact thing. But as it stands right now, on the attacking side, they just don't play those very well. They can't really find the opportunity once UH has really gotten a read of what they're doing. But finally, a little bit of a stall, fragment the grenade to come out, and not a death really to be working with. But in that corner back there is Eric with one, but Dip finds that exchange. So you now have Jivey, a quick explorer's response, a very, very kind of stall out play here from the likes of UH, and I love every second of it.
Northwood are trying to make sure they go positive at half, not trying to break even. The Owl Drone of Adam Solomon will be able to find a lot of information, but beyond that, they don't really have much. And you can see the hesitancy from Houston to really engage yet onto this site. But now, you'll see a full sprint now for Northwood. Dip's already made full control over towards back of hell as well. You'll see Drakius will go for the plant and will guarantee at least the post-plant situation. There's no ultimates for Houston to use, and there's an ultimate for Northwood. It's that Hunters... I don't think that they're going to push through Winery if you're Houston at this point. There's got to be a way. You have to push through Winery because you know that this player is going to be holding back there. I think that's what Jivey needs to do first, but he has the Blade Storm out. Koi with a kill. They've got to swing out through hell. Sully finds the shot onto Dip. 2 players left. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. This one's popped. It's going straight onto the OBJ. It'll kill Koi. Now they just need to fight this one back. Shot from Jivey connects the operator kill. Ollie gets the next diffuser off. Sprays down another. I don't think there's enough time here, Dallas. Actually, there may be. There may be. There's enough time.
I think there's most definitely enough time. I mean, looking at the way they played that out, I mean, even then, UH, a very, very scrappy round there towards the end, but even then, it's enough to pull things out. I mean, going ahead, evening up this game, you could tell, even when you said the Winery push, I personally wasn't too concerned about that. You saw, I mean, right there, I feel like the Hunter Sphere was a little bit too preemptive, a little bit too much pressure there. I mean, even a little bit too quick just because you're on your toes. You realize that you're down a main. You're trying to find these shots. Even on the third, somebody can go ahead and start sticking that Joker because you find yourself at half health. You have enough teammates there to back you up. And if they can get to half, you can still find the double down. You can find the next team to back it up. So a great way for UH to really get right back into this game. Go ahead and find some relevancy here. But now being on the attacking side, we saw Northwood really run away with their defense, and this is their map selection. So, I mean, this is where you really got to start hunkering down and figuring out what are they going to do, how are they going to play this out, and if they already find 6 by the time you start making these adjustments, the game's going to be over.
Trying to poke and prod. I think for Houston, talking about the attack now in the transition, they struggled really hard against Northwood's defense on map 1, and I don't think it was just because Icebox was not their map to play on, but I think it's just because Northwood was a team that played hyper-aggressive on the defense and was willing to bait and switch one player, which is typically Ferbza, but this map's a lot more open, which can cause a lot more points of contention to have to fight off against, and Ferbza can't be everywhere at once. We're seeing that right now. Besides the foray, the approach for the side of Houston, Drakeus is able to find 2, but it's an even trade back with Eric finding Drakeus and Benji for the back of Boathouse. It will be the post plant here. First round of the second half. Dip slightly too late to go over the wall bang to deny it. Sees the shoulder of one. Ali finds Koi and Ferbza's taken out in mid. This is a very poor spot for Ali to be in. Nice headshot. Click needs to do more, but cannot find the third. Ali unable. Eric able with 3.
Well, finally, fighting for that relevancy is going to go ahead and pay off as they find the first one of this round to get themselves a first lead here, at least in this game. So, I mean, that's exactly what UH has been looking for. If they went ahead and had a 7-5, and we saw one less round out of them in that last half, they'd be fighting for a tie game right now. But to finally get the lead, capitalize on that, is going to be the likes of Adam Solomon. So, I mean, with that Vandal in hand, I got to say, if anybody's going to force, I don't know about your Sova, but sure, buddy, go for whatever you need to and see the plays you can be making. And honestly, I'm a little bit here for it. But being now on this attacking side, I want to see where they make the moves. We've sat there and saw so much influence towards Catwalk, towards Tree, but everybody forced out towards that A main site every single time when it came around to Northwood pushing onto his site. UH, excuse me, wants to play a little bit more slow and steady, make sure to go ahead and take, attendance towards the middle, but it's not really going to matter too much. Everybody's going to be sitting on site. You're finding yourself in a post plant. You're already finding yourself on a site, and knowing that, I mean, Northwood just doesn't have an answer because they don't have the guns. You can't freak out because it's an eco.
Yeah, it's basically a done and dusted situation, but
yeah,
going in a flawless way is still fairly impressive. I like the swiftness from Houston. Once they dedicated themselves to that site, they took it very decisively. Playthrough market, they took out Ferbza, probably the most dangerous player in that position, trying to hang out near a switch. Did not work out. They smoked out, put a nano swarm over towards the defender spawn. A lot of utility usage, even despite knowing that they had the advantage in that situation. And with everyone except for 2 of Northwood stacked on that B site, they still took it quite successfully. But this next round, it'll be Northwood with rifles. They'll be able to full contend off against what Houston bring to the table, and I'm more questioning how the siege of this B site may pan out. I think it'll be forced to rotate over towards A.
Well, you mentioned a full hull, but we don't see too many full shields out of the likes of old Northwood right now, which is, I'm finding a little bit concerning, knowing that they're not really going to sit there and have too much. They still thought they had a chance to really answer in that last round, which I can't really be too reinforcing of. So, I mean, looking at the way things are looking so far, you go ahead, you push up towards this A side. I think that's where we see possibly a little bit of influence. The spike is over towards B. So this is a pretty spread out default here from the likes of UH. And I got to say, I really enjoy it. Jivey already getting aggressive, finding a kill with that Stinger, making sure to get out scot-free there with that old Stinger in hand, but not finding another weapon to pick up. Not too big of a concern, though, knowing that player is still dead, that you can make sure to put that pressure on the side, make a play where need be, and that even then, you're making a 1-for-1 exchange with the weapon not really being on your side. So now, moving towards the B side, you can already see somewhat of an answer there towards the back as Drake. He's going to have that Vandal in hand, but where is the utility? It is nowhere to be seen on this B side. So, I mean, Northwood is completely caught off guard.
Yeah, this seems like they have 2 players ready to fight it, but they aren't actually there for the fight. Drake is now trying to use their utility to their advantage. We'll try to catch Koi as he goes for the destruction of that recon bolt. It's quite successful, and there has been damage dealt in their direction. Jivey's quite low. And Eric Appleson will, at least for now, guarantee the plant. Sully still lagging behind. Is actually making control over B main fairly simplistic for them, and it's going to be up to Northwood to try to react to the situation, but I don't know how Drakius is currently alive in this situation. The Spectre just not able to clean off the kill. They're quite low now themselves, And Eric's trying to hold on to the site. Shot still ringing off in the distance. Sully has not been removed from his point of interest. And that's going to be hard to play out of. Drakius cleared. Sully just puts 2 shots in the corner. Kills off the player they'd already damaged, but the rest of the damage was dealt Northwood on site. Clean up house. And they'll find themselves a round win, tying us or getting us close at 8-7.
And even then, I mean, right there, Northwood just going ahead, playing for that retake and doing a pretty darn good job at it. Knowing they had themselves the advantage in terms of guns. I mean, UH have themselves a great lead there to be working off of. But I think the way the game could have panned out is that they just sat there and played off Sully a little bit more. I know the guy wanted to play back, but he had no utility on site. He had no nanoswarm grenades there to back him up to really be playing that far back. And when you see that Nebula, honestly, I say hug it. Stay inside of it. Get aggressive. Make sure to be ready for those exchanges because Northwood has to push your team. They have to make a play eventually, and you need to alleviate the detention. Allow your other players to back up, make work, make some space for themselves, and possibly find some kills to be working with as well. But as we go into another round, UH now has guns in hand to be working with. Everybody does, not just Adam. So let's see how they can adapt around this as they once again find themselves in a pretty spread out default that we see so many times.
Well, he's going to try and, I guess, try to fight off from what's coming from Cubby's side, and he'll be able to get away in the process. Lots of utility being expended by the Houston side, but it looks like they will gain control over the A site for now. Ferb's in a bad spot, not able to get away. Koi still finds the kill, and Adam Solomon finds another one in Winery on to dip. Sully off screen finds Rip Benji, and now Northwood left with only 2 players, and no information being gathered for Houston. I like sending out the knife, but really it's just an information point. Northwood just doing everything they can to maybe remove 1 or 2 weapons, at least in a very bad spot, but Sully will make it even further. Drakius, Ares in hand. Maybe a kill being garnered? No. Flawless round here for Houston.
And a great answer back and a great way to go ahead and follow through with what they've really kind of set themselves up for. To get themselves a lead, run away with it, and even then complete relevancy. Those first 2 rounds really just giving themselves that space to say, if we lose a round, we still have something to work with. We have that double down now. We have that force. And this is now going to force up the timeout from Northwood. I mean, finally going ahead and having to get in these shoes saying, we have to slow things down. We're in a scenario. We sat there and won that last map, which was their pick 13-1. And now we're getting beat in our own map pick. This isn't something that they really want when they want to close out the series as efficiently as possible. So I think if you're Northwood, you need to stop setting up so passively. I think this isn't Icebox anymore. We're not seeing UH just hit a site literally 300 times. We're seeing them spread across the map. We're seeing a default. We're seeing some more comfort, oddly enough, that isn't even in their domain. So I want to see Northwood play a little bit more utility based, go ahead and have some more control on these sites, play more towards the middle of the map, and then wait for more of an influx to answer that full approach they have towards the middle of the map every single time. Because we know that both these teams have had so much mid control on the attacking side that I'm waiting for an answer on it.
I think one of the big things I've really liked from Houston is the versatility across the board. We've seen them default through B multiple times, but I loved their split and I loved their passion when it came towards taking control of Market and taking control of that catwalk. Northwood on the attack. They did good in Market and they did good on the B site, but they weren't actually really solid about clearing out the individuals on the B side. No. I think that was kind of a problem for them as well, and now that they're on the defense, the question really and truly is, how do they kind of keep Houston at bay? Because right now, Houston's snowballing off of the success they found early in this matchup. 2 rounds, then they take a loss, but they clean back up the one right after, and Northwood's in another position where their eco is destroyed, in shambles, wrecked. And it's going to have to be maybe what we saw them do on map 1, where they just sprinted in at one point, but I don't know. Ferbza has not been carrying as much as they did on Icebox, and I think that's it's kind of showing here as the backpack has kind of fallen off their shoulders.
But that's because there's not nearly as many angles when it comes around to Ascent that you can just kind of dismiss and back behind the cover of. I mean, you have a lot of angles, but I mean, they're all very wide. They're very easy to get around. And even then you have so much utility, especially with that Sova dart, with this KO knife, you can keep all that under control because we didn't see KO in the last map to really set that tone. So, I mean, the way Northwood needs to play this game, you can see them now kind of adapting around that, putting the KJ turret and go ahead and allocating dip towards the middle of the map. But I feel like Ferbs would be in a much more safe position to be in something like that. Grab a guaranteed first kill with that Guardian. If you're really that good of a player and taking all these shots with, I mean, looking at the kills, he's definitely capable of doing so. And then you just miss out. And you know, once again, that saying, okay, did somebody swing off of him? No, then they may be pushing up to one of these sites. But if somebody's there, you say, all right, then somebody's coming up middle once again, and we have all the pressure to put onto the field. And another spot of the map I have not seen any influence on, which nobody really ever touches, but it could always be a huge kind of play and a huge crutch for the side of one time, would be the Sabrosa, the spot right there towards the back of Fountain, right there towards that enemy spawn. If you're on the defending side, push up the middle, get that influence. And when a rotation comes out, you have the freest flank of your life, and you have full control, an idea of where to go.
Now, Ferbs needs to get kills kind of up close and personal to actually be able to use that Reyna utility, and there we go. We're finally seeing that. Ferbs can actually use that as a source to heal. We do see that go through, but now being suppressed, there's no real option for it. It's not allowed. Ferbs 90 HP in a dream, no armor off the top, could go for the overheal, but the side of Houston are looking to just use that spacing that Northwood has given them to actually take control over towards the A site. And then there's no real way to contest this at this point in time. Only one rifle's been dropped. Ferbs will probably continue to bring that Guardian, but here comes the ultimate being used, the Hunter's Fury.
Oh!
Drakius coming up big with a kill on Decoy. That also stops the diffuser, buys time, and the rest of Northwood can start to make their way over towards the site. One player on Raptors playing hyper aggressive. They'll take a step back. Jivey was the player to do just that. A player in hell. Now a player actually in Winery. Jivey sprays down door and actually gets a kill off onto Ferbs. An unprecedented shot. A second to go through. Eric finds 2 kills in the process, and there's only one player left for Northwood. It's Drakius, pistol in hand. There's nothing else available for him. We'll have to step through to get something. Nothing there, and Eric finds their third.
Now, I understood what he was trying to go for there. Drake is trying to play around the Nebula and really get some kills there to kind of bring that pressure that you wouldn't expect when the spike is down. But, I mean, it just doesn't last long enough for him to make those plays. And even then, I kind of got to say, I don't know what Dip was doing there, charging right in over towards that tree, trying to make those plays and really just go ahead and just crash across everybody else. That was actually Jivey who was doing that. But I think it was, I mean, the way that Northwood played that, they had a lot set up for them. They just gave up a little bit too much for it. I like the plays towards mid. You saw the pressure. You saw the catalyst for what could be a setup to really just switch this entire game on its head. But we didn't see the execution and the follow-through and the actual defense, knowing that they're still on the defending side and have to go and have that spike influence on site. So with maybe a little bit more adjustments here and there, we can see Northwood get back into this game. And if Jivey doesn't go ahead and keep on going off like that and slowly go ahead and pick it off Dip towards that area as well, that's now a free operator for Jivey if he wants it. But instead, they just keep on saying, well, no, we're on the attacking side. We're going to bring this aggression. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Northwood have just bled this one away. There's not a huge chance to contend. Benji will be able to find one. Jivey gets their third in the round, though. Talk about opening up this round. Player that is Jivey has done just that. And they're fourth on top, off screen. Ali just not able to contend, and Houston look like they're about to send us to map 3 here, Dallas.
I think they most definitely are, even them with this round having to not be somewhat of an eco for the likes of Northwood. They just have not came to life in this map, and that's a big problem to see out of them when seeing how well they performed in that last one. I mean, the way they played the game thus far has been very, very sparing. It's kind of a little, I wouldn't say lackluster, but a better description would be kind of discombobulated, maybe. I mean, just kind of not really there with each other, not really setting up these crosses they need, not really having that connection between from player to player that we've seen previously. And I think it's because Ascent is also a little bit bigger in terms of site control, but I mean, with also middle being so exposed, your spawn not being covered, you have to do that yourself with your own utility rather than just having a bridge there to cover it for you. You have to be a little bit more cautious about every single move you make, and they're not really just going as around as willy-nilly as what we've seen.
Nebula's being placed. I like this position inside Garden. It's a very solid one, but he's in a bad spot, especially since you only have a Sheriff to work with. But teammates pretty nearby. Koi's able to take one. Ali finally gets a frag for Northwood, but it's very short-lived as they lose Ferbs pretty quickly afterwards. There's only 3 players left standing for Northwood. No real way to deny this post-plant situation, but they'll try to come out now from Garden. Ali trying to play through the Nebula. So he's playing back through Cubby. Kept at bay now for the Nano Swarm. Jivey's managed to get across to the other side. And it's just more and more utility being placed. Intel being gathered here by the Owl Drone as the recon bolt is sent. Jivey has some extra assistance from their player stepping out from Cubby. They'll find 2, and Adam finds the third. Another round win for Houston. Almost a flawless once again. Basically a consolation kill granted over towards Northwood. And the map of Ascent is pretty much Houston's to take at this point.
It most definitely is, and the way they're playing the game thus far, I mean, UH really waking up here, and I like every single bit of it. Sure, it's now going to be an even buy for both sides, and everybody has guns, but I would say almost even, excuse me, as Northwood has a couple lackluster shields, but UH has all 5 ultimates, and I'm sure they are going to use all 5 ultimates. I mean, you have one last round why not make the most of this and go ahead and guarantee it? Because that's usually what we see these old save force to guarantee themselves around it. You can already see right there, Dip with a massive first pick, already able to grab some shots. And once again, UH trying to go ahead and really get themselves some influence towards the site. But you've lost your KO. You've had now a suppression, so it's not really that big a deal. But the one problem with that is you just don't have the Hunter's Fury coming out to really counter things. And there it is, already an equalizer, going ahead and making sure this round can be that much more of a necessity and a catalyst for the rest of this game to really pan out. But as Sully goes ahead and pushes on the site, can now grab that spike as well and put it down with the alarm bot backing him up. There's so much here set up for UH. I mean, you have now the cause of divide. I wouldn't blame them to throw it down right now. Make sure the aggression can be countered by something. Go ahead and really go ahead and set it up. And there it is, slowing everything down, playing it out, sitting in boathouse. Make sure to have these angles really just kind of be set off and really elongating the game. That's what you're looking for. And the cause of divide comes through right into boathouse as well, as this map is now cut up like a thin crust pizza.
Sully tries to peek out. Thankfully for Northwood, Ollie manages to find 3 before Sully finds their 3rd as well, and it will be a defuse situation. Benji with the clutch. 8 rounds to their name, and they're still bleeding quite a few, as that wasn't a round where they were necessarily positive in the eco whatsoever, but with a round win, it should still a little bit better. And they get the operator at the end of it, which they can hand on over to Dip, and Dip was a menace to the Society of Houston at the end of Icebox. It was very devastating to face off against. And I think that's something we could see start to put some oomph back in Northwood's pocket, but they're still struggling. Look over at their sideline. They can't even full buy rifles for everyone. The only one who has a rifle is Ali, and they've got soft armor. This just seems like the dying moments of a side of Northwood on the map of Ascent, and I hate to see that because they can get some, I guess, fresh air back into their breath.
You can already see, I mean, Dip getting extremely aggressive towards the side. I mean, looking to find this kill, looking to find this pick and B main, and you just can't find it. He does see a turret, so that gives away a little bit of intel to say, look, somebody's now B main. You know that somebody's in the middle of the map, so that they're playing pretty spread here. So whenever you choose a site, it's going to be a 2-1-2 setup for everybody. But where are these 2 on each side? Well, over towards A, they're right there in tree. So Ollie with a great first shot, able to go ahead and slow things down a little bit. Now going ahead and creating some space for the rest of the team. But are you ready for the exchange? You know he's going to push up a little bit more. Well, Benji apparently gets the note quick enough to grab that kill, and UH is now down 3-4 as Northwood once again steps up and has the lead for this round. But is any exchange going to come through? Is a rotation going to come out? No. Oddly enough, you still see Herrick Appleson, a lone player, a lone survivor with the spike right now towards that B site, trying to push up and grab the kill. But Dip still has an idea of what's going on.
Dip is completely unfazed, locked in a vice grip, so to say, on the entry from this B main site. Eric can place down a star and maybe go for a nebula. There's still plenty of utility available for them, but patiently waiting for Jivey to get into position. But thankfully, there's coverage as well for Jivey, as Harris will be there. Dip's going to actually step forward. This may be bad timing as he's in a very poor spot, and Sully and Eric cap off at the same exact time. Perfect wombo combo, and Northwood, what started off to be a really good position, now falling apart at the seams. Sully on a Drakey as the coverage player. Then now it's just Benji left, and it's not for much longer. KJ on KJ favors Houston, and the map of Ascent favors Houston 13-8.
Wow. Each team both winning the side in the map that we just didn't have them select. I mean, that alone in itself has already shown that this game is going to be a little bit more of a mix-up. And each side has been a pretty dominant, I want to say. That one not being nearly as bad as the first map, but Houston also finally waking up and really just kind of compensating for that first map, saying, look, we are still in this series. We're still in this game. We're not such a big team and a big org for no reason. So, I mean, the way they really played things out, they felt a lot more pace. They felt a lot more comfortable. And I want to see some more of that.
Yeah. I think we need to see a lot more of a return from Houston, especially after map 1. This map 2 was a really good start for them, and I think they can continue that pacing and continue to move off of this, because this was a swing map. It's not just a single swing round anymore that matters. It's the swing map. It's the tempo, like you said. It's the mental game that's got to change. It's a battle of attrition. There's a lot of games going on today. I mean, we have to cast all of them as well, right? It's a battle of attrition for us to keep up with it, but it's even worse for the players that have to be constantly on their game the entire time, and it's got to wear down on them. It's got to start hurting that mental, chalking it to a bit. And I think that Northwood are starting to feel that pressure, especially after they take it in a way that they completely just didn't respect what Houston were bringing to the table, because there wasn't much to respect on Icebox, to be frank. But Ascent, that was Houston's, and there was that lack of respect came back to bite them in the rear. It was very, very uncomfortable.
And crazy enough, I mean, even then going on the bind being the third map, being that decider, I feel like, I mean, we can't really have the same kind of setups we saw on Icebox. And it's a lot more aggressive and a lot more thin than what we saw on bind. So I'm looking to go ahead and see what exactly that could bring out and what kind of game we could see when it comes around there. But if you want to sit there and get your game up, obviously you can go ahead and get yourself a Samsung SSD. I mean, just breaking the game here. I mean, just going outstanding. Obviously, I love Samsung. I'm going to be a little bit more personal than you. I'm not going to have the whole professional approach. I just want to talk about how much I love them because I got a Samsung phone. I got a Samsung SSD in my computer. And once again, I can sit there and select whoever I want because I get into the game first. And you can do that as well. Even then, the N80 Pro is perfect for high-resolution gaming. When speed matters most, they got you. And even then, PCIe 4.0 has 2 times the speed of 3.0. That's maybe a 1.0 difference, but it's 2 times the speed. Do that math right quick because that's not my job. And plus, the 980 Pro is super simple to install. All it is just a little click, a super satisfying one of that, and a little bit of screw to back it up and make sure it stays in place. But with everything being said and done, we will go ahead and start going ahead and getting set up for this third map because I'm sure with both these teams now going the distance, they would have themselves a tiny little bit of a break. So we'll catch you here in a little bit after this 5-minute section. We'll be right back with some more action.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This is the Winter Invitational, sponsored by Samsung SSDs. My name's Infernosa, joined here by my great friend Mick, aka Dallas. You'll be calling him that the whole time. Map 1, a lopsided affair, a major victory held by Northwood. And then map 2, the total polar opposites. Somewhat close through, but no, Houston taking the W. And now map 3, it's anyone's game. We have to see who takes the victory here in this BO3.
Yeah, it most definitely comes down to it, and it all comes down to the map of Bind as well, which is the most exciting part looking at this. I mean, Icebox and Ascent. You can obviously know that a lot of people have comfort picks when it comes around to this map, but Bind is almost one of those unorthodox picks that people either forget to ban or forget to pick, or, I mean, whatever it may be. Not a lot of players really like to touch this map because I feel like it has some of the most narrow entrances on the site. You really don't have too much influence to really create on the map besides just going ahead and dedicating to a site and finding the picks there. So it all comes down to the agent selection and whether or not we can really see these people come to life, these players to come to life, and see what agents are going to be bringing on the field. And already Northwood getting fairly comfortable here when it looks down to this entire selection. You got Ray, Sova, Viper, which I'm really enjoying, having that double controller player. I mean, I think obviously Benji's probably going to be messing around, as I think a Sentinel is a necessity here.
I don't think you can play that anyway.
Yeah.
But, interesting. I actually did not know what her thing looked like in this agent selection, but very nice. Kind of quaint. But the Astra as well for Drakeus, really like that one. The Houston side seemingly locked in. They're not going to rock a breach like we had talked about previously, but Jivey will instead lock in with the Sky. And then there you go. Benji will finally lock in with that Sky as well. Solid setups for both sides. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's a mirror composition bar the chamber that's being played by Sully, which is kind of making up for the Viper that Aliyah is bringing on the opposing side.
And even then, I mean, UH already sitting there kind of following through, finding this kind of even exchange where we see instead of a double initiator setup, we have an actual Sentinel to come out. So the fact that neither side has a legitimate Sentinel is something I'm really kind of intrigued to see. Obviously, it's going to not really slow the game down too much, and I think both sides could really manipulate that. I think, honestly, if you just press that W key, you can find yourself some easy sites, knowing all the utility in terms of blinds and intelligence you can get out of that Sova can really go ahead and just do its work. But I mean, everything's standing thus far, and how that's going to look, it all comes down to the pistol round. And looking at the buys here, a lot of armor coming out for UH. So obviously they're looking to press that W key and get aggressive onto these sites and at least live out a little bit more of it.
Keep in mind, Northwood on the defense for the map of Icebox. Well, it's also somewhat close corners combat when you're talking about trying to get through to B and through to A. Won it in a very dominant fashion of 13-1. So could we see a replication of that same level of success now that they're also starting off on the defense once again? Or will we see Houston do the same thing they did quite well on the map of Ascent by being able to be multifaceted in their approaches, as well as being able to attack each and every objective in a different manner each time? But a quick swing out, comboed with the guiding light, the Owl Drone catching the rut end of it, and Eric will be left to dry as his teammate's not there to assist. They'll be the first kill favoring Northwood's side.
Even then, you also got to look at the crosses. I mean, what we sat there and saw Northwood excel in that last game is going ahead and setting up for these kind of side angles, going ahead looking for flanks, looking for these kind of extra crosses to be just really working off of. And in Bind, you don't have that luxury. You don't really have those angles to push anymore. It's either flank or directly off CT. And sometimes you can have somewhat of an alternate approach, but there it is right there, caught in the middle towards that tree. It's going to be Sky. Oh, Benji by his lonesome, able to find a kill and get some damage on a Jivey as well, but not really enough to really set the tone here. So the rest of Northwood still looking pretty healthy. Prime to hold it on the side as well as the snake bite comes out. Ollie finds that kill as well. The Drakeus back him up, and Northwood gets its first run onto the board. So a great start in terms of defense, but not really too much to read just yet. And even in the second round, we're not going to get that either. But as things kind of progress over time, we can at least get an idea maybe on that minimap to see what Northwood is doing and how they're going to be prepared for this defense and what kind of defaults we're going to see over time. And I feel like already the intelligence, both Sova and Sky, your two players who can really get a lot off the get-go, both being on the same site. You better make sure that B don't get taken, and I don't think it's going to happen with the bomb looking like it's going to go towards A.
I would crack a joke that TSM, a team that's kind of been on the rise and taking some W's recently, has been playing the chamber on this map, but it's just because it's Wardell. That's like the only reason why, so it doesn't actually bring much to the table here, Dallas. But we do notice that the ability to quickly pivot from the B site to the A using that rendezvous allows for a really swift level of assistance where necessary. Nice shock dart as well being sent through there.
Oh, that's gross.
really adds to assistance very quickly, and it makes things a lot easier for the defense. But at the same time, you can fall victim to, like we saw last map, or last game, I guess I should say, where they would transition and use it when the push was actually still an A. And so they moved to B a little bit too quickly. And so I think right now, for the side of Northwood, it's just a game of trusting your players that are on that site. And they've done a good job of trusting B, even when the information is being gathered that they're there. And now, when they actually transition, Houston go over towards A, there's 3 players they got to get through. More than there was on B, and arguably a harder group of people to actually pass through.
You can already see, I mean, 39 seconds left on the clock and not really too much time to make yourself an exchange over towards that B site. Once again, you're just going to hold this out. You're going to sit there, try to play for whatever you can. And Koi, actually, surprisingly enough, with that old grenade, able to find at least 1 kill and everybody trying to push up on him. So Javi finding one as well for Bosa making the exchange. But everything going down on this A site, including the likes of what now is 6 players and 2 remaining is going to be the 2 Northwood players who've now kind of gone to the other side of the map. Benji, who was playing for a flank, got a nice little surprise to say, look, here's the 2 guys I was looking for, and close out the map.
Y'all forgot about me. That's exactly what happened. Completely lacking for the majority of that fight, and stepping up where necessary, trusting in their single lonesome player left on site and saying, hey, they may transition to B, they may pivot to B, they may go through the TP check and, you know, lie in wait for that, and that's exactly what we saw. And though Northwood bleeds a lot of weapons, and they're kind of in a poor spot because of that one, and while Dip and Benji will be able to keep weapons, it's the rest of the squad are saying, hey, let's not really use too much. Let's keep our eco somewhat similar. Furbs gets a Sheriff, get a little bit of armor on the top. Sheriff across the board for the opposing side of Northwood as well. And I think that's a solid decision to go. You know you're going to be facing a rifle buy for Houston. You know you're going to be facing a fully faceted defense. Just play this one safe and try to play this one close to the chest.
And even then, you got to look at the rounds and how that's really going to pan out so far. Because Northwood being on the defense now, still having I would say at least 2 of those Spectres still in hand. They want to make sure to kind of even things out. They want to make sure to hold this down. Sure, you want to make it, even if you don't end up winning this round, you want to make it as tough as possible for UH to really come up with an answer in the next one when you do have that buy in your hand. So trying to grab as many kills as possible. And with the Classic, you can't really do too much of that as Koi already grabs one and Eric backs him up as well towards his A side. They're just pushing this and taking it by full force. And the decision for Bosa to go into showers is kind of odd, but I mean, honestly, I can respect it. Come up with an alternate angle, but it's just already going to be read by Soli, and the rest of the team is now, the rest of the team, just Dip on his lonesome, trying to go ahead and make an answer here, trying to get onto the site with full utility at his disposal. I think he should shoot a recon dart towards heaven, alleviate the detention for a second, and then kind of move towards the spawn. And as he does find one, he doesn't find another. So UH, not flawless, but darn near it.
We're talking about Northwood did a very good job to double swing on map 1. We didn't see a lot of that on map 2. There was like very early on when they were kind of keeping the game close and we were kind of nearing a tied halftime. We did see Northwood doing that, but we haven't seen it at all in the latter half of Ascent, and we have not really seen a lot of it here so far in 3 rounds for the side of Northwood. They're very individually. The one time I think I can call it a double swing was when we saw 2 players swing towards B long to be able to find an early frag on round 2, but beyond that, it just doesn't seem like they're kind of employing that same strategy of approach. And while on the defense, it's kind of harder to facilitate a double swing, there's 2 great areas to do that. B long and A showers. And we've seen A showers go through, but it's not been successful as when you see your Sky TP through and then get killed off immediately, which I was really questioning that decision there by Northwood, you can't really push much beyond that. But Spike left inside of Spices, and it looks like we may see an A push, but Houston are still hesitating a little bit more so they can gather the necessary information. Maybe with that Tasmanian Tiger, they're going to be kept at bay by the Poison Cloud.
And even then, already just a little bit of a hold is all you need for the likes of Old Northwood to make sure to slow this game down. I mean, Viper already being up, kind of hit a little bit, but you're not really too scratched up about it. If you're Northwood, you need to just be ready for this next wave because you know it's going to come eventually. With 55 seconds left on the clock, you know there's not going to be time really for another rotation, so you know the contribution is going to come right on the B. And the one player there on the edge, Benji, can be looking to go ahead and grab some kills or at least grab some intel with that, and not getting the chance to throw out that guiding light can be a big problem. But a recon dart comes down, it lets you know that 2 players are at least on site, and you look for the exchange. And nobody coming on the flank is a little bit concerning, but it's going to be a cool contribution through spawn nonetheless. So with everybody trying to push up, the Owl Drone to come out, so much utility invested already. You better hope you find these kills knowing UH is a little bit down in the dump. So Koi finds himself 1, making sure the lead kind of goes that much further. Drake's with an exchange, and Solomon trying to push up on the edge as well to kind of hold things out. You got to look at the spawn, man. You have Sully on the flank grabbing a double, completely throwing this matchup on its head and not even giving the chance for Northwood to get themselves on the side.
Wow. Houston have completely taken a round that could have dropped in Northwood's favor as they had a really solid defensive presence. They kept them at bay in terms of A short. They tried to use the Poison Cloud to their advantage to great success, and Houston used the information that they gathered by saying, hey, Poison Cloud goes off. We now know that there's a player, the Viper more specifically, on the A side. Transition over towards B. If you do it quick enough or maybe patient enough and still employ maybe an Astra Nebula over towards A short, then you've got yourself a spot where you can kind of catch Northwood off guard, take control of a B site, and give yourself a round. And that's exactly what we saw. Houston recovers, gives themselves the round win, tying us 2-2. And now look at the eco for Northwood. They are in shambles once again. And that's kind of been the story of the day for us. Just not in a really good spot. Here comes the nade being sent. Koi doesn't need the paint shells to do it. Can also finish the job with the Phantom, the spray through the Nebula to find it. And it's just Northwood once again losing that first frag. A total polar opposite of what the story was on the map of Icebox.
And even then, we're just not seeing enough aggression, not seeing enough proactivity out of the likes of Northwood on this defense. I mean, I feel like once again, when it came around to Icebox, it was almost a bigger fault by UH rather than Northwood just pushing A over and over and over again. But now, when they finally split up across the map, it looks like Northwood doesn't really have too much of an actual solution for this. They're just not ready for the splits. They're not ready for the different approaches. They're not really prepared for anything. And they do find themselves some kills here and there, but I mean, it's just not looking to really pan out in their favor or play out in their direction. And you can see Benji able to go ahead and manage one there, making to even things out in terms of player power. But Koi once again stepping down, saying, look, if you're going to go ahead and kill my friend, I'm going to do you as well. So everything really standing out here for UH as they get themselves onto this A site. You do see the flank coming out there around the edge from Adrakia. So I want to see what exactly moves can be made with that, as Ollie also wants to sit in the back. No real approach yet. I think they're all going to try and just really approach at the same time and have a huge collapse here in the end.
Maybe they go for a bit of a post plant. They try to go on the escape there for Houston. They try to play that cut instead. And I think that's what we're seeing Dip do at the very least. Ollie doesn't really need to keep the Marshal, so to say. And that's obviously not going to happen when Sully can swing over towards Metal as well and find themselves a kill. Dip's just saving. I'm curious why he's saving a Stinger at this point in time. Nobody's transitioned just yet. Drakia with a nice headshot kill under Koi. Drop a rifle out of their hands. Looking for another, and Eric almost at the end of it, but still comes up with a kill, and Tivy eventually finishes off Dip. They were watching that flank quite well. An impressive round once again for Houston.
Yeah, even the Northwood now having to sit there and step up a little bit more. I mean, it's only a one-round deficit, so they're not really too dinked up about it. But, I mean, looking at the economy, they could be if things really don't go their way. I mean, looking how the game's gone thus far, things have really been back and forth, a 2 for a 3. So Northwood grabbing those first 2, not yet winning a rifle round. And that is a big problem. Even then on the third round where we expect them to step up, to win those rounds and really get themselves a running here, they still didn't manage it there to really get themselves a huge lead to be working off of. So I think the way the game could go, honestly, if UH keeps on continuing what they're doing, just spreading across the map and getting these kind of almost surgical picks, it's going to look outstanding for them. But Northwood, to find an answer, need to just go ahead, spread out, be a little bit more antsy, be on their toes a little bit more, because UH is going to switch up these sites so many different times that you have to be prepared for it on every single front.
And I love that point you make about them not winning a single rifle round yet. And we can attribute that to Houston's patience there in round 3, where they know that they don't have the weapons really to contend against Northwood. And that was the round where they baited out the Toxic Cloud on the A site and then pivoted over towards B and took control of it quite swiftly. Then their post plant was extremely strong. They denied any and all spacing, and they made sure that when they would look, it was valid for the weapons they had in hand and not theirs. And we've seen that time in and time out. But a quick look, Showstopper employed by Koya does find one, but it's refragged back. And well, we have managed to see for just a moment there, Northwood had the advantage. It's now no longer in their favor. 3-3 for the Agents. Northwood are going to have to move on over towards the B site. A flank, though, by Drakius. He's in a good spot. He's going to have to come in quickly from the hookah side. It looks like a regrowth being employed now by the Houston. And they're looking to bring Jivey back into the fray. It's not going to matter. Jivey's head lopped off. Sully finds the refrag quickly. Drakius on the flank, cuts down one. Look for the second and finds it. Houston finally being dropped down in a rifle round, and Northwood finally put their name back on the scoreboard.
And also, I think that one round alone could be a huge tell of how they can get themselves back into this game. They just have to go ahead and do the same thing they did on Ascent, but kind of play those same rounds around the TPs. Make sure to lock them down one place. Make sure they run over to another one, and by the time they do that, you need to be set up for it. You need to have that aggression across the map and have these weird setups that just kind of catch them off guard, where they just don't want to check their corners because of how restrained for time they are. And we've seen that a lot in the Pro Series. And even then, you talked about Wardell earlier, and I don't want to sit there and talk about Pro Scenes too much because these guys definitely aren't. No, offense to them. But, I mean, looking how the game plays out, TSM did that same thing when they were on mine, when they finally started winning once again. going ahead, forcing these rotations, making sure to invest every single bit of utility to say, look, we can't do this anymore. Have 1 or 2 players pushed up to spawn, get so close to that spawn and at an off angle that you know you're going to run into some players and win that fight and get yourself maybe 2 or 3 kills off of it. So as we do find ourselves at a 1-1 here for the round of this start, at least, we got to sit there and see exactly how UH is going to get on the site and how this Torty Force is really going to step up. Otherwise, it could just be a wasted X button.
Look at this Cosby Divide cutting off back of Metal, and pauses in a poor spot. Jivey with the shot through, finding Dip. I loved Houston's combo there. They used the Cyclone to actually suck in a nade. Their paint shell they sent across and actually found out Northwood's first player. That's how the first frag went down. But Benji's going to step out from Halls. Now using the Cosmic Divide. Unfortunately, does not last much longer. To Adam gets their teammate of Ollie off the clock. It's just 1 versus 3, and Northwood and once again looking in a precarious position. If I'm sitting inside Hookah at this point, there's not enough info to work off of. Ferbza's quite low as well. There's so much there. He'll have to work everything individually, and he'll just take the head off Adam. This may be a save round for Ferbza. He's already devastated off another player, another rifle out of their hands. And the Tour de Force is known to have gone through, and there's the intel being given away. Just save this rifle.
Yeah, I don't blame him. This is the only play you can really make. You have 18 health. You have to hit flawless shots across the board to really get yourself around, and even then a defuse at the same time. And there just really wasn't enough time to necessitate all of that. So as Northwood go ahead into this next round, now sitting at what's going to be this 3-4 game, I mean, things are still staying close nonetheless, but somebody needs to find some kind of flow. Somebody needs to find a pattern. Go ahead and break the mold that we're seeing so far, being back and forth, to really just set the tone here. And honestly, UH, they're not really in need of that. They don't have to do that because the way the rounds keep on going, they get these streaks every here and there. They get the economy to work in their favor as they now, once again, look at this. Full rifles for the most part, besides Coy, who's not really too jinked up about it. And the rest of the team is just going to play off of that. I mean, if Northwood keeps on something like this, they're going to find themselves in a much bigger deficit as the game elongates.
That's something that I think, like you mentioned, you cannot passively mention it. Houston are constantly in that position where they can have rifles. It's not just like occasionally, oh, we lose 2 and 2, you know, trade back and forth, haha. Even when Houston manages to lose, they're still able to buy out the next round, and it's such a nuisance for Northwood on the defense as they're constantly having to be at full force, being at what could be a very solid attacking lineup for Houston, and it has been time in and time out. It's such a difficult thing to overcome, and we've seen that time in and time out. You can see on the site, peeking going through as the jump peaks on the opposing side of Tube, and it looks like the push will be going through B. Rendezvous now placed. Trademarks have also kind of been utilized now. Sully's just trying to give as much as possible. Dips holding down inside of Tube itself. Can go for the recon bolt, send it over to the left. Righty and at Crate. No one's behind, but there goes the Tasmanian Tiger. Koi dives on the site. Dip still somehow comes up with a kill. Also, so much information will send a shock dart on over. Benji will find one more. Dip will eventually been felled, though. It's a 4-on-3, and Northwood have 4 ultimates left to contend with. Paint shell sent over the top, and the spike has been downed and not yet picked back up.
Ooh, and the Seeker's already being invested as well to Jive. I mean, that's a really, really large investment there. Knowing that there's 4 players still alive, you know there's some are towards spawn, but I mean, now the constant divide coming down, making sure to lock down that hookah. When nobody's even in there, all he finds one and everybody else is collapsing on the site. So it's Northwood. Now, go ahead, dwindle those numbers down from a 3v2 to a 3v0. They make work of another round here and come out on top, and in a pretty efficient manner as well. We sat there and waited for them to have a buy, and they haven't had the best standing when it comes around to these purchasing rounds, where I mean they had somewhat of a half. But I mean, now finally getting those kills. We saw earlier the first answer they came up with was when we saw once again a buy on the back of it out of UH, because nobody's really been dying enough. This is the first time we're going to see more than one member really have to go ahead and dwindle these down, and every single time they lose a round, Northwood has already given them so much leeway to where the most of the team can really sit there and get back in the going. They can sit there and buy for each other. They can make work of something. And if Sully didn't really opt for that Torty Force earlier, he could probably buy for a teammate right now.
I think that's actually the case. I want to point out for Northwood, you said that they were very efficient in that round, and it had to be perfect efficiency for them to take it. I mean, you're talking about a thrifty buy against Houston's full rifle assault. Only one person missing rifle, but not that it necessarily mattered ultimately in the end. And I think Northwood needs to play like that even when they have rifle buys, because we have not seen a very efficient Northwood in this map so far. It's been very back and forth, a very hectic defense. And while I have somewhat liked a lot of their swiftness in terms of their pivot back to defend the opposing objective, it's just not been enough in my honest opinion. But Drakius finds the first frag of this round, but Sully and Jivey each wombo combo for one of their own. It's a 3 versus 4. Tasmanian Tiger sent an ollie will cap off of it. Second opportunity, and Eric misses the shot. Ollie finds it again. A 3 versus 2. When the Owl Drone's going to be sent out, he's been tagged now. That's an easy cleanup for Ollie for the 3K. Player stepping out. They need to get the kill, but Rip Benji finds it instead, and it's another Northwood round win.
Yeah, and even then, look at them in the way that Northwood really go ahead and collapse on that site once again. I gotta say, I was really questionable about 3 players there in U-Haul. You have no split, you have no way to take the site from multiple angles, and it's really all just investing on the likes of one site and praying that everybody's sitting there. And thankfully, for Northwood this time around, UH definitely was. But I mean, things going forward, I feel like Northwood is just, they're winning these gunfights every here and there, thankfully, but I mean, this is finally a stage where UH actually has to be in the dumps when it comes around to their economy, and they should go ahead and guarantee themselves a lead right now. But Northwood just winning these fights alone, even then on the rounds where they had a bye to some extent, but not a full one at that, they were still getting very scrappy with these kills. They were trying to find whatever they could, and they were getting desperate for it. I want to see less desperation and more coordination as the course of the game goes on, because Northwood is looking good, but I mean, they're not just playing good to back it up. But there's Ollie to go ahead and grab a first pick for this round as it sends the Rays into another dimension. But I mean, everything else going on right now, A is just being held down extremely efficiently, and there's not really a push to come out. In the meantime, if you're Astra towards B, you need to be pushing up towards spawn because you know a rotation may come out.
I think I agree with that exactly. Do you think the desperation, the greed that's coming from Northwood is based off the fact that they've been so strapped for cash in half these rounds?
Spike down A.
I could sit there and see it as somewhat of a factor, but not the full reasoning. I want to say that they're going ahead, a lot of half buys, a lot of specters. I think players should just trust their teammates, let these 2 rifles swing, and then you go ahead and pick one up. But instead, we're seeing everybody trying to be relevant in a fight, thinking that this game is do or die. Well, that's somewhat correct, but I mean, as it sits right now, you're up against 4 rifles, and we see they're going to have a massive clear for Northwood. Still, 4 guns in their hands at the end of this round. They don't have to invest too much. This is where UH has to once again get back into the game, make sure that things really go their way, and they're going to sit there and force the timeout to back it up.
Yeah, take the timeout, usually lose it before this halftime switch. I mean, there's only 2 rounds left in this half on top of it, so it's just a matter of trying to formulate what's been going wrong, what's been happening. If I remember correctly, our Ascent halftime ended up going, what, 7-4, I think was, or 7-5, sorry, at halftime. It may have been 6-6, but it was a very close game up to halftime, no matter what the story was unfolding, and that's kind of the case here. We've seen that back and forth. We've seen that constant. We've seen just that level of play that I've really liked from both teams. Northwoods was a bit greedy, and I have to agree with you. Their aggression has not paid off in the early stages, but their triumphant return right now, so to say, the return of the king, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, has been a bit of a unexpected result if you're a Houston fan or if you're the Houston Premier side as a whole, as this timeout is a much needed one. Put the damper, stop the pacing that Northwood are doing. At the very least, mentally, you're putting a stop for at least 60 seconds on what Northwood have been doing. But think about it. They're on the defense. They're only being as aggressive as you are. They're only playing as aggressively as you are allowing them to do. It doesn't make much difference if you're going to continue to play at the same exact pace.
Yeah, and I think the way the aggression's coming through, I mean, I don't want to sit there and talk about it all day, but it's definitely to be mentioned at least for a little bit as the game goes on a little bit more. I mean, looking at the way that Northwood is playing, they're just pushing up for frags. They're playing off of them. We haven't seen any confidence. We haven't seen early frags. We haven't seen pushes towards the spawn off of that to go ahead and get a preemptive 1K and then fall back once again like we saw in Icebox. Instead, they're waiting for a kill to come into their grasp, find that kill, and then they're backing up. But even at that stage, you already have 2 other players swinging behind it who's going to make sure to have the follow through. So a little bit of a change here as Dip finds that first kill with the Hunter's Fury. A great start for him. Only 1 kill there, but you can't stall the spike anymore. You got to think about where the rest of the players are, and they're all hanging around Hookah, so you want to be ready for that one.
Just a matter of biding time for Furbs now, but once the intel's given that they're inside Hookah, it would give an opportune moment for the players sitting inside Fountain to actually pursue upwards, but Eric will rotate back with their teammates. They're not going to go towards the A site, and there's A lot of information that's been gathered in towards showers. No sightline of anyone in heaven. No one sightline of anyone on site. There's no one really contending. But boom, now all the intel that you have just gathered and been able to go is all for naught as Benji caps one more player out and the Viper's pit goes down. Ollie successful with the first frag using that and utilizing the spacing it creates, but gets a flick upwards as well. Eric combos in. Thankfully the ping was there and you can still see it here on their screen. Doesn't need the actual eyesight if you can just go for that shot through. There's one player sitting behind mainline objective of those Radianite crates, but the shock dart being sent next to truck will make things very difficult. Eric swings out, finds one, has the spike and rotate over, but there's the player lying in wait. It's Jackius finding the last kill for Northwood.
Once again, finding influence across the map when you get that opportunity. I mean, attacking. That's why every single team feels it's so critical and why a lot of teams overinvest utility on that first initial push, knowing that if they don't rotate across the map, if they don't get this default setup, if it doesn't work right off the get-go, things are going to be that much more difficult because of plays like that. Players pushing up the map into spawn, creating these angles. Valorant isn't a tug of war. It is a push of war. And the more you give influence onto a site, the less space you really give something in the back. And that's what Sentinels are for, to set up for something like that. Give yourself that leeway towards the back. But even then, go ahead and set up on side as well. But I mean, looking at the way that UH is playing right now, they're not really pushing up that far and then really getting that influence across the entire map. Instead, they push up too far. They don't check their angles and they find themselves falling a little bit short and a player down because of it.
Look at a refrag back, and another one now is Dip. Sounds the hurt down. Sully, the player that was lagging behind on the A site towards showers for their intel gatherer, unable to survive this time around. Do you think it was a misplay from the rendezvous? That could have been what it was. A headshot kill will disallow you from actually being able to get away, as it's just a single shot to die. But now we get to see, once again, what we saw in round 5, where the player that's actually in showers is in a very bad spot, but no shock dart to be able to wombo combo in, and Ferbza gets a one-tap shot onto Eric Appleson, and that may just be all she wrote. It's just Koi left standing in a 1-on-4. 3 players for Northwood at 100% HP. They've got control of Spike, and you can see everyone else for Northwood just running on back through defender spawn and know that they have full control. It's up to Koi to change this one and flip it on its head.
With nothing but a Spectre and handing towards the back, a little bit of an idea of where Drakius could be. I mean, just no real place here to be made. Sure, you have a massive flank on your hands, and Koi absolutely set up for this, able to find one and get a rifle as well. So now, kind of being decked out once again, but not really setting up for everything there. The utility was prepared, the paint can was there, and the rifles were as well. So Northwood really stepping up here, kind of coming to life again compared to what we saw in map 1. Not nearly the same team as what we saw. And also being on the attacking side, they're not really going to have as much as we've really played off of. But, I mean, pushing through the map now on the opposite side, this is where things really start to take a turn, where we could see UH really step up, have this Sentinel play, have this chamber diff. But, I mean, honestly, Northwood really setting up for this attacking side. Not having a double duelist, essentially, but having the double initiator, we could see the equal amount of success out of them.
We talked about it on map 1 as well, the fact that Northwood didn't really bring the Sage, they didn't bring a Silva, they had just a really aggressive lineup, and we're seeing that again here, and I think that it could be the facilitator for a very aggressive attacking side, and that was kind of the same problem they fell into, and we've talked about so much. It's just aggression's the name of the game right now. Like you said, it's a pushing game, not a pull and poke, you know, but I think for Northwood, it's just a game of trying to get in there as swiftly as possible and really catching Houston unawares in a lot of ways, but they kind of bait out their first player up front. It's Dip, and it's a little late in the process. You still get the refrag back. It's just a necessity in round 1 when you're kind of using these baseline pistols to get the job done, and there goes the plant. Northwood with a 1-player advantage, make it no player advantage, with Koi and Eric each able to find one. Now coming in, they've got a great pincer. 1 in hookah, 1 coming from Halls. But the Toxic Cloud would make things even harder, and Ollie's not looking in the right spot. A fabulous recovery by Houston to give themselves the pistol round.
I'm extremely kind of curious of why Ollie there just didn't go ahead and hug inside that green coop. I mean, you know, you sit there, you play into it in a Viper's pit. What's the difference if you have a little bit of a bubble on the first round? So there, I mean, UH having themselves a little bit of step up, able to equalize this game a little bit more as they grab that round, and they're probably going to grab this force as well to go ahead and back things up, but it's still going to be 6-8. Northwood just need to sit there and do the same exact thing to get themselves to that 10-round count. So I mean, everything, the way this game is panning out thus far, you can't, once again, get too much of a read. You can't talk about utility. You can't really talk about rotations because you haven't seen too much of it. And even then, it's my first time watching these two teams on Valor. So, especially on Bind, knowing how contested this map is, how small it is, how the leeway for an approach to a site is so restrained and, like, it just suffocates you. I want to see exactly what kind of an answer could line up here for round 3 and how UH can get themselves either some momentum or whether or not Northwood can shut things down and really have a strap for this attacking side to really just push right through and make themselves at home.
Do you think the avenue of approach right now for Houston, considering that they've, when you win the pistol round, you got to give yourself a really good shot to hold close and personal, but for Northwood, it's just a game of trying to get one pick, maybe two, but they've only sent 2 players in through B long, and it looks like they're about to send 4 total, and they've leave player Straggler over towards Showers. I think they needed all 4 players to actually swing that at the same time, because 2 SMGs in that position, it's not going to do it. I felt like they've already, unfortunately, shot themselves in the foot early just by not really wanting to be as aggressive as they should have, and that's kind of the problem for Northwood right now, not really dialing it in or dialing it in too much, and it's just a game of balance for them, the equilibrium of aggression, so to say. But it's not too big of a loss. It's the second round in a round where you lost the pistol round, so nothing too big. Now they've got full rifles, but 2 players don't have full armor.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, in a round like that, where you're going ahead, you're finding a budget buy, you don't have anything to be working with, you go ahead and play as a 5-stack every single time. I mean, you're not really going to find too many off angles, and even then, if you go ahead and exchange, especially on the attacking side where you're pushing and you know you're going to have numbers advantage at every site you go to, you just have one main push up with a classic right click every single corner he sees, and then just see what kind of dividends can be met. But dividends in being met is more like bullets meeting heads right now, as we see UH just absolutely mowing through those showers, getting 2 free rifles to be working with, and making this round a heck of a lot more doable for them.
Just a battle of trying to keep Houston, or try to even the odds against Houston right now. Let me bleed out too this soon, and it's all of your showers approach. It's just seems like such a massive difficulty. Now they're just trying to come from one angle and one angle only, and while the toxic screen can buy you some space, it doesn't actually gather any intel. Tasmanian Tiger shot away. Ferbs did a good job of that. Jivey's still holding out over towards you all, but can't really do much beyond that angle trying to go through. You can see the shots going over towards the Radianite crate. Dip's going to go ahead and get a recon bolt sent over towards Heaven. Cleared instantaneously. No information being gathered despite the player being there. Koi will find the next kill. On to Ollie. Koi with a 3rd, and unfortunately not a 4th, but Eric Appleton will clean up where necessary. And another round in a row and another pistol start that continues to go onwards, and 3 in a row for Houston.
And it's rounds like that, man. I mean, already round 3, you go ahead and give so many rifles over to UH. Now you're at a budget buy, and they have rifles as well. The players that couldn't afford them or didn't pick them up, they definitely had the money now. They can definitely back that up. I mean, you can already see Koi, he fell in that last one, but the rest of the team picked it up. They backed him there, and I mean, everybody else really just compensated across the board. So, I mean, with the way that UH is running this game thus far, it's getting aggressive, playing these kills, even then, the Spectre, Northwood is giving them a little bit too much respect, which I honestly don't feel is kind of warranted, because there's not so much of a lead to where you're supposed to be scared of them. You have had yourself the lead here for a little bit. You've been maintaining it. Now you just need to put the nail in the coffin, and we have yet to see the effort.
Do you think... Actually, I won't pros that yet, because the round can kind of answer the question for me, but information for Northwood quite important. They've got a Viper's Pit, but this is being popped a bit too aggressively. How are you still alive here, Ollie? Goodness, but a showstopper sent over the top. It does not find the Viper, instead finds Benji. The Sky off the clock, but Ollie finds a nice judge shots one more. It's an eco round for them, so they're just trying to stay alive within their own Viper's Pit. Herbs of the Sheriff shot on him with another, and now off the clock by the judge, jury, and executioner. That is Ollie. This has been a very interesting round for Northwood, and it's all off the back of a single ultimate.
That's a Viper's Pit for you. I mean, that's really all you can say. It's one of the most influential ults in the game. You can go ahead and hold down the entire side, as we're seeing UH just go ahead and completely rip it apart. So, I mean, a great round there for UH. They're going ahead and making that exchange, getting themselves a massive round here on the board, shutting down that ultimate, as they already found themselves somewhat of a statement in the last round. This is, as you mentioned, the jury, the judge, the executioner, whatever you want to call it. I want to say this is almost, that round alone was a slayer of the momentum of the side of Old Northwood. I mean, going ahead, shutting that down. You can see that 5-round streak prior in that last half. But UH having 4 in a row has literally met the entirety of the force of Northwood. they've answered for it, and they're coming out on top with it as well. I mean, sure, now it's a bye round, and have to go ahead and hold things down once again. But I feel like once they win this round, they could run away with the rest of this game. This is going to be a huge swing round in terms of where the economy goes, where the league goes, and even then where these players really go ahead and find themselves sitting in the next one, and whether or not adjustments are going to be made or not.
I think with the expenditure of the ultimate last round, I think you could almost attribute that to being a swing round, but I would say it would give a lot less emphasis towards it just because of the thrifty buy, the eco of them having only really sheriffs to work with at that time. So I agree with you entirely. This round is probably the most important one we've seen in this matchup today because this could very well determine the eligibility for Northwood to continue to contend as this game progresses. This is a timeout, not by Northwood to say, hey, we've now taken 4 or 5 losses in a row. Let's kind of think things through. This is by Houston. Houston say, we're on a spree. Let's not get too hot-headed. Let's slow ourselves down because we've had some pretty close calls. We almost lost to a single ultimate to a bunch of pistols. We can't have these close positions. We need to be winning these by a dominant manner and showing everybody why that loss on Icebox is not as demoralizing and not as devastating as it should be.
And once again, I mean, I was liking the idea there. We already saw Jivey towards that A site, looking to split up the Sova and the Sky, your 2 intel givers. But once again, rotating right back over to B, looking to cross with each other. The entirety of your intel is all within B long right now. There is no answer. You have no idea what's going on. And you see an Owl drone coming out of showers, and you're trying to get a read. Or obviously one player's there. How many? That's where your Sova comes to answer. Is there somebody to exchange and also play off a short where they're going to sit there and collapse in 2 areas with us? That's your Sky's job. We don't have nothing here at all out of the likes of old to really go ahead and get that intel. So I want to see them spread out some more. I want to see a lot more ideas being brought to the table in terms of how they're going to hold things rather than just going ahead and double swinging. You choose different agents for a reason. Otherwise, you'd be playing a different game.
And I think for a map like Icebox, double swinging can basically be everything you need, especially when the one-man army that was carrying yourselves through it was the right path. But
yep.
Houston have evolved as this game has progressed. It's looking like a whole new roster, and the game of adaptation favors the side that adapts faster, and that's definitely the case right now with Houston. A bit of a misplay, I think, with the concuss, but it doesn't seem to be a huge deal just yet. No one being killed by the showstopper. Northwood missing a huge ultimate early, and they'll be missing another player. Drakey is off by Jivey. Furbza will get one, but Benji's off the clock once again. Koi with another, but Furbza has managed to collect one before their unfortunate passing, and now Houston are at 3 players left standing, and there's only 1 down with the death of Ollie for Northwood. There's no chance for this round to go any further. Eric is just going to wait for this player to step out of showers and then just swing for the kill, and that's exactly what happens. Dip will be dipping himself on into the next round with that kill, and it will be a round lead, I should say, 9-8 favoring Houston.
And the fact that Showstopper didn't find even a single kill there is just a huge detriment to the rest of the team when you know that you find that one big gun, that one play that you can only get so many different rounds and it guarantees yourself a kill typically. When it finds absolutely nothing, your entire plan goes to shambles at that point. You already sat there trying to push onto A. Things didn't work out there. You go to B. Things didn't work out there. What can you do then? You've invested so much time setting up for both these sides that you really can't make the play. You really can't switch things off and make your kind of ideas come to life on either side. Then you get a little bit desperate. And honestly, once it came around to B, knew they were out of tricks. I mean, Northwood knew they were out of tricks because it was their book that they were following through and they were on the last page. So, I mean, as everything dwindles down a little bit more on the attacking side, this is honestly one of those rounds where, as I said earlier, it's a huge swing. has already won it, and Northwood is saying, well, now we have to conjure something new because that definitely didn't work.
Do you think, I'm going to stop bringing up questions to you because I feel like at the same time, these are questions that are being answered almost immediately in the next round because these teams are punishing themselves or getting punished because of the slightest mistake. And I brought up earlier the game of adaptation. That's what Valorant is. You said it's a game of pushing, and I think that's the case. Shoving, more like, in a lot of ways. And Houston has made a completely opposite polar shift from map 1 that it's not even funny. Map 2 took them a little bit back to get back into the groove of things, but man, it's almost like they were frozen, scared, shaking on map 1, and this time around, Houston is saying, nah, we got this. This is us. This is our moment to shine, and that's exactly what we're seeing. But notice they left Spike over towards Spices at Link connecting, and they've just spread themselves out. Looks like they're going TDM style instead. If there's no one really quick enough to pick that one up, it could become a problem as Ollie and teammate of Sky are holding out on A site, ready to, I guess, kind of be that forefront push.
And already could have come out there for UH, already capitalizing on what they had in the last round. It's somewhat of an ego here for the likes of Northwood, so, I mean, not to get too overzealous or freak out too much, but, I mean, you have to get scrappy here. And I think the way they went ahead and allocated a timeout on this round wasn't really necessary because it's a save round. Honestly, you could use a round like this to figure out what's going on, to play out the entirety of the clock, not even get a plant down and worry about it. If you can just find some kills and say, all right, let's get a feel for what's going on. All 5 of us, let's push towards B long, see how many people typically sit up over there, because they're going to be going and ironing out their strats and playing a little bit more of a repetition game right now. Okay, well, there was nobody right here. Let's not push on the side. Let's go ahead and check right up there towards A main. See not only how they stand off the get-go, but how they respond. And we just haven't seen any of these players fill out the map just yet. They're just running right in to see what they can play off of it and seeing to get overzealous towards each of these sites.
Plant seemingly going down, and Northwood are trying to hold on, but the paint shells will actually deny. There's no way to go for it. That round is done and dusted with a play here by Houston. It's just one player left standing. Benji may actually be able to collect with one, but it's just going to be all she wrote. 2-round advantage now for Houston. Talk about a paint shell at a perfect time. Sent over the top, collecting not just one, but collecting around when Garen tore off of it. And what little bonuses Northwood would have had in that round by getting that plant and having that little bit of extra cash in the pocket, denied emphatically. And so they're really just having to survive off this loser's bonus, which eventually peaks out. And I don't think that's going to save them.
I don't think so either. I mean, now sitting at the 10-round threshold for the likes of UH, and I mean, Northwood essentially wasting that last round. They found absolutely nothing out of it. They found 1 kill to max, and I mean, everything else just didn't look to really pan out for their favor. They grabbed no intel. They figured out what no default was. They didn't know about the setups. They know absolutely nothing moving into this round. You can see them just pushing up, completely blind, just trying to play it by ear.
The kill dropping for both sides. I mean, Northwood are still on the losing end of the situation, but they'll at least get plant found this time around. And wow, narrowly missing the opportune moment to pounce and find themselves the refrag back to tie us 3-all. But look at the information. The owl drone sent low. It's good enough to catch a bolt, and it's just enough information, but still Koi comes up on the wrong end of it. Drakeus with it instead. He needs to swing out players over towards U-Haul with a nice shock dart. Adam Silliman can fail to find the kill instead. He now needs to swing and take out Dip. Dip is going to win that fight, and now it's a 2-on-1. Bad spot for Jivey to be in. We'll hop onto the defuse for just a moment's notice. He's got information, but not enough. 2 players on either side, and it'll be an easy cleanup for Northwood. A recovery round indeed. But that will also stop the tempo that was set by their loser's bonus, and they're going to have to survive purely off of the little eco they have left standing for them.
Yeah, so a little bit of a cheap buy here. You can already see Ollie and Drakeus going for these half shields, but I mean, not really too much to work with beside it. Look at UH and their entire eco standing. $4 grand still in everybody's hand. After the economy switched over, everybody died. They have 2 more guaranteed rounds in their hand. And even then, by that stage, if enough players survive for that, knowing the eco will switch up again eventually, they're going to go ahead and have plenty more buys to back up. I mean, these kids are looking extremely comfortable when it comes around to the money department, so they don't have to worry about that. The thing is they have to worry about now is, now that attention is alleviated from your problems and your wallet, you got to look at Dip on this Hunter's Fury. I would go ahead and find one there towards that A main site, find yourself pushing up the map a little bit, and towards U-Hauls, the grenade comes out and does a lot of damage onto Eric and actually finds the kill as well. Northwood is finally going ahead and playing that shove game war, and sometimes it's not really working out for them, but they're definitely making due diligence with it right now.
Shots ringing out in the distance. It's danger zone right now for Houston as they are still trying to recover from this position. A man down. 2 players going to be sent through, y'all. We talked about how we didn't like how Northwood sent 3 through last time, but seemingly that's kind of the approach that most teams are trying to go for. Guiding lights in, it does blind Dip, but Drakeus is still trying to peek despite his sightline also being cut, and that will even out the odds. 2-on-2. Wow, that shot was actually shockingly close there, but no cigar. Only finding a pickup frag, and there goes the guiding light, and just barely able to make their slight escape sideways. Sully is at 59 HP. Can hop on the diffuser, but the snake bite will completely remove any possibility of that 1 HP after the decay, and Ollie will find themselves the kill. Northwood are not out of this one just yet, Dallas. They are fighting for their life, and this game is the last breath for either of these squads.
They most definitely are. Even then, I mean, everything's stepping up. Now, both teams sitting at a 10-10. I feel like this is at the stage where we could see ourselves go into an overtime, but That is if Northwood keeps up the momentum and keeps on playing off this, because UH, they have themselves a bye here. They're going to have a bye in the next round. Everybody besides Adam, who's oddly enough was the one guy who bought a sheriff regardless, so no matter what happens on that round too. So maybe things are really starting to dip out right now, but I mean, the way things are going to have to continue forward for Northwood, they're going to have to go ahead and keep this flow running. They're going to have to stand out, because the way we saw them on that last half, it took them a really long while to adjust. And almost in overtime, that's where we see teams get desperate, do almost literally anything, start playing like irons for all we care, just to find a cheeky angle, find a free kill off of it, and just play with it. But everything's really panning out thus far. You have a huge push towards showers already flushed out, and Koi is going to be backing things up and saying, I'm going to hold things down as best as possible. They're still got to be around here somewhere, because we haven't heard any footsteps.
It's interesting to see just the warfare, the battle of attrition right now in showers. They'll try to get across. Koi not allowed to. Now Houston a man down. B site has not been approached for quite a while, Dallas. I think that's a huge problem, but it's seemingly working. Showstopper employed and sent, and unfortunately it doesn't really come up with anything. Jivey gets the kill instead. Shock darts being sent by both sides, but eventually Benji gets the better. I'm able to find a kill with Adam Soliman on the opposing side, and now they're going to have to spend time to get that spike over to the objective they want to pursue. Jivey with the kill onto Ollie kind of leads the Northwood side to say, hey, Ace 8 might not be where we want to head to, especially with the Seekers being sent on top.
And even then, you already get the read, you get the guiding light to be sent up towards A main, and the rest of the Seekers are moving across the map. So you know that nobody's there towards A main. You know that the Seekers are going elsewhere, and you have two of those going over towards A showers. Then you have one going over towards B long. So just make the exchange. You say, look, there's two players here. Just hold things down towards showers. One player anchor. The rest of us are going to rotate, and we're going to be prepared for whatever comes. And the way things have panned out since then, well, we apologize for what we haven't seen too much of, but as it looks, it's a 2v2 on the A side, not enough time to plant. That's going to be Northwood not finding the time here to really work things out, as UH grab themselves one more and lead that to 11.
They're one round away from match point, series point. This is an extremely close map as well, but it doesn't seem like it would be, considering the sprees of rounds we've seen being collected by both sides. 5 in a row in the first half. The second half of the first half, I guess I should say, 6 in a row collected for Houston, and that's the reason why they're ahead by 1 at this point in time on their return. But I think it's time for Houston to kind of splurge in regards to how they're playing this one. Notice they lost first frag in that last round. Koi not able to escape from back of showers. I think he should have left that much sooner. Just too precarious of a position to lie within, and yet still stayed behind. It just felt like a bit of a misplay in that regard. But look at this lineup sent over the top, trying to cut the sight lines off from Jivey, who may be holding inside U-Haul, and that could allow for a very quick rush. And I think that's what Houston is anticipating. But look for Northwood. They're not there. They're sending their Astra all the way over towards Fountain, and they're retreating that direction as well.
And honestly, I'm kind of okay with this, but seeing that it's only Chamber and Astra set up towards this B side, not being a real sentinel as Chamber, you got to find these shots. I mean, it's one of these case scenarios where you have to completely rely on your teammate to hit their shots and nothing more. And with all the smokes already coming out and the stars coming out of play, and either be nebulas or gravity wells or whatever, this Cosmic Divide is now going to be possibly invested as an approach comes through, and Northwood is going to go for a massive shove on the side.
Have to get through the Cosmic Divide. This one's placed by Houston, and Sully's in a very bad spot. Through the Nebula, Benji makes it even worse, digging a grave 6 feet under and sending Sully there right after. A player advantage was gained for the side of Northwood, but with Eric Appleson's kill onto Dip, it kind of brings it back in their favor. Both Cosmic Divides have been utilized in this round, this one cutting off Halls. In Dallas, from the looks of things, it's going to be a hard recovery for Houston, as time is just bought in such a great manner. The boombot goes out. It does not manage to explode, but very narrow position. Furbza, what are you doing there?
What?
How have they not respected that? And Houston just instantaneously are cut down upon their exit from Halls.
Just those tiny little plays like that, man, just the most unexpected corners that just really set the tone for everything else. And the Cosmic Divide, sure, it was somewhat of a little help there, somewhat of a crutch to hide behind that wall, but I mean, everything else, you still need to check that side. I mean, there's a cubby over to your left, and you've sat there and waited so long to answer that spike plant that you just can't really execute anything else. But once again, UH now, after losing that round, things are going to be really up in the air and really scrappy for them. No, they don't have to buy. This can be almost a free round here for Northwood. That is if they don't really mess up too bad. And, I mean, just push themselves on the side. Honestly, that's what you got to play out. Sova, Chamber being the only two there. You've chosen the right side. Can you find the right kills? And You do find one as Ollie goes ahead and closes it off Koi, but the rest of the team needs to push up and use at least one of these ultimates to secure the win.
You traded even on both sides. Northwood looked like they may have a really good chance to go forward, but with Dips killing Adam, it gets even better. But Sully's got the Headhunter in hand. He has to be dealt with, and thankfully Drakeus is there to do it. 2 players left for Houston, and to make matters worse, the Viper's Pit's now been employed. I don't think this one was a bit of a necessity in this round, but it's good comfort. It provides space, and I think that's something that Northwood have been struggling to get. Let's just keep in mind, the last time we saw this ultimate used, it was a great return by Houston, but that was also in the Northwood Eco round, not Houston's, as they're kind of struggling as of this current moment. Jivey will try to swing out. Eric finds a major frag, but Ali gets the refrag back. Eric will be able to pick up the Vandal, trying to employ it to their own success. Elbow play, shoots one, but cannot find another. 3K to Ali. And how many times have we said that tonight, Dallas? That one individual player has really picked up the slack.
Yeah, I mean, 22 and 15 in this game alone. Comparing to the likes of Eric Appleson on the opposite side, sitting at 21 and 15. These controllers are going off and bind. And I think that speaks a lot of volume for their role and how that character can really just go ahead and set the tone. And Sully, being 18 and 15, backing that up, is just really odd to see that. I mean, these duelists are just not really doing their job. I mean, Furbza, obviously, getting in the site, doing his deal. Benji backing him up there. But, I mean, Dip not being nearly as alive as what we've seen these previous rounds. So, I mean, still being alive and well, still having the lead right now. I mean, as a Sky, he seems to be a heck of a lot more comfortable on that jet.
It's a game of first frag in this round. I mean, the recovery has to be made, and Houston has been bleeding quite a bit, but I'm not even going to get first pick. Drakeus even denying Koi with the showstopper. This one's massive. Dip uses the Hunter's Fury. Drakeus and Firmza each wombo for another, and Drakeus finds their third in the round alone. Firmza getting aggressive towards Metal does not seemingly make the great escape, and it's just Jivey. Dallas, it's looking like this could be all she wrote. The Tasmanian Tiger being sent out possibly for the last time in this map as a whole, as more guiding lights are sent through, and Benji through the nebula. That is indeed the last time we'll see of Houston here, as Northwood, despite an abysmal start and a terrible ascent, manage a miraculous recovery and take the map whole.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say sooner never than later, but I mean, the way they sat there and really kind of assumed the pace of the game. They didn't really set it. If anything, they just kind of guessed it and played off of that and finally found a real kind of momentum to be working with. I feel like everything was a little bit scrappy here. This last map, once again, bind, I feel like nobody's really gotten a hold of it. A lot of teams are still trying to figure it out. Every single side is extremely contested, and you have to fight for that control. We never saw that fight on the defending side pushing up through the map. We saw them constantly hanging in the back, constantly double swinging, constantly just holding things out. And even then, I mean, nobody was really having all the utility in the world to back it up. We saw a lot of Astra. Don't get me wrong. I saw so many stars across the board. But where were the gravity wells? Where were the concussions? I mean, I saw a lot of nebulas, don't get me wrong. Smokes are great and all, but a little bit too much smoke can go ahead and really spell a quicker end for you. So, I mean, in more ways than one. So everything looking for each side thus far, I want to see that if Northwood, now moving on to this bracket, we need to see some very quick adaptations. I mean, Icebox, obviously, that was looking outstanding. Ascent, for you to lose that when it's your pick, that's a big problem. And for Bind to get as scratchy as it did this early in the entire bracket, now going, here in the second round, you need to iron something out pretty efficiently, pretty quickly if you really want to have a run in here.
Yeah, and I want to kind of harp on the Astra plays there as well. We saw a couple moments where there would be a gravity well and then a nebula being employed, but the spacing for it was completely off. The nebula was not played next to or even close enough to actually do anything. And when you're talking about having a concussive blast being employed next to it as well, every single time, never close enough. The only time I saw Gravity Well be wildly successful was one in Hookah, where we saw Gravity Well be employed, and then they used a paint shell to finish off the kill. It was really nice, and then they just sprayed through the wall in that corner because they knew where they would be lying at that point. They didn't even use those two to get the kill, and it was really just one piece of utility the whole time in that regard. But the nebulas were fun, I guess. The smokes, cutting off sidelines, it's whatever. But I guess we just kind of wish for a little bit more in terms of utility, because Northwood does have a lot they need to clean up going into this. I hope Houston reviews that and checks out what they did wrong, because they could have obviously taken that map. What a close one as well between these two giants. We knew Houston was good going into it. Northwood we were a little bit unawares of, and they definitely have put their name on the board, and they're climbing higher here in the Winter Invitational.
Yeah, they most definitely are. I mean, even in the bracket to still be running, we have plenty of events coming through as well. I mean, still more rounds to come. At least one more series tonight before we call it a close, and semifinals and grand finals will be coming up here soon. But I mean, looking at the standings so far, we have not seen very much diversity. We've sat there and seen a lot of icebox, a lot of bind. I want to see these players start to come to life and breathe. I want to sit there and see a little bit more of fracture, maybe. I want to see adjustments being made from these teams all the time, and we just haven't seen that out of them. And if it all comes down to map selections, that shouldn't be it. Your players should be comfortable with every single scenario, every single situation, and able to adapt around those. And when you just go ahead and throw it out the window, when you say, because we're playing this map, I don't feel like it anymore, let's just, roll the dice and see who really finds himself a lead, that's a big problem.
Yeah, and speaking of adjustments that need to be made, as these teams obviously do need to make some adjustments, and we'll more likely need to see Northwood do that as they progress onwards. Make the adjustment in your personal life today. Upgrade your computer to a Samsung 980 Pro. It's the perfect SSD out there. It is Samsung standard, as we like to say. It sits into the PCIe 4.0 slot, which is 2 times the speed of that original 3.0 slot that a lot of people use nowadays. Recommendation, upgrade, and that decision. The 980 Pro is super easy to install, like Dallas said earlier. You plug it in, you put a little screw down, and you're good and ready to go. 7,000 megabits a second read speeds. You'll boot up in just seconds. But speaking of booting up, we'll have to boot up the last match of the night here. So make sure to stay tuned for what this Game 3 is going to be like in just a few short moments.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. It's the Samsung Winter Invitational. My name's Invitational, joined here by my great friend Mick, aka Dallas, as you'll be hearing me call him the entire time. And we've got another matchup. One of these teams you may recognize from our literal last game. Hopefully they talked things through that 10-minute break and can make some adjustments, because let's be frank here, Dallas. There were no adjustments in terms of map selection, so we will be heading to the exact same thing, not to spoil it for you or anything, but major spoiler. Yeah, we're so happy. We're so happy to be here. But let's take a look at the agents. Well, I guess not agents. Let's take a look at the rosters, is what I guess I should say for these two teams.
An UCD go. I'm probably just going to call them UCD being this.
That's good. They go by UCD.
Go ahead and just slow things down a little bit. But Various and Nick, Venus, Johnny, and C16 are going to be the 5 players here for UCD. So honestly, looking at everybody, Nick, animal science major. That's a little interesting. Is this an agricultural school?
Maybe. It could be. I mean,
well, they have a department for it, it seems. So that's really interesting in itself. But do any of these players out of, typically because you sit there, they usually go by UCD. Obviously, you got to see at least one of these players and kind of have something come out to mind. I know Nick kind of stands out to me because it's really familiar to Nick, even then just with the 2Ks.
I know C16, and I'm pretty sure I know Various. Yeah, this team was also in the MSI Radiant Cup, Student Radiant Cup. So if this is the same one I'm thinking of, which I think it is, because I recognize the logo, but that would make a lot of sense. Then we'll go back and look over at Northwood. We'll see how this one fares. Keep in mind, though, Northwood beat the Houston side, and Houston won the MSI Student Radiant Cup, so that could be a big factor. But Tyler, Dragius, Rins, Ribinji, and Ellie, just like we saw last time. We'll go ahead and talk about the agent selection when we talk about the map bans as well for just a moment. We already know this. The maps are already known because we said it's the same thing. It's Icebox, then Bind, then the map of Ascent. Nothing has changed whatsoever. Maybe the order bar anything, but beyond that, it's this all-in, time out. So let's go ahead and take a look at the agent selection when the time comes through. Dallas, what are you looking forward to, or maybe not looking forward to when it comes to these games?
Honestly, let's just throw everything up in the air. Let's just run 4 duelists and let's just run chamber. I'd be excited to see that, honestly.
That's 5 duelists. What do you want about?
I mean, basically, yeah, you're right. But honestly, obviously, if we're going to go ahead and talk about Icebox once again, let's just repeat history for itself for these new viewers. Viper's going to be essential. Sage is going to be essential. And we can already see those 2 check marks being checked off by the likes of UCD. But Northwood looking to double down, do the kind of same thing they did for Bosa, already being on that rain. And probably going to go ahead and play towards that A site, up towards that pipes, get an initial kill, then dismiss and back up off of it as you got dip, probably with an operator towards the back. Either, flexing between A site and B site, looking for some free picks here and there, and making sure to get that much more of a lead and man advantage. But everything else, Ollie still on the Viper, going to be playing that once again. Drakius looking pretty comfortable the first time around when it came to that Sova. Not really nearly as comfortable when we saw him on the Astra later down the line, but still a strong start nonetheless. So I'm expecting to see UCD step things up as we have ourselves the Sage v Chamber lineup, whether or not a real Sentinel can do better than Chamber some tier.
Do you think that maybe the how do I phrase this? Let me look real fast to see whose map bans these actually happen to be, and that would kind of help me out in my my guess here.
Northwood picked this.
Northwood picked this. That would make sense, right? Do you think UCD did not check the score results from the last game? Because if they did, they probably should have banned this.
I feel like
just gotten rid of it.
I feel like that's fair, but also you got to keep in mind we're further up the bracket now. These teams are expected to be a little bit more kind of gritty than what we've seen
Houston's
previously.
one of the best teams out there in the collegiate scene. Like, yeah, they were first seed, as our observer is now telling us. Like, I could have guessed that anyways. That is a huge expectation for them, and being taken into 13-1 on Icebox. Dallas, it just seems like such an oddity for UCD to pick this up.
I don't want to be mean or
Allow it,
anything,
I
but
guess.
apparently they weren't good enough because Northwood is the one moving on right now. They're the ones who are still up in here, and they're the ones that are running it right back on Icebox. And thankfully, they're going to be going to Bind before they go to Ascent. So if Ascent really is that bad after they sat there and chose it in that last go around, I mean, they should be sitting just fine here. I mean, they just really have to make those adjustments very quickly. And I'm hoping when they were all in the bathroom, in the porta potties, or the urinals, they were having a nice little chat up about what exactly they need to change up here. And we can already see once again Northwood being on the defensive side where they excelled last time around, obviously choosing what's going on here. So able to give themselves a little bit more leeway. Benji already grabbing that first kill, making sure to start things off strong, but Johnny able to make an exchange there towards the middle.
Talk about a 3-player rush through orange, and now that spike down on green. Look at the angle, though. Johnny with another swing out. Drake is finding Johnny in the refrag, though, and now Ollie's just playing bait around this corner. C16 will find the kill. 2-on-2, and UCD have managed to create a little bit of space, but it looks like they'll transition themselves back over towards A site. Northwood will do just the same. They'll send their Reyna on over. Ferbza was extremely strong on this map, but unfortunately, when you're talking about this position, it's kind of hard to play against it, and will be tagged out just the same. So that gives the intel away to the rest of Northwood that it is, in fact, the A site that they're heading towards. But I think there's no denying the plant at this point. It's going to go down. It's just a matter of going in the post plant.
Yeah, and even then, we can already see UCD setting up for this. Already going ahead, having their 2 duels alive. So, I mean, if anybody's going to win it out, it could be these two. But looking at the Sova, that's going to be just critical when playing for this retake. Playing it, make sure to get that dart up, get some intel where they're sitting at, and there it is. Barbosa with 1. Now go for the second, and now that's going to be a closure out for this first round, kind of repeat of history. A great first here for the likes of Northwood. Looking to carry through with that, having a force here in this next round, and really just standing out thus far. I like the initial pick from Benji. I like the closure there. Wasn't really sure about that rendezvous, but everything else looking outstanding for everyone else. Just an even distribution across the board of responsibilities. And once again, Dip's probably just going to save things up and say, I'm going to go an operator for the next.
Well, I think Johanny is going to have to... Well, I mean, obviously, when you pick up a good round like that for UCD, where they didn't necessarily get the plant down, and, like, get the round win, I guess I should say. I guess it would be more specific if it's not true. Johanny picking up 2 kills is really solid, especially if you're a Sage, because it can kind of set the tempo for him for the rest of this setup, and it allows for them to get that extra piece of utility. And Sage is kind of expensive in a lot of ways for that, and their utility is some of the most important ones you can talk about. But look at the intel gathered off that bolt, and guess what? Tempo set. Johanny finds the first kill once again. Dip hiding inside the Cloudburst, finding a refrag back, but it's short-lived because Varius is there. But the Guardian in the hands of Drakius will guard this objective for just a moment longer. Now tied 3-on-3 with our agents across the board. And a bit of recovery must go through for Northwood. They've already dropped 2 SMGs, and UCD probably picking these up and having them to fight now in a post-plant situation.
And even then, I like the way this is kind of going so far. I mean, I don't know really about Benji's Marshall pick towards the back. I mean, obviously, you have yourself a headhunter, so you can play that quarters if need be. But I feel like just having the rendezvous ready, double swinging with a teammate, picking up his gun if he dies, and then just working with that would be much more of a valid option while still having full utility to work with. So as Johanny's going to be set up towards the back, Venice is towards the over in the middle of this site. Is going to be looking for a kill there. Ollie finds 2, make it 3, and make it a second round here for Northwood as they go ahead, do the same exact thing. I'm not going to say it's going to be a repeat of history, but, I mean, when UCD decides to force there and doesn't really get too much out of it, it really makes you start to question of what exactly is going to really work out here for both squads as the Guardian goes right back into Ollie's hands. So that's going to be a big differential here if he's solo holding this B-side once again.
It's just a matter of perspective, right, with Northwood taking map 1 last time around on Icebox in a dominant fashion, and now coming into this one. It's a matter of perspective. And there was kind of a force in UCD's attacking round. There was. They kind of overextended themselves. And they have full bot marshals for everyone but Nick. Oh, nope, never mind. There it is. Marshals for everyone. Now they've handed it over to Johanny instead as a sheriff. But those shots are going to ring out. That is a scary weapon to hear this early, right? I mean, it's a one-shot kill with no armor, and then the 2-tap to basically anyone else, and having 4 players opt for that, I mean, as long as they're hitting shots, it can be very successful. But Johanny, the player that didn't have one, unfortunately cut down first, and C16 and Varius will go right afterwards. Only Venice able to actually make some semblance of a recovery, only finding 1 so far, though, looking for another one. But Ferbza on the move finds the headshot kill into their Reyna doppelganger, and Ollie finding the last. Why is UCD burning this much eco this early, Dallas?
I'm genuinely just as curious as you are. I mean, I can answer that question. I'm not in their comms, and I'd love to hear them. Because, I mean, when you go ahead and buy yourself a Marshall, sure, you now have a full buy right here, and you still have money to be dishing out. I feel like almost so many different weapons could have really filled that slot equally, if not even better if you're pushing up A side. If you're trying to get scrappy, if you don't have that full shield. Honestly, full Buckies would have been a little bit better there. I mean, just trying something crazy that really pays into your kind of place, because Going Marshals and pushing up to A site, which is extremely close quarters, not really the best move. Towards B, I could understand the reasoning there, but we can already see the rifles once again coming out. Everybody having to be in their kind of actual attribute now and their element. But Bennis going ahead and closing things out, making sure Dip gets right out of his and falls 6 feet under to go ahead and have an entrance for this round. So UCD pushing up towards this B site, but guess what, baby? They're met by an entire Viper's pit that's going to hold that thing down.
Yeah, it's not a really good spot to be in right now. From the side of UCD, that's a major point of emphasis for Northwood's defense is really relying on this Viper right now. And that's really the map of Icebox in a nutshell, but I mean, UCD can make a recovery. 616 is playing somewhat close, trying to play a little bit more aggressive. The Aldrone gets a bit of information, maybe a bit too much to try and fight up against. And I do think we'll see UCD rotate back. They're sending 3. Well, no, sending 2 to watch the flank. No one's actually removing themselves from the situation just yet, but the Viper's pit eventually will dissipate, but I don't think they're going to wait it out. Leave 1, leave 2. Dallas, UCD is the most indecisive team I think I've ever had the pleasure to witness. They're all over the place, and yet with only 35 seconds left, they have to make a decision, and they're running out of time to do so.
30 seconds.
Well, I know it's a polar-based map, but I didn't expect, bipolar plays to be coming out this quickly. But everything so far, I mean, you finally go ahead and decide a site. Maybe as you start exchanging over towards the A site, but the problem is time is ticking. You're sitting on 16 seconds. You have literally no time. You better get this plan down immediately. You can already see Barbosa trying to go ahead and grab that frag, but can't do anything. But Ollie goes ahead and makes an exchange as well. With 7 seconds left on the clock, of Snakebite down, and Ollie just going ahead and mowing these players down with it. Bennis is going to go ahead and be forced to really whip out the Empress as Ollie now grabs a 3rd, and everybody from Northwood and UCD is going to be coming up here for a quick bloodbath. They had to play for the post, but they have to go ahead and keep an eye out of what's going on. And Bennis going ahead has to meet his maker. Really just switch things up. C16 with the backup there in the middle of the map finally gets on the site just in the nick of time, and UCD get themselves onto the board. And Ultimate utilized for that, and 3 more still at their disposal. But I mean, how things are looking thus far, Northwood, they have plenty to be working with as well. A little bit of a diverse buy out of them, but still enough to really go ahead and fill in the slots they need.
Talk about a situation where UCD has now tied the same amount of rounds we saw Houston take against Northwood. Is that a sign of things to come? Is that a sign of things to return for Northwood, or is something else going on? We can see an operator, though, in the hands of Benji. Drakey is also rocking a sniper. This one kind of the Walmart brand or cousin, but it's still a Marshall, and it still can ring true. So make sure to respect that shot as it rings off in the distance. Benji's, though, will be the first to go for the kill. Bladestorm in hand for C16. Head off the shoulders of Ali.
Ooh.
And a massive start now, but it's quickly cut down as Benji's going to use these quick alleys to find themselves another opportune moment for a kill. Chohani, the last player left standing, and we'll try to make sure that it won't be a round met for nothing as he'll get rid of Drakeus, but Dip's quick to get the kill, too, as he tries to swing back towards Tube.
So 3 players still alive at the rear end of that round. And I mean, the round beforehand, Ollie had accumulated so many kills there. So already sitting at 4 out of 7 for his next Viper pit to really just guarantee a site hold and the rest of the team having themselves full disposal of equipment here. You really can't complain about that. Sure, he's not going to hold a site all by himself. Don't let the man go unsupervised. He doesn't deserve this. He does deserve himself a buy, though. So the teammates will provide that he can hold things out now. But looking at everybody's squad and how they're really allocated this far, 2 ultimates for Northwood, the Bladestorm and the Empress. And I wouldn't blame if Barbosa just kind of wanted to push up and add insult to injury, but they have classics. So, I mean, that's not going to be the best play right now. But maybe for another time, for another day, that would definitely be a pretty darn good plan. But Benji's plan right now is to go ahead and kind of get out, being he's already taken so much damage.
It's kind of weird where he's taking the damage. Just a stray shot, I guess I should say, sent through. But look at the Lear over the top. That Lear is sent to give Dip assistance as he picks up the ult orb, but he couldn't even get it off in good enough time because of the recon bolt. But still coming up big. Basically gets the same amount out of it as he gets a kill off, gets himself a pit, but he still is hungry for that. Aldrone sent through Tube, and Dip's going to go ahead and try to chase this one down. Looks like the rest of EAUCD will be holding out on top of Belt, but Drakeus in the distance. Trot rings true, and they find C16. Chohani with the Marshall, able to find 1 now, 2. It's Bennis, though, this time with the Marshalls. The shots ring true. 3 on 3. It looks like UCD are about to make a recovery, but they've still left Spike behind on Belt, and Benji has just constantly been such a threat in these last 2 rounds with that operator. He'll find 1 more. Johanny with 1 HP barely gets a shot off, but there comes the resurrection. But Drakeus makes this matter even more moot, finding 1 more, and Benji shots off to Johanny. It's just C16 left standing.
And even then, already so much damage done to C16, who just had a res and doesn't have any armor to back him up. So he's just trying to make these plays. Can finish one, but you got to have 2 more, and you got to get that spike down as well. And even then, he doesn't have it in hand. He's going to turn around for it, completely forgetting about that attribute in the game. The main objective here on the attacking side, just completely in the rear view. So 1 to save here, as he's can possibly do it if Ollie can hit these shots or not. A little bit of a back and forth as who decides who's going to shoot who, and there it is. The closure. Northwood find themselves a 5th, running away with a little bit more so, but even then, I mean, after UCD investing the resurrection there, making some work out of it and kind of adding some damage to the economy, it's not enough to really set Northwood down into the hole yet. So I'm sure with 4 ultimates on their side, a full weapon buy across the board and money to back it up, they're just looking extremely comfortable right now. If Ollie grabs himself 1 more kill, he can also just throw a Viper's Pit down on the side just for the heck of it.
Yeah, and this is one that's just 2 rounds later than the last Viper's Pit, right? I mean, that one completely locked down the B site. There was no chance for UCD to make the recovery, and I think that's going to be something that could be a major point of contention for them as the round progresses onwards. But you can see them getting aggressive towards that actual pip inside green, but Dip will apply pressure from mid, coming down tube, and actually catches Nick off guard. Ollie still really wanting this, kind of caught off, uses a snake bite to their advantage, but the rush still goes through. Various does not care about your puny snake bite and still goes for the kill. The Dip will get the refrag back. 2nd for them in this round. C16 may be the next player to approach. One thing I definitely remember from C16 from the MSI Student Radiant Cup was a lot of aces, and I mean a lot. I remember like 4 or 5 over the course of the event. It was actually an impressive statistic. He's probably one of the best players on their side, but C16 able to find 1 more. This on a Drakius. Dips in a bad spot. Will kind of dip down below from bottom of tube and try to step themselves away from the danger, but Ferbs off screen takes out Johanny, and there is no longer a Sage on the board. Headshot kill. Dip now looking for C16, but Benji with the operator does it instead. What a strong round for Northwood to put another point on the board.
The terrible trio is still alive and well at the end rear of that round, and even then, Ollie's still contributing so much there. I mean, but knowing those 2 duelists are still up, and you have Chamber there towards back with an operator, there's not really much you can do knowing that Spike really isn't making too much of a play right now. It's not leverage, it's not blackmail. There's really no emphasis right there for you to be making too much of a move that Northwood, they are looking much better than what we've seen thus far. And I think, I mean, where has this been? How is it only on Icebox that we see this exact flow out of them? Because when it comes around to Ascent and Bind in that last map that they literally just played in between their last one on Icebox, we're just not seeing it. And there's Dip already once again feeling himself, grabbing a double. Drake's in the bag, backing him up with the ultimate. Knowing the spike is there, keep on getting your kills, man. Do your thing.
Shots ringing out. Dip finds 4. The ace denied, though, as Drakius will take it instead. And this is the Northwood we've seen before, Dallas. Like, oh my goodness.
A problem.
This
Ruin.
is, yeah, this, the pots are boiling over.
It's definitely getting hot. I don't know if it's boiling just yet, but I mean, this is still a reasonable half. You still have yourself plenty of opportunities to get back into this game. You manage at least 2 more rounds here, and you're doing better than the last time. I mean, you're already doing better than the last time. But, I mean, looking at how UCD is just constantly playing for scraps, not even really playing for rounds, playing for the game. They're just playing for relevancy here. That is a problem in its own. I mean, the way that we see Northwood holding down these sites, and a free Viper's Pit just lock things down so far, that's going to be full denial towards that B site that, I mean, it almost forces a rotation to say, why would we push this anymore? But Dip is already bringing so much aggression to the back to where you just can't play the game. But Venice finally says, look, get off my teammates, get out of my spawn. We need to decide where to plant this spike.
It's just a battle of attrition right now for the side of Northwood. Is putting down the Viper's Pit just creates a little bit of space and provides a lack of comfort for the UCD attack. And we see them trying to hold steady inside tube. It's just barely buying enough space and kind of clogging away what could be Drakius falling. But eventually C16 will collect and be able to find themselves the kill. That's a 3 players left for Northwood, a 2-player deficit, and Ferbs nearly needs to step up big here in mid. Benes could be the first player to die for UCD, and it will be the case. Ferbza with the kill. Various way in the background. He'll go for another opportunity. Gets tagged just a little bit, and Ferbza really doesn't have the choice to push this one. And the Viper's Pit will eventually go down. Wow! Still gets the kill. He baits out the tiniest ledge, and they'll drop Spike because of that as well. A 3rd kill to his name. Ferbza hunting for 4, but denied. Still a 2v2 in practice, and it looks like UCD realized that going to the A site's not going to work. They're going to rotate back to B now that they've guaranteed the Viper's Pit will have dropped.
Yeah, it says a great standing here, but already Ollie ready for it.
10
Just
seconds
throwing out
left.
these snake bites, buying that
No way.
time, saying, look, get on spike, do what you need to do, get on site, play the
One
game.
enemy remaining.
Literally go for your objective, but he's not going to allow that time. He's not going to allow these plays. He's going to push up aggressively. Benji's got his back there in towards that kitchen area, so you have no concerns here if you're Northwood. You just execute, you play the game, and you win your rounds, and it's extremely efficient the way they're doing this game thus far. So once again, now in an 8-1 lead, UCD, things kind of getting out of their grasp once again. That was a bye round for them, so this could almost guarantee the 9th here for Northwood unless we see some kind of a miracle with the 4 ultimates they have in hand.
This may be one of the best teams in Collegiate I've ever seen on Icebox, if not the best team in Collegiate I've seen on Icebox. And I don't think that's a weird thing to say, especially this early, considering that we've already seen them on it once, and it was a 13-1, mind you. And this one's looking like it could very well come around to the same thing. No matter what happens, Northwood's recovery in that last round already spells just such disaster for UCD.
Out of my way.
They had glimpses, they had stuff, they had a player advantage, and it's all thrown away by Fervzo, who just does one thing, and it's just shoot better. And it's just such a constant for them. But no, 2 players tagged by that Hunter's Fury on the Northwood side. There is no toxic, there is no Viper's Pit. There is a toxic screen up denying sightlines, but they got to do a bit more than that. Blaze Storm out for C16, but Vanass and Various each find one. Spreading this map wide open now, but the flanking player, you can see it in the bottom right, Dip, is trying to come up from the rear and give themselves an opportunity to climb back into this round.
Somebody break out the ammonia, because it looks like UCD has woken up. I mean, finally getting some essential kills, grabbing that chamber towards the back, isolating the operator, the Sova down as well. No real retake, utility to work with so far. And Ollie's still being alive. The main man who's supposed to hold down the side initially has really just kind of disabandoned his job and can't really do too much there. And just C16 stepping up, a gorgeous shot to put the cherry on top. Give everybody else some stuff to work with and picking up an operator as well. I mean, UCD just made out that round like bandits. Just straight up robbed it away from them. Sat there and gave themselves so much leeway that, I mean, Northwood, sure, they were looking outstanding, and Drakey still has enough money to go ahead and buy an operator for Dip if they really decide to do that. But I think Dip is a little bit ticked off now and says, look, I can't be playing in the back anymore. We can't see Benji doing that as well. Everybody has to contribute because, I mean, now our flawless record of 13-1 today isn't looking so flawless anymore. We need to sit there and double down. We got to lock these guys out in the half.
One thing I'm getting flashbacks right now. C16 and the operator. You said that C16 picks up the operator, and I'm immediately thrown back to Gompers saying the exact same things, and I am so fearful. Not because it reminds me of Gompers, maybe a little bit, but it's the PTSD of C16 with the operator. This dude is a menace with it, and I think that's such a scary thing to have to think about. Well, I mean, you talk about them.
I'm sorry.
You talk about them and they die. It's the caster's curse at its finest, Dallas. But C16 is really good with the operator. That is a fact that cannot be stripped away from him. But a really solid way to drill the dirt down deeper. And Northwood will go up now, too.
Yeah, as much as that really stings to see, and as much as I would have loved to see a clip out of C16, because I'm sure he's great with the operator. We got to sit there and see at least how great Northwood is holding down this entire game so far. I mean, they're looking for a 9-2 lead as things are looking this far. I mean, you sat there and saw UCD just go ahead and grab themselves at least maybe a little influence in that last round, but it just has not carried over. They are just doubling down instead of going ahead and creating yourself some space. If anything, you've just ticked off the animal, which is going to just go ahead and close that much more rounds on top of you. So, I mean, now making it a flawless round to answer the first one they've lost in nearly forever. I mean, Northwood is making a statement in half.
Now, let's keep in mind, it is a possibility still for the return for UCD on the defensive half. It's not going to be a simple win pistol round, win next one, and Northwood's done like it was in the last one. There could be UCD making the recovery. And let's keep in mind, the pistol round was also somewhat close. It wasn't just Northwood in a really dominant affair. It was UCD kind of transitioning across the map, finding frags on each side, and really spacing themselves accordingly. But did we just see Nick fail to throw a Toxic Cloud and it bounce back at him? Or maybe he was just tossing it to toss it at the time. Who knows? But it's not going to be that perfection as we previously saw. There's going to be some leeway for UCD to make the return, and I think there's a good chance for that, especially now when you can pick up that first frag. And now the second, now the third. Wow, UCD capitalizing in a poor spot. C16 doing everything except for dying.
Okay. Well, I mean, if anything, we got to see Drakey step up right here if they really want. Okay.
All right.
Well,
we've had our moments.
well, flawless round here for UCD. Definitely making a statement. 9-3 half, not all that bad. And if anything, I can already smell what's whipping up. I mean, everybody's probably calling it out right now. And I'm not really going to sit there and speak it into existence. And anything, I want to see what exactly the adjustments Northwood made on the attacking side. And we're actually going to see one more round out of them on the attacking side. I mean, they got to get there. We never saw what the rifles were. And even then, looking at the rest of the maps, when it came around to buy, when it came to Ascent, their offense looked very, very lackluster. So I want to see whether or not that's a kind of almost a constant across the board when it comes around to Icebox, even if their just defense is that much better, or whether or not they're just kind of living on this map, and whether or not, I mean, just there's so many questions that are going to be answered, at least in these 3 rounds alone, to get to that match point. Sure, they need themselves one more to go ahead and close out the game, but still, even to get there, UCD, they can have so much leeway to work with here and really just free life into a comeback, especially when you see the shots that are coming out so far already making it 3v2.
Yeah, this is a really good start for them. I mean, having a player advantage is a lot, but having the player advantage in a pistol round is even more when it's pure gun. There's not much utility. And in fact, some of the only utility UCD would have is that snakebite. That's completely zoning off this objective. Shock dart sent. Drakeus not barely eating the second. He'll still get through the first, surviving. Now it's a one-on-one. He sees the head, but Johanny with a quicker reaction is only, what's the term? Town ain't big enough for the two of us. And that's what we see right there for UCD. Quick draw. Gat on the hip. I'm making old Western references here, Dallas. We should be knowing these. Like,
yeah, we know them, but how's that relevant?
What do you mean? It was 2 people. It was a pistol draw, like an old Western shootout.
I feel like aren't those usually both on the ground, like a standoff? This isn't like
Well,
Star Wars
all right, well,
Episode
let's
2
mix
where
it. It's a
somebody has the
Western
high
Star
ground.
Wars. All right, it's a very weird conglomeration of film. Why are you
Regardless.
why are you judging me? Oh my God.
Well, Dip is going to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner right there. And Venus already go ahead grabbing that first kill of the round, and also wanting to go ahead and follow up as well. Going ahead, backing up. C16, I don't blame the man. You sit there and know you're in a fight that's not really favored you, but Various is going to step up as well. So an even exchange for both sides. Now sitting 9-4 still. This is going to be the rounds. And C16, he may not be going off with that operator, but still, I may have some PTSD if he can carry on with this Bulldog. But Nick now finds a shot towards the edge as well onto that B site, and Drakeus not really able to come alive as he only has 30 health, and Nick is going to shut him down as well. So a great follow-up round for UCD, a great way for them to go ahead and get back onto this board, as now it went from a 9-3 to a 9-5 in a very, very quick manner. But this is where Northwood, they get the buys in hand, they get the guns to be working with, and I'm sure they have to capitalize on it, because if they don't, this could be almost that kind of area where you see the game going to a tie.
Wow, calling it early, huh, Dallas?
I mean, if they don't win this one, yeah.
Yeah,
I
think I have to agree. I mean, this is a round win that you typically see a team start to act off of. I mean, this is also the one where we saw round 3 go to Northwood in 3 in a row, but the 4th round went to UCD on that first half. So, I mean, there is the possibility that it's not necessarily the ultimate swing round, the penultimate round, so to say, but it could definitely start to look that way. Dip's going to step in through orange. Ferbs now finds a very influential frag in kitchen, and now a second with Dip finding Nick. Northwood, Northwood have completely opened this. This round is, like you said, a very important one, and Northwood have basically created enough space that they can drop a mountain in it. It's like the Grand Canyon of space on the B side, and if I'm on the side of UCD, I'd almost be tempted to just play for the refrag and try to survive in that situation, but they'll lose one. A nice kill to collect. They're trying to go for Drakeus, but it will be a flawless round for Northwood nonetheless.
Man, if only had an operator there, man, he would have gotten all 5 of them. But, you know, it is what it is.
All right.
Northwood now reaching their 10th round threshold, and honestly, that's exactly what we were looking for. I mean, this is the stage of the game, and even in a flawless manner at that. And that's the big kind of cherry on top. That, I mean, sure, we sat there and talked theoreticals for a little bit. We saw UCD able to go ahead and get themselves somewhat of an answer here, but I mean, Northwood, you have to win rounds like that. Once you get the guns in hand, if you lose it, you hand them over to the opposing side. Plus, you go ahead and add a little bit of a complimentary, free round there to be working with. So, I mean, so much here on the side that's up in the air and a liability here. But even then, Northwood already grabbing some great shots as Dip goes ahead and dinks up a little bit of that Reyna. That you're finally getting these heals off. You're finally grabbing these kills. If we're talking about Reyna, you can't forget about Verbose. Everyone to find at least one of those kills. But the man advantage onto their side. But they're pushing onto A in full force so far. You get the Hunter's Fury to cover your left, so you can make sure to push that right completely safe and secure. Just check your corners on the outside because there's Various waiting for two.
Yeah, he's got a teammate as well, the double swing from the UCD side. It's been cut down, though. Tip does a great job of finding two quite swiftly. Make it 3 with Johanny off the board, and Nick's the only one left standing. Well, are you going to pick Mick or pick Nick? And at this point, I think we're just going to have to say it may have to go straight to Mick because he talks about the next round, and that's what we're going to see. Dallas, UCD coming close, but ultimately Northwood finding the round dub. But this kind of leads us to the thought process that they're 1 round away from match point, and there's no money in the hands of UCD.
Yes, I mean, this round's going to be guaranteed for them. You can already look at the likes of UCD looking to save up to some extent, find themselves on that 12-round threshold. And, I mean, that's because they don't have another option. I usually like to opt for these teams, and I always praise it to say that you need to play for 11. You need to save for 11. You need to make sure to secure that round, keep on playing the game as much as you can. And, honestly, it didn't really pan to UCD's favor as how that last round was their save, or how they really need to sit there and buy in that last one to go ahead and play for 10. But looking at everything panning out, you need to sit there and make sure to have some kind of a safety net. And when you play for match point, and when you sit there and try and play for a flawless game, 7 in a row, theoretically, that's just a little bit too much to ask for. That's a stamina battle that most people can't win. So the classics in hand, at least for some of these players, a lot of these players just going ahead and buying up what they can and trying to, still have that 3,900 for the next. You have a lack of utility, which is going to go ahead and rob you that information as Dip is just coming through. I'll let you know the information. Dip is going off.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case right now. Various and Nick each collect for 1. UCD desperately needed this round win, especially in the eco manner that they're going for, and they're getting it. But the danger is still not done just yet. The toxic screen will unfortunately be meaningless when the toxic Viper's pit goes down as well. They're quite low. Various could definitely be tagged by a shot, and it could be a shock dart can be sent the opposing direction. There's still plenty of time, I think, for Northwood to kind of surmount a recovery in this position, but at the same time, it's really hard to really calculate how to get past this position, especially when the the defensive toxic screen is still available and up as of the current moment. And C16's looking to pounce behind it, catching Benji off guard, and now it's just only left standing in the 1-on-3, and it's not going to matter. C16 with a kill. Doesn't need an operator. Guess what, though? Has it.
And he's going to go off with it. Don't even worry about it. He's going to turn this whole entire thing around. He's going to go off with it. But we got to sit there and start at least with the buys on the side of Northwood so far. They definitely have enough money to still manage themselves a buy, at least this time around, for both. Still trying to, manage something with that Guardian in hand, but everybody else, I mean, they are accounted for. Benji with that operator, a little bit of an attacking side. I'm not sure about this play, and even then, you mentioned C16. I think, honestly, that going over to that B side, once again, wouldn't be all that bad a shot. You always know that Viper's going to be solo holding it, so you know you have a guaranteed numbers advantage. But going for this A side, also where C16's already set up with that operator and just goes off with it, sits there and actually falls a little bit short of going off with it and actually doesn't manage a single kill in the round. So this, once again, a great start for Northwood, puts themselves on the side. The Empress is going to do damage across the entire board. Even though it's a Guardian, it's still going to go ahead and hold something.
Still a 4-on-4, and it looks like the Northwood side are looking to make this one a lot more difficult to contend with. They'll put the Viper's pit down. Ferbs getting themselves another kill. The Hunter's Fury rings out. Various actually takes out a lead. The Viper's pit means nothing now, and if Various and Nick can find one more on top, this is a hard spot to be in. See the sightline wires, see those shots go out. Karras in a very bad spot. He can't clear it because his own utility's in the way, and he's going to show it. What are you doing? Various not realizing it. His bow's still in his hand. It's not Overwatch. You're not Hanzo. Wrong esport. You got to have the rifle in hand, and it costs them the round. UCD failed to hold on, and Northwood now at match point for map 1.
And even then, just backing up, but really what we've sat there and seen out their offense so far. It's been a little bit back and forth. It's been a lot more contested, which I can really enjoy to see. Thinking they're going to be a lot more up in the air. But, I mean, knowing that UCD's had themselves a running, that's, bragging rights in itself from what we've seen on Northwood's defense. I mean, they started that, they came into the second half, it was a 9-3. So, I mean, that alone itself, grabbing 3 rounds, I think it was also because of UCD being a little bit more diverse in their map pick. They didn't go for A every single round. But, I mean, now setting themselves up, having plenty of guns, plenty to be working with still, so much influence across the map to just kind of go ahead and bide your time and give your team that space. You've got to sit there and find that first pick. And as they move themselves onto B and run right into Nick, who's set out on the outside, Ollie finally finds that kill. No Viper's pit this time around. No ultimates at all in this round thus far because you can't use them. But regardless, still enough utility to go ahead and get the intel and realize that they are still committing to that B side.
Player down for each side. Make it now 2 for Northwood with the operator in the hands of C. All right, never mind. All right, Dip finds the kill, refrag back, and Johanny is able to find Dip. It's somewhat even trades across, but UCD somehow manages to squeak a player advantage in the process. And it looks to be that the majority site they're defending happens to be B. I think Northwood should just bait out, kind of leading them to believe that there will be a rotation over towards A, and then I guess trying to play for the bait and switch. But Benes could actually be the first player to go for a peek. He's looking for the spot. We can now see that outline. There's the hip, and there they're gone. There is so much danger on the B site, and it's made even worse with Drakius finding the kill onto Johani. Various, the last man standing. He'll have various possibilities to win this. The gun barrel, he doesn't see it, and neither will Benji until he gets the shot off. Northwood take the map 1 of Icebox, and we'll find ourselves going to map 2 quite swiftly.
What a surprise there, even though a little bit more of a closer matchup than we saw previously. So thankful for that, to say the least, and showing that UCD is going to have themselves sort of a higher chance to really kind of bounce things back, knowing that even on Icebox, they can do that. The kind of damage that Northwood really abstained when it came around to Bind and Descent, they're going to go right back to Bind, where you and I, even in the intermission, discussed that things were very, very rocky there for both sides. It felt like neither one of those teams really knew how to do things. Well, thankfully and crazily enough, UCD chose Bind here. It wasn't a decider. It wasn't the last map standing. It was something that they opted to go for. So I feel like, you know, in the big scheme of things and in terms of this best of 3 series that we got going on, I feel like UCD definitely have a good chance to put themselves back into the ballot, run away with this, and possibly get themselves a map, knowing that they should be comfortable here. And I'm hoping to see some very, very convenient picks here for the side.
We'll have to see how it goes, but ultimately I think we're going to take our quick little break before we head over. You know what else is quick here, Dallas? You know what else is quick? I think you do know what else is quick.
Maybe. Is it a Samsung 980?
Oh, it is. It's the 980 Pro to be exactly perfect for high-resolution gaming. When speed matters most, Samsung is the tiebreaker, always leading ahead of the pack. They use their PCIe 4.0 slot, which is 2 times faster than the speed of the 3.0, which is a very impressive statistic, mind you, and it's super simple to install. Unlike me speaking English half the time, it's just plug in and screw that screw on in. Dallas, I love Samsung SSDs. I love SSDs in general. Our PCs boot up so fast. We had to get on quite quick for this one today, and what do? Boot on the PC, 5 seconds. Boot time's quick as all get out. But stay tuned. We'll be back quick as all get out as well, just after a short 5-minute break.
In LCS, every nanosecond counts. And with Samsung SSD, being fast means being first.
That is fast blood in record time.
The pros know that speed matters.
Here goes closer at about 4,000 miles per hour. There's no outrunning this.
A split second means everything.
Why retreat when you can go forward?
Every nanosecond counts. Samsung SSD.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the series, the last one of the night here at NECC, the Samsung Winter Invitational that we got going on. Some great matches today, some great maps, some great players, obviously, but even then, we got also some great sponsor as well. But I mean, at the end of the day, we got to sit there and talk about the players. That's the first and foremost, because that's what most of us are here for. And the two matchups we got going on right now are going to be the likes of Old Northwood and UCD. So, I mean, a lot to lay out so far. After Northwood having such a dominant run on Icebox earlier, we saw a much closer matchup this time around. But we're going once again, in case you forgot, we're going back to buying in the scent. So, we're going to get there, but maybe not. If we sit there and see Northwood close out this map, we can go ahead and see them close out the entire day for us. But, I mean, everything may continue. Obviously, UCD, this being their map pick, they want to go ahead and they want to answer up as well. So, with this being a, single elimination, we obviously want to continue on. And, Scott, I want to know how you're feeling about this one.
Well, Bind is a map that we saw a lot of problems for Northwood. A lot of problems for Northwood,
Agreed.
right? It was a big map for them to be on a 6-round losing streak in a row. And then they had 5 in a row that they had to do in the first half. That's the only reason they got close. And then a major return almost going into OT. It was just too close of comfort for a map, I think, for them. And this is something that they cannot be allowed to happen time in and time out, especially for a second map. UCD, I don't think they checked to see the scores of the last maps. Maybe they only saw this last map of Bind. So they said, we want Bind. They look terrible on it, right? Maybe that's the idea. But they obviously would have missed Icebox because they wouldn't have let it pass through. So my estimation here is that UCD will take Bind just because this is one that Northwood just have not looked good on. And the fact of the matter is UCD put up way more rounds on Icebox than we saw anyone else do. I think they have just almost a guaranteed chance to take this map if Northwood play the same exact way. But there's plenty of room for improvement. It's been about an hour plus, so maybe they've gone somewhere with it. Maybe they've read a book in between then and then. Maybe they've talked to their coach. Maybe who knows.
Yeah, and even then, looking at the standings so far, I mean, for UCD to choose this map, that alone in itself is kind of the biggest thing for me. I don't think they chose this by coincidence. I don't think this was kind of just divine intervention to say, look, we want Bind because that's how they looked on it. I doubt they even had the time to check something like that. I think they just know Bind. They're going to play this map out. And I'm hoping because of something like that, I'm hoping it's not just something to where we're saying, all right, we're going to experiment with something. We're going to try this build, this, that, and the other. I don't want to see Breach. I don't want to see Chamber. I want to see them run a full-on Sentinel. I mean, that's literally what I've been begging for all day, and we still haven't seen it. We've seen no Cypher. We did see a KJ on last series Ascent. So that is a little bit of a switch up, but I mean, overall, we just haven't seen these players really hunker down onto a site, really play that defense, buy into the ideology, and make sure in the post play they can hold things out. Because a lot of teams like to sit there and say, we don't need a post plant. We don't need a KJ to throw those nanoswarm grenades on. If we have an Astra who can just throw a gravity well onto that spike and get them off of the defuse for a second, that is purely sufficient for me. But all the intel you lose, a KJ turret, the alarm bot, there is so much there that you can passively get on the defense that a lot of these defenses are lacking that I finally want to see that kind of step up to the plate.
Yeah, well, we'll have plenty to wait and see. We'll also see our agent selection at some point, but unfortunately, a player's game has crashed, so we'll take a quick little break between then and now to make sure they're getting things nice and ready, so we have to sit here for too long and just vamp to all of you out there, but maybe they'll load back in faster if they had one of those nice, sick Samsung SSDs that they could bring on out, but we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Stay tuned after a short little break. Well, Dallas, we've got ourselves bind ready and ready to go. Sorry for a quick little break that came through, but what are you expecting to see here for our agent selection?
Well, I'm expecting a little bit of the same formula we saw in the last matchup when it comes around to Northwood. Obviously, Forbosa on that raise, but I want to go ahead and just kind of completely forget about them being. We're obviously going to have an idea of what's to really provide, and it's going to go ahead and spell itself out. When we see UCD, we're seeing kind of the same lineup to some extent, a little bit of a switch up here with the double controller, no real sentinel just yet, and even then the double initiator and a duelist. So a lot of control here for the side of UCD that they're looking for, and even then possibly the same thing out of Northwood. So I mean, the way the game plays out, if Benji plays that KJ, I will probably cry because I would love to see some kind of differential now. I would love to see some adjustments being made, and there we go. No Mick Tears today, but everything else going so far, I mean, I think Ollie's probably going to go for that Viper. So, I mean, really just the same kind of lineups. The lack of a race and the substitution for a Jet is probably going to be the only differential we see out of these two squads. And obviously, you mentioned C16 on that operator earlier and C16 going off with it. Well, Bind may be his great pick to do that, knowing how much more wide open these angles are going to be.
I wish I had the statistics that I could go look back at for the Radiant Cup, because then I could check to see UCD's actual... You know what? If I remember correctly, UCD made it to the finals or semifinals. I remember casting them on the last day, and they did play Bind, and they lost on it. So...
Oh, so that's
facing
real good
Houston.
for right now. That is outstanding. To know that they chose Bind.
Well, I mean, it's been 5 months, Dallas.
Let's hope they made adjustments then if they want to win this map.
they have to have made adjustments. That's not even the same team from previously. Like, C16, Various, I recognize. A couple of the players that are actually not in right now that I've actually... I'll take a look at it right now. Esperanto was there. He was a mainline. He was a Reyna player that they played a lot.
Ooh, I would have liked Reyna here.
Joyo was a lot. That was really strong. But I think they played Johanny, Esperanto, Various, and C16 and Joyo. I think that was their lineup. They may have had somebody graduate too. I may be missing someone, but it's pretty interesting to see how this one's going to go out. So first map underway. First round underway. Second map. Dallas, why is B always the side people push on round one?
I knew I would literally be I could guess all kinds of things. I get every single lottery number correct if I knew something like that, but I just really don't. I think always A would be a little bit more optimal on some of the guns you want to be playing, and with a lot of ghosts here from the likes of UCD, I wanted to go for these plays. Find themselves a little bit more longer angles. They don't want to push A main. They don't want to go ahead and get these right clicks to go ahead and pop them off, because when you buy the ghost, you can't buy the armor to back it up, and that creates instantaneously. I'm not dying instantaneously. There goes Various at the hands of Dip, already going ahead and grabbing that first kill for the round. A little bit slow and steady is going to be the name of the game, but nonetheless, we see Forbosa now coming on the flank, able to finally find those shots and give Northwood that much more of a lead.
Look at the pressure that's applied both directions, though. The heal going out for the regrowth, and Ferbsa's capitalizing where they necessarily need to. Northwood taking a decisive round one lead, but with 2 players left standing, Johanny and Benes, it's really up to them to close that gap, and they've done it fairly successfully. Spike is down. They have to head to Northwood, and Northwood is readily aware of that, and you can see the snakebite being teased there by Olive, not actually being sent just yet. Johanny and Benes looking like they may start to head towards the fountain side instead. Honestly, if I'm Northwood at this point, I'm running away. I'm saying let them go. If they survive this round, they can't get the plant down to make it matter. Ruin their eco. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Northwood are just running away. They want nothing to do with it. There's no way to go for the plant. Just run. Johanny is going to be in such a bad position in this next round.
And even then, I mean, the spike didn't even go down on... Okay,
Oh.
it did. Well, right there towards the end, you get yourself a tiny bit of credit for the rest of your team, but not really enough to really compensate for the fact that you didn't die. So that means that Johanny, he's going to kind of be in a little bit of a good setup here, but I mean, Ollie as well. He was the one that was really just kind of a sticky there. So, I mean, everything for both sides, the force to come out, and Northwood really standing out, opting to save. I'm not... Wait a minute. What?
They're forcing. They did this on map 1 too, Dallas. They forced, even though they lost the round. It didn't work for them. It didn't work. But yet they still won round 3. And were able to buy. It's such a weird, wacko system. I don't understand how they do it, but when it works, it's seemingly interesting to see it unfold. But
are these guys investing in Valor NFTs or something? Like, how are they getting all this money out of nowhere?
They're all over the place. KJ's hooking them up with the NFTs. That's what it is. Oh my goodness. Push onto the site though. Venice gets one.
Spike
And
down.
Furbzo actually managed to take two down. One of those with a nade, but Furbzo not able to find this second to last one. Nick's off the board, and it's Dip to find it. Johani, the last player left standing. And this full buy now for UCD is unfortunately now wavering as they've dropped their weapons to the ground, and Johani's the only player left standing, and it's just a Spectre to really work with. Honestly, why don't you just run away again, Northwood, and just leave him be with nothing but a Spectre? That probably wasn't that bad. He saved the weapon. It's not a huge deal, but he'll step through the toxic screen, but Benji will step through, I guess, force Johani to step through the gates of the afterlife, and they'll lead themselves off to another round win.
Yeah, so another round there for the likes of Northwood, a little bit repeat of history there to go ahead and also shut down UCD once again on that pistol round, and the forces want to come out. And are we seeing full marshals again? Are we actually going to do that? Okay, no, it's just the people that can buy it. It's just the people that found
That's
frags
so
can buy it.
interesting, though. That's like their strat entirely.
It is very weird. I gotta say, I'm really intrigued to kind of know whether or not they, like with their coach and stuff, like to know how all this lines up, because I mean, it's just super interesting. And then specifically marshals, they never really change it up because marshals aren't the most optimal gun for something like this. You would see a lot of sheriffs, I can understand, but I mean, marshals just across the board for the most part. I mean, it's sure you line yourself up for long engagements, but you never really run into those on Vine with how kind of close and contested every single one of these sites are as you try to push onto them. So it's making Northwood look like with these Spectres having a much more optimal case for themselves.
I think right now it's just a matter of having these shots ring true, and we see that already. Furbs out with a Bulldog into Various's head.
Poison's off.
There's a couple different directions. UCD could opt to go from here. They have two players kind of lingering towards B, but Spike's been pretty much left behind over towards the TP exit on this A shower side. And a lot of intel still being attempted. And when they've lost that player, this is full control now for Northwood. And they know this. They're lying in wait to pounce on any player that chooses to go this direction. I think they may take the TP if you're UCD over towards B long. That seems to be the case right now. Fight going that direction, but Ollie actually finds a kill towards short, removes one. Benji finally finishes off Nick, who was prowling around towards B. And they've got a great pincer. One player up front with a lot of utility in the face. Drakius and Co. behind. And it's Bennis who's going to fall. Flawless round and a team ace for Northwood.
Much better start here for Northwood already. I mean, making the adjustments. We've seen them on defense before, and defense definitely seems to be their favorable side. But, I mean, the way things are really working out thus far for the side of UCD is they're just kind of asleep at the wheel, I want to say. Now, finally get themselves and managing a bye. Northwood is now witnessing a bonus and on top of their bonus. I mean, literally here on the third round where we saw no buys, we saw no even exchange there, no real round to turn things away. You still see a player buying up, and that was Dip. He already invested in that last round, making sure to make his due dividends and really just play things off. Now looking to go ahead and step things up again. And I'm really curious to see whether or not UCD can also pull this out, because you've already sat there, invested so much time, you played so many things, and even then, if you turn things around and win this first one, if you have enough guns already falling out of your players' hands, all this money is just still going to go down the drain, and you're not going to have enough for the next.
I would also like to point out that this is a buy round 3 times in a row for UCD. What a weird, wacky world we live in. Where are they getting this money? Where are they? Oh, man. Various, the only person that hasn't bought. Obviously, I think there's a problem in that regard, but it's just such a strange occurrence here, Dallas, to see that we've had UCD. Round 2, they forced with some Bulldogs and some Spectres. They bonused against the bonus. They come back in round 3. They bring sheriffs and marshals and still have enough money to buy full rifles and probably util because there's some extra cash off the top. How are they? That is such an impressive, like.
And even then, we saw them buy frenzies and ghosts there in that first round. Not everybody did, but I think they only opted for armor, which I can understand is cheaper than a ghost. It's 100 credits cheaper, but they bought utility on top of it. Some of them did. And they didn't have too much free utility to be working with. That could be the reason they didn't win that first round, is because they're running purely off the free utility you get, like the paint can, the recon dart, the guiding light. But besides that, there's really nothing else that really just goes ahead and gives them any leeway for this game. But if we're talking about leeway, Dip has absolutely none, as he's going to go ahead and be sucked in a little bit by that gravity well. No real execution off C16, but a couple shots to come out as well. So you now have the old Trailblazer to come out, a little bit of time and a little bit of pressure and a little bit of a flash to come out as well. Now just going ahead flushing these players of UCD backwards, back into their spawn, and for a little bit of a second wave.
Trying to keep up. Northwood a player down, though, seemingly struggling against this full buy, but Maybe Ferbza had a chance there, but it's not for naught. As C16 finds himself a headshot kill. 2 players left standing, make it 1. Various collecting for another. And Ollie, who is very slow to the rotate, mind you, Dallas, will try to make their way over to B, but it's cleaned off by Johanny, who played all the way through showers in a very split way. I loved their decision to go for that default, and UCD will collect what they do. They're just deserves for winning.
Yeah, I mean, so that's finally UCD getting themselves on the board and so many players still standing. So, I mean, that's the greatest way you really spelled out that round. You give yourself enough time, you give yourself enough weapons to still be playing with, but this is where Northwood has to step up. This is where we saw them kind of falling asleep at the wheel, is when they didn't have a gun advantage, when they didn't have themselves kind of time to really work things out. And even then, Drakey still doesn't have enough money to buy an actual rifle in hand. He has a Bulldog, which is definitely sufficient. You can definitely see some players go off with it, but it's such a niche pick that you can't really be fuelly efficient with it and just kind of run off with the game and get yourself, like, you know, a couple aces or multi-kills to really strand these things together. So with already some pressure and some adjustments being made from Northwood, you can already see Dip pushing all the way back into spawn, making these just adjustments of saying, push up, take that influence, grab the map.
He got the kill and just kept spraying at the body. I think he was trying to BM just by a slight degree, and paid the price as he had no ammo left in the clip to actually deal with the secondary player swinging out from Spice. And it's not all things sugar and nice when you're talking about that Spice, but it'll be a relegated showstopper sit. It's not going to find anything. They'll shoot out throw out a paint shell to try to create some space, and it's just problem to Benji to defend this hookah position. Lying in wait, close corner. Typically see a shoddy in play here. Not going to be the case. C16 swings out, 2 players down already, and Benji comes up big. It was about an even trade, but Johanny on the site again on the flank, finding another opportune pounce. And it's 2 players left for UCD and only 1 for the side of Northwood.
And already trying to come up with an exchange here is me, Drakeus, trying to push up towards that elbow, trying to make a play here, trying to get the right angle to work with. And this is the one player that did not have the full correct weaponry, the one that didn't have a rifle. Everybody else on the team did, but they're all the ones who failed. They went ahead, they got there. Some players didn't, some players did. But, I mean, Drakeus needs to step up right here, right now. And I think that Bulldog really starts to excel in that kind of close-range combat. And if he can just go ahead and peek it out, there it is. 1 already off the board. Not able to pick up any other kind of weapon, not really paying for that pressure. But, I mean, Various now, who's going to be sitting towards the back, trying to go ahead and work things out. The Hunter's Fury going to come through already at half. So that is a great sitting. If I'm Drakeus, you want to touch that Joker instantaneously, because right there, the defuse comes down, the shock dart doesn't find the kill, and it's a clutch out of the man. 3 for Darius, and it still doesn't matter because Northwood find their 4.
Wow, what a... English is a difficult language, and so is how to understand exactly what happened right there. Good night, Dallas. 0.96 seconds left on the defuse. Let's keep that in mind. It was that close to being done. Drakeus, you said he has to step up big. That is the 5th time today I think you've said that. Just how much we've been able to highlight Drakeus and needing to step up in certain rounds. Being that last player alive, which is important when you're playing the Astra and playing this role. But able to finally do it, able to pick up that tempo and actually get themselves in a position to, 1, use that Bulldog, which does excel in that close range, especially with the buff sets hit it recently. 2nd, turn it around and go for the Cosmic Divide because you just needed 1 kill to charge it. It was perfect situation, and he created the perfect moment for it. He didn't wait for the perfect moment, and that's one of the things that collegiate teams have so much trouble with, especially when it comes to the ultimate expenditure. But look, Seekers for both sides. Ferbza gets Various. Ollie tagging through a toxic cloud, is able to find Johanny, but Nick gets a refrag back. 3 on 2, but it looks like Northwood's still in control right now.
They most definitely are having themselves a man advantage and having the buys after that last round. I mean, they just carrying on with this money and doing what they can. I mean, UCD being a little bit choked up right now, also just holding in towards the middle of the map. Right in that midsection, it's just, you sit there and you can get stuck there. Honestly, I could see players just sitting there all day if they had the option to do it, knowing that they can just play the game slow and they're just constantly trying to figure out which way to go because it's a 50-50 shot where you're going to run into these players. So, I mean, that's one of the big choking points of buying is you never know where these guys are going to come from. You never really know what avenue to take because look at the mini-map and how thin every single one of these approaches are on the site. There's not much you can do about it. I mean, there's no flank. There's no way to move right up the middle into that spawn and create a new alternate avenue like there is on a synth, like so many players love. But sometimes you have to create one, and that's exactly what the Cosmic Divide's going to do here is they go ahead and push onto the A site, and Ollie already has an idea of what exactly is going on and is going to get some damage off with it.
He'll get a kill with it, too. There's no way to deny that. The plant is... should have gone down. Why did you hop off, Nick? You just cost your team the round. Guaranteed. I mean, it was probably not the best position anyways, but you could have finished that, and instead you stop.
Extra 300 credits for everybody right there, robbed out.
Oh, man, that is something that UCD are going to be looking at and going, this was the moment. This was one of the key points that have cost us so heavily. And despite the fact that the eco for UCD is in shambles, they are quite literally grasping at straws. And these straws are the ones that have already fallen on the floor. I mean, they've been constantly, time in and time out, clutching at anything they can get their hands on. And they're still forcing. They're still trying to just always have weapons in hand, always have something. There's a reason why you don't do this. There's a reason why you don't see pro teams forcing every round.
Yeah, and I'm kind of definitely with you there. You're trying to manage whatever you can, but Ollie still finds that kill, knowing the Vandal is that much better of a weapon than the Judge at that kind of range. Sure, you can go ahead and get the closure there, you can get some damage off, but you got to get at least 2 or 3 bursts in to really find that kill, knowing that the diversity of the gun isn't really going to sit there and play dividends like that. So Joe Honey does find one there towards that spawn with the flank, getting a read on it and getting a rifle for his teammate, but is that going to be enough to really set the tone here? Is that really going to allow things to tie up and allow them to push onto a site? Well, we got to sit there and see whether it can or can't, because half armor is still in the equation for everybody. You still don't have too much health. Joe Honey's only gotten himself a heal, so he's going to be sitting at 100 flat, but UCD now on the rotation. Drakey is now sitting on site all by his lonesome. And towards the back, you can see Dip on that Sova just trying to play slow and steady and saying, should I rotate? Well, I think, honestly, I'll give you your answer. Yeah, you should.
Time will have to tell whether or not UCD is able to surmount the potential push onto the B site. There's 3 players ready to defend A, and they're going to have to run now. Sprint, so to say, towards B. It's just Drakeus on the site, able to play one from elbow. The recon bolt over the top gathers a ton, and there goes the Hunter's Fury. They've been lying in wait with this one. It buys time and gets the kill onto Nick, completely without any information on the last shot, and yet it still comes up big. They don't have time to go for the defuse in red, and Ali will find the last kill. Northwood, God, you guys look spectacular on this map right now. Where was this against Houston Premier?
Which I think that's a pretty good question to lead into the next idea that I have. Is it more mistakes by UCD right now, or is it more just execution by Northwood? Because that's kind of what we saw in this last matchup against them. I mean, earlier. It was just the fact that Northwood still, I can't say there's anything that's just outstanding from these guys, and that they're just completely mowing over their opposition. I feel like it's just UCD not really getting themselves in the optimal position at so many different times. Like, look, once again, they are buying. They're not going for sheriffs in full armor. They're not making themselves relevant in these fights. And by the time they get themselves a kill and get a rifle in hand, they have about 70 health, and they just can't survive even 2 bullets.
Flash is rung out. You can see Johanny kind of in a poor spot as the shower spray goes through, and that guarantees the ult orb as well to the sky for the side of Northwood. And first frag guaranteed to the side of Northwood. And once again, we're seeing UCD marshaled up, sheriffed up as well, if you couldn't afford the full buy of that. And it's just another position where I'm like, why? Why are you buying again? Please, just save. You can have 2 full rifle buys in a row at this point with your loser's bonus if you just saved this round instead. It's greed at this point in my mind, but still, whatever. We'll move beyond it. Ali finding one. Bennis gets a shot back with the sheriff, but that could still be all she wrote. Only one person now on B site. Drakeus trying to contend against the, doppelganger Astra of Nick. That isn't really coming out. Nick's going to have to swing, and Drakeus cleans it up quite quickly. Now it's just 2 players left standing, Mick. There's just nothing left for UCD besides their Astra. Sorry, not their Astra, besides their Sky and their Viper.
30 seconds
And
left.
even then, I mean, no real way to really pick up the guns that you've executed on these players from the likes of Northwood. You don't sit there, wait for a flank. You don't go ahead and kind of get the intel across the map. You don't use the util that's given to you for free. You wait for an approach on the site, but even then, how much is that going to do when you already see Dip on site with that drone already coming out? Able to get a tick. Wow, a very impressive shot there. You go ahead, you find one, so that's good, but now you've invested so much time even deciding on a site that you have 5 seconds to get on there and get the plant, and it's just not going to come out. So Northwood, having 3 players alive still, working their way up the ladder a little bit more, now sitting at a 7-1 lead. This half only has 4 more rounds remaining, and things still aren't really spelled out for UCD, and I haven't seen a game plan out of them at all for a map that they, keep in mind, selected. I get
They
it.
get a rifle buy. No, I'm not moving you right now. Sorry. They get a rifle buy, which is something that we've been just hammering time in and time out, but they could have had another, and probably another afterwards, and probably could have just closed out the rest of this half with rifle buys if they had just stopped it. Stop the random nature of it. It just doesn't make much sense to me, but it just feels like they're trying to go in with straight shots, and really that's it. But Interesting attempt there by Benji. Drakius was not far behind to work with it, and Nick was in a better spot to play it. Ollie and Ferbza combo for each one. And that was actually a good transition for them. As they lost their 2 players on B, they have to transition and pivot back to defend. And what a great way to do so. And there's the VM there by Dip, who let it out earlier and unfortunately paid the price accordingly. This one seemingly lasting longer than 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, already an even exchange coming out. Not an even exchange, a positive exchange for their team. And Barry is already just trying to go ahead, get himself onto the A site, realizing that this is where the rest of your team really didn't get too much of a chance. So, I mean, you're going to go for it, and you're not going to find it. So, Northwood just climbing themselves once again, almost just curb stomping at this point. I mean, could we see a 13-1 here on this side? I mean, I don't think so. But just regardless, the fact that they have to really try minimally at this stage. They are now sitting an 8-4 lead, and it doesn't even look like they're just kind of really planning things out. It doesn't look like they're doing anything differently. I don't see too much of an adjustment, but one thing I can see that could be a huge catalyst to the entirety of the differential here is the fact that you have Dip and you have Benji on 2 completely opposing sites. So you can play for that information. Already, that guiding light going down B long, letting you know if a player is going to be pushing that up. And once again, you kind of play things slow and steady here. We see no exchange. We see no flex. We see no player going over to exchange that and kind of even it out. So C16 is going to grab a free kill. You're going to see Drake's trying to back it up and not really making too much work. Is C16 just making work of these guys, honestly. But, I mean, it's all because of the early rotations. We didn't get any of that. We didn't get any preemptiveness. We didn't get any execution. We didn't get any help there. And Forbosa definitely won't get any help here.
C16 is a menace right now, but thankfully the toxic Viper's Pit does not last for much longer. All he finds now 2. Looking for a bit more off the top. Kind of like a haircut that needs a bit more. It's some wall bangs attempts and it's the shock dart. Varius finishes off strong, and I think I remember seeing Varius get a really nice shock dart kill. I'll have to look through the clips. This is like really, it's like my brain is fogged over right now, dude. Like,
we're getting old, man.
I know. I cast it so much. It's
like
hard to go through
and stuff nowadays, and I don't even know what it means. Like,
dude, it's based.
We're getting old.
But I just remember seeing Varius get some really nice shock dart clips. I think Ascent was a really good map for UCD, if I remember correctly, because I remember UCD having some really good lineups. More specifically, Varius getting a really nice silver lineup on back of stairs, which isn't really held anymore, so it probably wouldn't make a big difference, but you know, Ascent could obviously go their favor if they can get back to that point. But from the looks of things, it's going to be a big struggle to do so.
Yeah, and a huge Trailblazer already invested there towards that hookah area. I'm going to go ahead and give you some information to let you know that a player is on that B side, but not enough to really make the execution just yet. Everybody's still towards the back. The Hunter Sphere actually put up, not followed through for that 3rd shot, and Drakey is surprisingly enough finds the kill with the classic. So Northwood still they're on their toes right now. They're trying to make adaptations. They're trying to make plays, and they can definitely do it with everything. So much utility already being invested off the get-go, and not even a crumb towards that site. They can't even leave a bread trail with how far they moved out of sight so far, or even then up spawn. Things are looking extremely quick and swift for a UCD's downfall here.
Lying in wait inside hookah. It's just one lonesome player left standing, and Johanny will unfortunately pay the price for his indiscretion, aka being on the opposing team and this poor situation. 9-2 Dallas. This is definitely the game of Northwood. 12-10, 10-9. The top 4 players for their side. That is 4 players above the top fragger for the UCD side, as they're only 8-7, 6-5, 4. That is actually really satisfying. To count down like that. But yes, it has been a Northwood game of individuals. Firmsa had a really hard time popping off on this map. I think that you and I can both recognize that the last time we saw this against Houston, Firmsa was not the player to keep an eye on, and it was very obvious. But also, speaking of Firmsa, as you speak it will it, blinded, and still gets the showstopper kill, sending over towards Spices.
Yet even then you look at the rest of the team and what they're doing to back them up. I mean, Johanny and C16 now going ahead, getting their respective kills as well, making a pretty swift answer there. And still now a 4v3 as C16 gets the operator in hand and goes off to the nether realm with it instead of going off here and bind. Finds a quick little kill there, and you see the exchange, and you see that Spike trying to go down, and it most definitely will, but where is the answer from the rest of the team? You have the Cosmic Divide going ahead and locking off that area towards A short, but there's no players even off the site. They are all hugging it. They're trying to push up U-Haul and Venice. This is the only one that still has no health and can't be healed at all. So, Johanny, you need to play around that edge. If you're Drakeus, you already have the right idea. You're trying to push up towards the site. You're trying to play off the spike, play towards the middle, play with your teammate and have that double setup, and there it is. The first kill already come through. Barry's trying to go and have an answer as well, but I think so many bolts to come out. Dip is defusing. Drakeus is buying time, and Northwood gets himself an easy 10.
That is an amazing 10th round as well. Drakeus, time in and time out. It's the game of individuals doing better than last time against Houston. What are we seeing? Drakeus, probably 3 times better. Every moment we've seen where we're like, Drakeus needs to step up. Drakeus needs to do a better job. This is Drakeus' time. He's done it. It's been exactly that, which was an impossible situation, or I guess an implausible one when we saw Houston. Not a single one went in that direction, and it's the total opposite, a polarity, so to say. But Firmson, same as before. We've talked about it. Stepping up in every way. Ali single-handedly carried the Northwood side on this map last time. I don't think there's any way to understate that. I think, 24 kills at the end or something like that? I mean, it was just such a dumb margin difference between first and second for them. But it is definitely a game of Northwood and actually playing well, actually playing coordinated, and we're seeing the scoreline adjusted accordingly.
Yeah, we most definitely are. I mean, Northwood making all the adjustments. And once again, I'm just super curious of what exactly happened. We don't see them stepping up. We don't see them doing anything outstanding. It's just UCD not really bringing the pressure on. They're not shoving up these sites, but we're on opposing sides now, so things are going to be a little bit different this time around. But if you let Northwood grab themselves this pistol round, they're going to force, and we already know UCD is going to as well. And if it's anything to go by from these past couple, first 2 rounds, UCD is probably going to go in the next round forcing up again, then go for marshals or whatever and find whatever angel investor is willing to give them those guns. But, I mean, as it seems so far, Northwood just going ahead and putting a nail in the coffin, clearing out the entirety of it. The only death to go for the side of Northwood is from a teammate. And Ben is going to be the last one standing, trying to come from the spawn, trying to really clutch things out. But I don't know if he's really capable of it with the double swing coming out. And the 11th going to the side of Northwood.
Wow, it's one of those rounds, Dallas, where you can blink and you can miss it, and you know for sure you can blink it or miss it because you literally had the entire round and the before. Talk about an aggressive manner for Northwood, and I don't want to just be like what we were last time when we saw this map, Dallas. I'm just gonna say it where it was just you and I saying aggressive. They're being more aggressive. They need to stop being aggressive.
We can use a new one. We can use a new one. They're playing the game as fast as the Samsung 980 Pro.
Samsung Pro. They are zooming with speeds. I mean, maybe not speeds as fast as 7,000 megabytes a second, but the Samsung 980 Pro sure as heck is. And it's also 12 times faster than your normal SATA drop. So make sure to check that out. Thank you very much, Samsung, for the sponsorship as well as having the tournament run and organized by them. But look at this pace. Frobes over the top actually gets a kill onto Johani. This is pacing set by Northwood. They're looking to get that first frag and capitalize beyond it. It's a game of progressions, and right now UCD have to try and recover. C16 starting the process, but still a lot more to go from. It's a 4-on-4. C16 still hanging from this medal. Furious is still trying to swing out, maybe trying to catch a player up on bench, but no one's actually hanging out in that direction. Ollie, though, with the Phantom, finding one. Spray down. Bennis gets it with a stinger. The Guardian's also ringing out true. Snakebite on the ground. This may actually collect a kill if Bennis is not careful. He's doing a lot of damage to the process. C16 needs assistance. He's going to step out, swinging out. It's going to go the direction of Ollie. Now finding their second, looking for their third. Cannot find it. TIP doesn't instead. He's not shooting. Ollie, fire your gun. Nick finds the kill, but Ollie, what are you doing?
I think, honestly, they are so BMing at this point. There's no way they're not. We've seen it so many times. They've done so many body shots. They've sat there completely empty mags into dead players and given away kills and rounds off that. And even then, they're not really worried about it. It's now 12-2. The way Icebox looked in that last series is now translating over to Bind in this one. And Northwood, I can't see any consistencies with any of them. Obviously, their Icebox is outstanding. We can tell. We can see the recipe for success there. But after now seeing this map twice, both of them twice now, I just don't realize what Northwood is doing. And honestly, that may be the recipe for success. They may not know either. But it's obviously working out for them.
Line's going out, guiding light combo to the Tasmanian Tiger. Furious is sending out the recon bolt. Oh, the shock dart could be good. C16 just blind firing. Venice will unfortunately be able to find one, but Drakeus finds 3 in one fell swoop. And this, Dallas, may just be all she wrote as the story has unfolded, obviously, in favor of Northwood. 4 players left standing. A plant could go down, and they're just constantly biding their time. Only 2 facing off against double their numbers. Does not seem a likely scenario, Dallas.
And even then, if there was different guns in their hands, I could understand maybe like a Marshall if they really got accustomed to them at this point. But I mean, with a Judge to be working with and you're looking to go ahead and match up against a Phantom with a Classic, that's just not going to work. Nick does find one with that Guardian, finds an even exchange, you can trade that off. But I mean, dip towards the back, barely catches that player by the neck and can go ahead and sit there and get a little bit of an idea with that drone. Kind of just play out for more time. The rest of Northwood, they're not even trying at this point. They are literally dancing around the side, saying this game is done and dusted. And you can see it right there. Just, I can't, man.
Here's the knife. There it is.
Attackers win.
Well,
Oh,
Dallas,
God.
the game ended as fun as it started, and we see Northwood in a much more dominant affair than, say, the Houston side. Now, Houston was our number one seed, right? I mean, that we said that. It was their number one seed, and Northwood upsetting them was a big deal. UCD, they made it pretty far in the USI Studio Rating Cup, as far as I recollect. Houston obviously going all the way, but seeing them go this far and seeing Houston get felled now, Northwood is obviously our biggest contender, and I think that's going to ring true throughout the rest of this. So you'll have to stay tuned. It's not going to be today, but obviously tomorrow when the conclusions come through and we see our, semifinals and finals, that there is definitely going to be an upset potential against Northwood, because there's a lot of weak links for them. There's a lot of weak links for them when we saw those, but obviously the weak links were not being capitalized on by UCD in this matchup.
No, even then, it wasn't really capitalized on UH either. I feel like Northwood, they had themselves a great team. They have a great roster, and even then, some amazing potential for what they could really accomplish. We just didn't really see too much of that there today. And even then, regardless, I feel like it's granted and almost a little bit of a luck aspect for them to go ahead and have some survivability here. Be bought out this time. Give them this opportunity, at least as the day comes to a conclusion. They can take this time to figure out, all right, if they don't have a coach or an IGL, whoever it is that is in charge, they need to go back through and watch this and figure out what exactly is going on. Because, I mean, even us at sometimes we were a little bit discombobulated to figure out what exactly was going on. Whether it was success, we know what it is on Icebox. We know exactly what it is on Icebox. Their ascent was a little bit one-dimensional, and it was a little bit too easy to read. It was a great formula until you figure out what it is. And it's just too easy to really counter at that stage if you're a more higher tier player. Buying, though, honestly, like, even though they've won it twice, they're probably going to sit there and say, let's choose it tomorrow. I mean, I wouldn't blame them for doing that, being they've found themselves success in terms of statistics, but you got to also sit there and factor in reality and the kind of the variety that can come through and all the differentiating factors that can also come into effect. So I think it's the kind of game goes on, the series elongates a little bit. These other teams should also watch what's going on here and figure out that for themselves, because obviously it's going to be a fundamental. It's going to be a cornerstone for what they really do develop over the next day.
Yeah, I think that we need to kind of think about it as a fan base when you talk about a team as well. I'm sure the fan base right now for the side of Northwood is looking at you, Dallas, and saying, no, ratio plus counter ratio plus you fell off. And then meanwhile, I'm looking at it right now and I'm saying, you know who ratios? It's Samsung, the rest of the competition. Plus you fell off, plus our SSDs are faster. We see that immediately right off the bat. SSDs for Samsung, the 980 Pro more specifically, is the perfect for high resolution gaming. With speed matters most, Samsung is the tiebreaker or the ratio meister of the side there. Samsung SSDs. I have one as well. Unfortunately, I don't have the M2, man. I don't have the M2.
Yeah, I have one too, but I'd take it out. But this entire broadcast is just
yeah, my PC would shut off. That's where my operating system is, unfortunately. I have a different kind of M2, and I know for a fact the 980 is actually faster than that M2. So maybe I'll upgrade at some point in time, because we're talking about so much now. I'm getting jealous of it. But they got superior speed that other devices just can't match, and that's definitely the case. So once again, shout out to Samsung for letting us host this Winter Invitational sponsored by them. Could not be done without them. And big thank you to all the teams that have come out. Northwood being crowned your victor today here for the quarterfinals. They still have to go a few more matches to see if they can be the one and only. Dallas, do you have any guesses? Do you think that they'll take it, or?
I don't know, man. We didn't really get to see too much of the other teams. We sat there and had two series today with Northwood, and I didn't get a chance to watch the B stream, being everything was going on at the same time. So obviously, I mean, you could go through and give those a watch and see if anybody else has an advocate for this. I may go ahead and tweet my reply somewhere if I go through and watch at some stage in time. But even then, regardless, I don't really have too much of a guess. Anything could be up in the air. Anything could really happen in the day, and anything could also happen in the game of Valorant, because as we all know, players can feel outstanding one day and then completely be asleep at the wheel the next. So regardless of all of that being said, we still have the rest of those games going on tomorrow. Once again, right here, I'm not exactly too sure of the time. Do you have an idea, Scott?
I think around the same time as it launched today, so 2:30 EST or 2 EST or 1 EST. We didn't even get the time right this morning, so To be fair, it's not really much to go off of. They did tell us the wrong time. So, but you know what? It's all right. We're still here. We're still Mighty Poggers. We're starting to keep ourselves into the fray. So we'll stay with it. But stay tuned. Check back tomorrow. There's more games, and you'll see who will be crowned the victor of the Winter Invitational, sponsored by Samsung SSD.